Chapter 196. Training Day. Michael woke up early in the morning and flew directly to the sparring area, just on the outskirts of Neo-Orcus. There were early birds already working up a sweat as he touched down on the barracks, which were chock-filled with wooden training weapons. As expected, Shayna was part of the morning risers, with only 5 arrows left in her quiver and the rest sitting squarely in the bullseye. She never missed. Not a single one. Michael walked up next to her and picked up a bow and arrow of his own. He had very limited experience shooting with this weapon, but he did have the combined knowledge and expertise of all professional archers during the modern era. And it was all thanks to ChatJK3. Downloading directly to your brain, activating critical eye skill. Suddenly, his posture straightened, his grip on the bow tightened, and his eye aimed down just above the bullseye, which compensated for the wind and the distance of the shot. Thump. The arrow pierced right into the bullseye. Shayna clapped for Michael and congratulated him on a wonderful shot, but she then proceeded to shoot 5 consecutive shots that pierced through Michael's arrow, splintering it into 1,000 ends. Shayna flashed a cheeky smile to Michael. I'm just trying to secure my job, Lord Michael. She knew that Michael could protect himself even without anyone's help, but it would be much safer if he had a deterrent like the Dragonborns by his side. Michael shrugged and gave up. He didn't have any desire to perfect his fighting skills, so he would leave that up to the professionals. As the time passed, more and more people joined the sparring session. Yuna did some light stances with her rapier, stunning everyone who looked in her direction. But like Michael, even though she was perfectly capable of protecting herself, she would rather leave that up to Agnes and her escorts. That way she could focus on her job as a diplomat. The other Dragonborns finally showed up, with the last one being Jakku, who was still yawning despite the sun already nearing its zenith. Michael, as always, just sat by the sidelines with Yuna and Fudge. They spent their time reminiscing about their previous life, and how much they missed certain aspects of that world. You still owe me an ice cream, Yuna said. I'm trying to, he replied, trying to appease her. I just haven't found any vanilla as of yet. Say, you wouldn't happen to know where I could buy it in the Queen's region, do you? Yuna teasingly glared at him. That's not our agreement, mister. I provide you with a way to progress your business. You provide me with ice cream. There's a boundary there that cannot be crossed. After a pause, Yuna faced Michael again. Speaking of which, you told me that you needed a place with a large collection of physical arts, right? After talking to Jimmy, I remembered that Angora City had a knightly court. I know a few high-ranking knights there that could give you access to their scrolls. Michael was ecstatic to learn this. He wasn't familiar with the Order of the Heavenly Knights, so he would have had trouble navigating a friendly conversation with them that could lead to them opening up their gates for him. But thankfully, he had a diplomat friend. I have some connections with the magic tower there as well. Would you need my help? Michael shook his head. Seabur's already introduced me to their tower master. Must be nice being a prodigy of the mystic arts, Yuna commented. You're one to speak, Miss Heavenly Knight Apprentice. Yuna flashed him a tongue before leaving to practice with Agnes. Michael was going to continue laying around in the sun when a large shadow cast over his eyes and blocked his view. He looked up and saw the orcs approach him with a meek expression. Sir Human, we would also like to participate in the fight. No matter what you are preparing for, we are dedicated to protecting you. In front of him were about 16 orcs, which were evenly distributed between the Orcupine and the Orcanine tribe. After Michael convinced the first 2 rebels to convince more of their friends and families to let go of their grudge against the other tribe, the number for the revolution grew bigger. What revolution, you ask? It was none other than the undercurrent movement that aimed to convince the orcs to disobey their chieftain and their tribe itself to achieve unity between the 2 tribes. Their numbers had grown steadily over the days. Of course, Michael wasn't denying the fact that the benefits of becoming an honorary Rebornian weren't a factor in their decision at all. But it was clear that the orcs were much more willing to work together with a chocolate bar in their hands. You want to join our sparring session? It seemed that the orcs were under the wrong impression. They thought that Michael was going to war or something, especially because of the current sparring session all over Neo-Orcus. But in truth, Michael just wanted the Dragonborns to do something throughout their days. They get quite depressed seeing their fellow Rebornians hard at work while they were doing nothing, because their skills weren't suited for construction. Well, I'm not going to stop you if you want to join the sparring. The orcs slapped their thighs and strummed their quills in appreciation for Michael's decision. They quickly ran over to Agnes, who was instructing the Dragonborns on their current training regimen for today. Michael watched the orcs approach Agnes, who paused for a second as she assessed their current level of strength. She nodded in satisfaction before giving them their respective sparring partners. He was quite interested in how the orcs fought, especially with the difference in fighting style between the 2 tribes. And surprisingly, the orcs were paired up against one of the elite members of the Montgomery escorts. It was then that Michael remembered that the orcs were originally a race proud of their dominance on the battlefield, not just their weird ritual customs. Chapter 197. Earthquake Induced. He had always been under the impression that the orcs' greatest strength was their unique ritual resonance that was quite loud, but mostly harmless. It almost made him forget that orcs were quite formidable fighters of their own league. They were renowned for being the top escort security options during the glory days of the Golden Road after all. "Let's see what you have in store," Michael muttered to himself as he focused on the orcs. His eyes gleamed, showing that even his personal AI assistant was paying attention. For the first few blows, the orcs used their natural dominant physical strengths to overwhelm the demi-humans from the Montgomery side. The Orcanines used their larger muscle mass to overwhelm the smaller opponent. Their fighting style was attack, attack, and attack. This was completely different from the Orcupines, who stayed on the defensive for the whole fight, waiting for that perfect timing to strike. They exchanged moves with their sparring partners, gaining advantage by the smallest bit. But they were still fighting against the elites personally trained by Agnes. They won't go down without a fight. The demi-humans fought back, using their skill and finesse to retake advantage from the orcs. This prompted the orcs to finally use their inherent skills and learn spells. The Orcanines began slapping his pectoral muscles, creating a shockwave that threw his opponent off balance. The Orcupines shot out hundreds of quills at once, and used their learned spells to manipulate them into assaulting their opponent. Michael's eyes widened as he saw an entirely new perspective on physical art spells. It was completely different from the way Agnes used her mana cores. Magic theory acquired. Magic theory acquired. Magic theory acquired. Throughout the entire training session during the whole day, Michael was just absorbing spell after spell from the orcs. He felt like he copied so many spells that he could somehow mix and match all the magic theories and create something entirely new out from all of them. "Hey ChatJK3, can you make a new physical art spell that is appropriate for the Dragonborns?" "I can certainly do that. I will now prepare each of the Dragonborns their new spells, based on the orcs' fighting style." Yaku Deadly Sound of Sword. This spell creates a dangerous sonic boom each time a sword is swung in the air. The damage dealt by the sonic boom depends on the speed of the user. Shayna. Quill Release Shot. This spell allows the user to gain back control of the arrow they had shot to a target. Umisu. Ritual Pump Up. This spell allows the user to gain momentum and power before a fight by performing a ritual procession. Zion. Muscle Punch. Punching the critical muscles of a target may temporarily disable their defenses. Although those spells weren't all that diverse, it was enough to improve the power of the Dragonborns by a significant margin. The next day, he quickly gathered the Dragonborns and taught them the new spells ChatJK3 created. They were quite excited about this, treating it as his birthday gift to them. They arrived at the training grounds and began practicing their newfound spells. Unfortunately, it seemed they were quite a bit too enthusiastic about this, as they accidentally set off a mini earthquake in the ground. The loud booming skills of the orcs and the inherent physical strength of the Dragonborns created a resonance in the ground, making it sway back and forth for a little bit. Early in the morning, Jimmy was jolted awake by the sudden earthquake that shook his bed. He feared for his life, thinking that the roof would suddenly cave in and trap him in the rubble. He had read news about this exact kind of scenario before, especially in Orcus Town, with most ending in disaster. This was not how he wanted his name to be published in the newspaper. But as the earthquake continued, he was surprised to see that there was barely any movement from the structure at all. A minute later, the earthquake subsided and the quiet morning returned to normal. He slowly walked out of his room, expecting to see people panicking from the after effects of the earthquake. But he was surprised to see that daily life in Neo Orcus continued like nothing had happened at all. He began questioning some locals and found out the reason for their nonchalance. Why didn't they panic? It was all thanks to a little ninja slime who had clones posted on each and every citizen's shadow. So, no matter where they were, Michael could easily inform his citizens about any news that occurred in real time. But this still didn't explain why none of them were worried for their safety. He would have thought that the locals who had experienced such tragedy and heartbreak from previous earthquakes would have reacted a little bit more emotionally once another one occurred. It was as if they no longer treated earthquakes as something dangerous. This confused the rookie journalist. Even with the incredible structure in Neo Orcus, there was still a chance that an accidental cave-in could happen and trap them under the rubble. Yet the locals weren't worried about this possibility at all. Jimmy looked around the place and saw no signs of magic circles to protect its citizens. So, there should have been no reason for them to act as if they were invulnerable to a ton of rock and rubble burying them underneath. Right? Jimmy wanted to ask Michael himself about this but was worried about the probable sensitivity of such a topic. After all, this could be a matter of their security as a whole. As a talented reporter, he knew how to obfuscate his real questions with a couple of mundane ones to gauge Michael's current mood about the subject. "Oh, are you asking why none of us are worried about the earthquake?" "Yes," Jimmy said enthusiastically. "But if you don't want to tell me, I will be totally fine with that." "Well, the answer is simple. They are invulnerable to that." Chapter 198, Resounding No. The absolute unity defense, even if it was the lesser one obtained by each Rebornian, was enough defense to survive against at least a ton of rubble collapsing towards them. since the weight of such force was only equal to a 1-star spell boulder throw. As long as the Rebornians were 2-star or higher, then they wouldn't need to worry about such a disaster befalling onto them. Basically, anyone who had been a Rebornian for longer than a month was safe from any natural catastrophe, be it drowning, being engulfed in flames, or being dropped from a tall height. Michael thought it was a pretty good natural defense for his citizens before he found a superior one. He even thought it was just adequate. But judging from the looks every Queen's Region local was giving him, there was something wrong with his thinking. "Is that bad?" he asked them. "Bad," Jimmy cried out. "That's insane! Your citizens just have this kind of defense skill automatically. And why did I just now figure out that you can awaken everyone's talent, both human and demi-human?" Michael thought it was pretty obvious. But Jimmy was still probably trying to process everything he saw in the King's Region that he neglected to understand why every Rebornian could wield magic proficiently. "Don't big companies also have this sort of defense?" Michael asked innocently. "No," was the resounding answer. "There are some companies or royal territories that have their own set of defense and attack spells, but they aren't given to just any one of their citizens. Money doesn't grow on trees. They need a lot of resources to nurture their citizens into becoming capable enough to become self-sufficient. They would rather foster a small army to protect their citizens, rather than arm tens of thousands of their people to protect themselves." Hearing Jimmy's explanation made Michael a little bit more aware of his nation's specialness. He thought any successful company would do what he did. Michael turned to Una. "Is this true?" he asked her. "Yes. That's why I said you're a cheat. Your powers already put you miles ahead of your competition." In hindsight, Michael should have known. This was the power that a supreme skill gave their fortunate bearers. "I guess I'm pretty good then," Michael muttered as if this was the first time he realized it. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but the fact that you can create customized physical arts skills should have been your first clue," Agnes butted in. She recognized the Dragonborn's new spells taught by Michael. Although different, the basis of power was extremely similar to the ones that the orcs displayed just a day ago. "You must have created those spells in one day, am I correct? We have never seen their spells till yesterday." Yeah. "But can a high-level physical arts master be able to do that as well?" he asked, completely clueless. "No," was once again the resounding answer. "Technically, they can do it, but not as fast as you were able to do it," explained Agnes. "One of the prerequisites in becoming a titled knight was to create your own physical art spell. Normally, it would take them 1 or more years of tedious research and painstaking practice before their new technique was judged by veteran knights. It's basically their thesis paper," Una whispered to Michael. "How would you feel if someone just printed a 100-page technical paper in one night?" Michael graduated at a time when AI wasn't a thing, so he understood clearly how hard it was to write a thesis in a month, much less a day. With the territory conquered by the nation of Reborn, with the wealth you accumulated and will accumulate in the future, and with the foolproof defense of every single one of your citizens, I can only say that your company has the best chance at entering the top 10% of the rankings. Jimmy had to sit down on the ground as he realized the magnitude of what he had just discovered. "I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky that I'm the first journalist to have a chance at publishing this story. This may be the best up-and-coming story in the current world, but may be unbelievably so. Unless they see the current state of the King's Region for themselves, I'm afraid it would be hard for them to believe such a story. But worry not. I will do my best to spread the news with my captivating writing. I'll spend my entire career following your company. You can count on that." Jimmy made a declaration of intent, which Michael was glad to hear about. "I guess you'll be the nation of Reborn's first correspondent," Michael said. "I will make sure that your company's ranking in the Golden 500 will be published worldwide. That's my goal." Una approached Michael. "This is good for you. Having a published ranking will do well when negotiating with other territories. It makes your influence a lot more solid. It makes my job so much easier." Seeing no downside, Michael shook hands with the rookie journalist. "We'll work together then. You can have full access to the nation of Reborn as you do your research." "That's great. I'll work on it right now." Jimmy scooted off to his guest house and began to prepare a worthy publication that would introduce the Reborn company to the Queen's Region. Meanwhile, the sparring session continued normally as it would. The rebel orcs were a bit late in their arrival because they had to sneak out of their tribe. They still had enough time to spar and play a bit of baseball before the sun set. They were going to spar with the Dragonborns, but Fudge seemed to have other plans. "Master, can I please have the orcs as my assistants?" Fudge said, hopping on top of Michael's head. "What will you do with them?" he asked suspiciously. "Well, Master, I sensed a bit of their talent in the shadows." Chapter 199, Importance of Strength. Fudge inherited Michael's golden nose skill, so he had a sense of which people were talented based on intuition alone. "Are you sure about this?" Michael asked the ninja slime. "Yes, Master. After pretending to be the snake tempter sent by the goddess, I found out that they had a natural affinity to shadows as well. It's not just 1 or 2 of them, it's all of them." "So let me get this straight. You want the orcs to become ninjas like you?" Michael asked, trying to make sense of it all. "You got it exactly right, Master. They already like me, so they will do as I say." Michael looked at Fudge with a serious face. You want the orcs, the big and intimidating demi-humans, to become one of your sneaky little ninjas? He couldn't imagine a scenario in which the orcs tiptoed, in the darkest of nights, and tried to infiltrate a room without anyone knowing. Just their immense weight alone would send even a metal floor. It's all right, master. They can become good ninjas like me, I'm sure of it, Fudge said, his voice emanating an unusual confidence. Fudge was rarely wrong about this thing, so Michael gave him the benefit of the doubt. All right, but don't get too overboard with this. Michael then saw the violet slime hop over to the orcs, who quickly kneeled after seeing the slime's presence. It looked like his infiltration as the messenger of the goddess worked entirely too well, as they were treating him with reverence even when he was no longer the snake tempter in their sacred grounds. He was sure that with Fudge's skill, they could eventually make a good group made out of the best ninjas in the world. This whole thing made Michael think about the importance of security. Jimmy seemed to have a good sense of its importance, but Michael never really bothered with it before. There wasn't really any need for it back in the King's region. Sure, there were a few instances in which force was needed to make things more peaceful, but nothing too much. But it looked like physical strength was far more important in the Queen's region. He walked over to Yuna and asked her exactly about this question. This world is still stuck in the medieval times, she said. So, there are some times when conflicts are resolved through wars or physical fighting. It's not as prevalent thanks to my grandmother's efforts to lessen deaths. But of course there are still conflicts that cannot be solved through diplomatic options. So, do you think that we will face a lot of conflicts in the Queen's region? He asked her. If you want to expand your company, then you will have to get your hands dirty. Michael's eyebrow raised. He didn't think he would have to do that. Seeing his curious expression, Yuna went into further detail about her words. You don't know about this, but the lands in the Queen's region are a lot more magical and mysterious in nature. There are always discoveries being unearthed in different territories, most of which are up for grabs by anyone. Sometimes, they find gold and a few other important minerals, which, don't get me wrong, still warrants a war between companies on who would be able to lay claim on the discovery. Usually, it would be settled with a behind-the-scenes agreement between the different parties. But there are a few discoveries that are far too valuable to share. For example, a pocket dimension left behind by a previous civilization would have even the top 10 companies vying for control. If you want to get an inheritance left behind by a 9-star wizard, then you would either have to negotiate with the Guild of Arcana, or be the first one to loot it before anyone even finds out that it existed in the first place. That's why physical strength is key to becoming one of the top companies in the world. You have to have the power to monopolize all the good discoveries in the land, or else you'll be left behind. Michael's eyes were open with Yuna's explanation. The Queen's region was a far more exciting place filled with a lot more mysteries than he thought it to be. Pocket dimensions, inheritances, vaults, tombs. It was practically an adventurer's dream to hear those words. Even if Michael wasn't an adrenaline junkie type of guy, he was still intrigued to find out what kind of treasure was buried under those lands. I am always at your service to help with anything you need, Michael. And it looked like ChatJK3 was excited as well. He could already hear it salivating for more knowledge to consume, eventually upgrading its software once again. This was perhaps what tempted Michael the most. If he could find ancient knowledge about the history of the world before the current one, then he could probably find more clues as to where the rest of the Godforged pieces were located. It looks like I need to up my army game, Michael said to himself. Took you long enough, Yuna commented. Most inheritance and tombs that I have heard of are filled with traps and dangerous spells. You need an army to safely reach the treasure room. Michael already had the Dragonborns as his personal bodyguards. But if he wanted to increase his army's strength, then he needed to find a lot more bodies to fill a regiment. There were a lot of prospects talented in the physical arts back in the King's region, but he just delegated them to become security guards and such. Maybe I should start training them. Problem is I don't have anyone to lead them. Unlike Yuna, Michael didn't have an Agnes to rely on. There was practically no one in their nation who was proficient in the physical arts. He would have to find someone in the future. But for now, he would have to rely on Agnes's good graces to train his Rebornians. Chapter 200 Meeting with the Orc Chieftains. Michael was suddenly awoken from his relaxing sleep by Shayna, who came knocking at his door. He found this weird because she would have been training in the sparring grounds by now. He opened the door and let her in. Lord Michael, I have received news from the Orc Chieftains, Shayna reported. They are now requesting a meeting with all 3 leaders, you, the Orcanine Chieftain, and the Orcupine Chieftain in one place. Michael thought it was about time that they finally decided to meet with him. He had been waiting for quite a while, but they had always postponed it for some reason. It wasn't because they hated the Reborn company, or else they wouldn't have continued to give gifts of cacao beans to them regularly. He only found out a while later from Fudge that the chieftains were trying to gain his favor first before going on a meeting with him. They thought that if he liked their tribe instead of the other one, then it would be more likely for him to give them his support and eventually kick the other tribe out of the forest. Of course, Michael wasn't going to let that happen. Both tribes were important in his chocolate business, as they were the only ones who could protect the sacred cacao trees from the eventual earthquakes that would plague this territory. Okay, set the date, he said to Shayna, who bowed and left his room. A while later she came back to him and told him that the orcs agreed on a meeting tonight set in a neutral part of the forest. They requested the meeting to be completely confidential. Should I reject their request? Michael shook his head. No, this is good. If they have their own guards with them, then it would be more likely for them to fight it out against each other. He could already picture what would happen if both orc tribes were allowed to bring their own people. He reckoned that the meeting would turn into nothing but a screaming match between the two chieftains' tribes. All right, Lord Michael. But just for your safety, we will be posted near the meeting place undetected from anybody. We will be asking Sir Fudge for his help on this one. Shayna's voice was one of insistence. She would not take no for an answer regarding his safety, even though there was no danger to be had in the meeting. The orcs may be brash and loud, but they were not violent beings in nature. Michael didn't argue with Shayna and let her plan it out. All he had to do now was to prepare for the meeting. He had to make sure that he had enough leverage for the chieftains to agree with his plan for their tribe's unity. A few hours later, the sun had finally set on the horizon, leaving just a sliver of light from the moon shining down on the forest. Even though darkness was supposed to fill the ground, there were actually torches placed around the trees, which guided Michael toward their meeting location. The flickering flames of the torches gave the atmosphere in the forest a more tribal feel. Michael thought he was walking into one of those popular survival TV shows in his previous world, where people would get kicked out of the show through a voting period. He just hoped that none of the tribes would be kicked out of this meeting. As he walked closer to the meeting place, he sensed two distinct auras of life mana in front of him. One was burning hot life mana, while the other was a cool and calm life mana. Both of them were strong in their own right, but were completely different from one another. As he stepped into the open meeting place with a huge bonfire in the middle, the two orc chieftains finally took notice of Michael, and Michael took notice of them. The Orcupine chieftain looked just like the other orcs in his tribe, but his quills and spines looked a lot sharper and a lot more solid than the rest of them. Michael could tell that those could puncture through solid metal without much problem. The Orcanine chieftain, on the other hand, was a lot bigger and buffer than normal Orcanines. The mane around his neck was a lot bushier too, with his wolf ears completely decorated in golden paraphernalia. It was clear from their stature alone that they were the strongest orcs in their tribe. The chieftains looked just about ready to shout to one another before Michael arrived, and once he did, they turned to him and showed him the best smile they could ever physically do. Welcome, human? No, I welcome you. A thunderous lightning flashed between the two orcs' eyes as they glared at each other. Ahem. I requested this meeting between you chieftains, so that you could settle your differences, not reignite them, Michael declared. Settle my differences with this coward? The Orcanine chieftain sneered. There is no such world in which I would ever do that. See how arrogant he is, human? It would be better if you align with our tribe instead of them, the Orcupine chieftain retorted. The Orcupine chieftains were so caught up in their rivalries, the meeting couldn't even last for a minute before it escalated into a screaming match. Should I throw in my secret weapon? Michael thought to himself. He was about to throw a bar of chocolate in their feet when all of a sudden Michael heard a whisper from the shadows. Psst, master. Michael looked at the tree nearest him and saw a peculiar violet snake wrapped around one of its branches. Fudge. Master, I was able to find something interesting in their tribes. They hid it quite well, but I think I know the answer as to why the two chieftains hate each other so much. He leaned in closer to the snake, intrigued at this game-changing information. They used to be blood brothers who swore to protect the relic from the ancient times that was said to hold untold power. They said that their ancestors received this as a gift from the dwarves until they lost it, master. They used to own Mithril. Chapter 201, Lost Relic. They used to be the sole protectors of an ancient relic passed down from generation to generation. However, due to some unfortunate accident during a terrible earthquake, these two chieftains lost possession of this relic forever. Because of this loss, the two orcs became sworn enemies of each other. The Orcanine chieftain thought that his friend was a coward who couldn't show up at a critical moment, while the Orcupine chieftain thought his friend was an idiot meathead who lost their most precious treasure in the entire history of the orcs. They blamed one another. And once they became chieftain of their tribes, this hatred and rivalry seeped into their clansmen and escalated into the civil war that they have now. As Michael listened to Fudge's story, he couldn't help but see the cute little ninja in a completely different way. He always thought that Fudge was just fooling around, but this time, it seemed that he had brought in an extremely important discovery that would completely change the atmosphere of this meeting entirely. Do you know what kind of relic they used to have? The violet snake shook its head. They refrained from directly speaking about the relic in their diaries. Oh yeah, I got all this from the journals under their bed. With the root cause of all this tension and rivalry finally unearthed, Michael finally knew how to solve their problem once and for all. He looked at the two chieftains, who were still in a perpetual screaming match like children on a playground. You coward! You coward, Mei-Mei! The Orcupine chieftain mimicked. Michael put up his hand and commanded the earth mana in the surroundings to stop. Fuzzy balls of brown energy halted their natural flow in the world. They had gone still, forcing the two orc chieftains to stop what they were doing and wonder why they couldn't feel the presence of the earth goddess in their bodies. What's happening? How? Michael cleared his throat and caught the attention of the two chieftains. I would like all of you to stop your whining and listen to me, Michael said with authority, allowing the earth mana to bend to his will, and his will alone. If the two chieftains want to connect with the goddess they worship so much, then they would have to do as Michael said. Finally, they stopped fighting and looked at Michael. It turned out that both of you have been fighting over just a relic? The Orcanine chieftain shook his head. Not just any relic. It was the pride of our ancestry, a symbol of what we have once accomplished under the banner of the earth goddess. But this coward Dorcupin let it fall into the crevice. I was trying to save you, you fool, the Orcupine chieftain yelled out. You were going to fall into the crevice as well, so I chose to help you instead of catching the relic, but I know now that I should have let you fall. You should have. Yeah, I should. Michael tried to calm the two chieftains once again. So this relic, is it perhaps called a mithril artifact? The two chieftains nodded. Yes, that relic was a necklace that gave anyone who wielded it a significant boost in strength. Anyone who wore it would feel the equivalent of consuming 50 cacao beans. It is a treasure that has helped our tribe become one of the strongest demi-humans in ancient times, the Orcanine chieftain lamented. It was what protected us from harm many times before. But unfortunately, we weren't able to protect it. The orcs stopped their fighting for a brief moment to mourn the loss of their treasured relic. The very root of their hatred for one another was actually a hatred of themselves for failing to protect their legacy. So, if you had an item equivalent to your relic from before, would you be able to forgive each other? The two orcs looked at each other, remembering the times when they were young orcs. They used to be called the dynamic duo for their collective power. The camaraderie was still there, present but hidden under their years of hatred for each other. There is no equivalent for this relic, the Orcanine chieftain dishearteningly said. It was a lost art made by ancient dwarves. No blacksmith can ever make it again. It looked like the orcs were more disappointed with this fact, as they too wanted to squash the beef between them. Unfortunately, the relic cannot be replaced. Are you sure about that? Michael said as he reached down his shadow to reveal an arm brace. This was special because Michael had it specifically made for Zion as his customized armor to help with his punching power. Oh, and also, it was a mithril artifact teeming with power. The two orc chieftains felt themselves drawn to the arm brace in Michael's hand. They felt like they had seen this before. It was only when they looked closer at the object did they finally felt the mana in their cores start to react with feverish intensity. It was like their mana cores were starved in a desert, and only now did they see a pool of water in front of them. The pain from losing the relic was so bad precisely because the two orcs knew how powerful it was. Once they lost it, they knew they wouldn't be able to feel the course of mana flow through their veins as powerfully as the relic had done before. And they had longed for it ever since. But now, a different object was giving them the same feeling as the relic they had lost. Human, what is that? The chieftains asked. This is a mithril artifact. I made it myself with the help of my dwarf friends. Do you want to test it out for yourselves to see if it's as good as your relic? Before the two could answer, Michael gave the orc chieftains the pair of arm braces, and as soon they held it in their hands, their eyes welled up with emotion. Chapter 202 Unity in the Tribes. Their connection with the earth goddess had never been this strong ever since they lost their relic. It felt like they were bathing in her bosom, being showered with her love and her care. The power they felt from the mithril artifact was only second to the connection they felt with the mana on their surroundings. The two orc chieftains looked at each other and realized that this was the relic that they had been searching for their whole lives. And the person who allowed them to feel her presence once again was none other than Michael. The snake messenger was right. Michael was indeed the chosen one by the earth goddess. Meanwhile, Michael watched the two orc chieftains experience the feeling of having their magic output increased by at least 30%. How is it? Was it similar to the relic you lost before? If their relic was indeed a mithril artifact from the ancient times, then Michael wanted to know if his mithril artifact was different from the ones the dwarves created back in the days. Maybe it would give him insight on what could be improved upon. It is as I remembered, the Orcanine chieftain said, squatting down and raising both his hands above his head. Michael knew that the orc was about to perform his ritual once again, but was too late to stop him. Boo! Too! The chieftain cried out, slapping his chest with a vigor and passion unlike anything he had ever expressed before. Michael found this extremely awkward as the orc maintained eye contact with him. Raw! Ta! The Orcupine chieftain beside him added on to the awkwardness, as he too began doing his ritual of thanks towards Michael. He began striking his quills, each one producing a different tone that combined into an enchanting melody. And despite being rivals for their whole lives, the two orc chieftains were able to create a wondrous beat and melody that Michael would have enjoyed if not for the prolonged eye contact from both the chieftains. Please, there's no need for this, Michael said. This is not just for you, human, the Orcanine chieftain said. We are mainly giving thanks to the Earth Goddess for letting you walk into our lives. If not for her grace, we would have never met, and you would not have restored the pride of our tribes. That is right, the Orcupine chieftain agreed. We are showing our thanks for the goddess by praising you, Michael lightly coughed. Well, if you want to thank me, then there's other ways you could do that. For example, maybe joining my nation as citizens. The two chieftains finally stopped their rituals and looked at Michael with a look of obedience. I was already planning on asking this of you, the Orcanine chieftain said, bowing to Michael. I as well. With my tribe at your beck and call, I am sure that we can make the Earth Goddess proud, the Orcupine chieftain added. Bark, the Orcanine coughed. I believe that my tribe will be able to serve your nation best. The two Orcanines flashed another glare at each other, before turning to Michael like two eager sheeps ready to be praised. But maybe it would serve the Earth Goddess best if we work together to serve her chosen one, the Orcanine chief added. That I will agree. I am willing to work together with your tribe under his banner. And since the Reborn company is blessed by the Earth Goddess, we are essentially working under hers. Michael still sensed a rivalry between the two chieftains, but he was glad that they seemed more willing to work together now. It turned out, Fudge was quite the essential little helper in this mission. If it weren't for his convincing work as the snake tempter, then the two orc chieftains wouldn't have been so easily convinced of joining Michael. The downside of this was that Michael would have to pretend to be the chosen Earth Goddess, or whoever that may be. You are blessed by the goddess Chat-JK3, reminded Michael. She just owes me a life. That's why she gave me these powers. Not because I was chosen or something. My death was a mistake, remember? Anyway, the two orc chieftains wouldn't have believed him anyway if he told them that he wasn't blessed by the Earth Goddess. Just the fact that he gave them the mithril artifacts was enough to convince him of his holy connection. Michael could only imagine what sort of reaction they would have when they realized what he did with all the cacao beans they gave him. They wouldn't turn chocolate into their sacred food, would they? It is more than probable. So I guess the unity of your tribes is official now. The two orcs couldn't help but frown at each other, but still they nodded to Michael and affirmed his question. But I don't know how my tribe will take this news, the Orcanine chieftain said worriedly. They hate the Orcupines down to their muscles. My tribe will surely revolt, the Orcupine chieftain speculated. The thought of spending their days with the Orcanines would make my tribesmen want to pull out every single quill on their bodies. The two chieftains were sure of their tribe's hatred for the other, because they were the one who taught them to hate in the first place. Good news, he said to them. Your tribe will probably like it more than you think. Michael gestured for them to follow him, which the two orc chieftains did, but with doubtful looks on their faces. He led them out of their meeting place, and towards a metal fence overlooking a large field. There were large lights beaming down onto the field and illuminating it from the dark. The two orc chieftains wanted to ask Michael about the stars that he was able to harvest, but was distracted at the sight of their tribesmen mingling in the field. Orcanine OCs and Orcupine orcs were playing and laughing with each other as they played baseball in the night. Chapter 203 Awakening Orcs. Michael showed the orc chieftains that their tribesmen were already starting to accept a sense of unity between the two tribes. They enjoyed baseball as one group and were united by their desire for chocolate. He even showed them how Orcupine orcs and Orcanine orcs worked together to improve the cultivation and strength of Rebornians through their unique resonance. This particular glimpse into what the two tribes could accomplish was what all the chieftains needed to finally realize the errors in their ways. I thought our resonance was gone because we lost the relic, the Orcanine chieftain said, ruffling his mane in worry. But it turned out it was only due to the rivalry between us. The ancestors were right. Orcs were stronger together. Michael let the two chieftains ponder over it through the night. He watched as the two chieftains returned to the forest and back to their village. The next day, the two tribes arrived at the gates of Neo-Orcus. It wasn't just the chieftains, it was the whole entire tribe. The Orcanine tribe is at your disposal, and so do the Orcupine tribe. The rest of the orcs rallied behind the two chieftains by slapping their knees and strumming their quills in synchronicity. I've told everyone of our plans to serve under your banner. As one. It took no convincing at all to have the rest of the tribe join me in my decision, the Orcanine chieftain said. We told them of our tribes the history of our rivalry, and admitted that is nothing but hubris and pride. I confess that I led the tribe into the wrong path for too long. It is therefore my responsibility to right that wrong. I step down as the chieftain of the Orcanine tribe and relinquish it to you, human, who is the chosen of the Earth Goddess. The Orcupine chieftain stepped up right after the Orcanine chief, and kneeled to Michael. I give way for your guidance as well. The rest of the orcs looked up at Michael with expectation in their gazes. Their eyes reflected the image of Michael standing with the Dragonborns and the rest of Neo-Orcus standing behind him. They, too, longed to be part of his community. Well, I guess we should start the festival to commemorate this event, right? Shayna began clapping, followed by the rest of the Dragonborns and the locals of Neo-Orcus. It was a celebration. Today was the day that the orcs officially became citizens of the nation of Reborn. The integration of the orcs was much easier than Michael thought. He thought it would be hard to convince the orcs to suddenly start working together after being rivals for so long. But seeing, For themselves, how Orcanines and Orcupines could play baseball together or share a beer was enough to dispel their previous thoughts. Of course, as citizens, he had to awaken their talents first and foremost. He first started with the former Orcanine chieftain. Potential evolution paths. Obscured Shadow Orc. This orc species uses the shadows as their main form of offense. They strike from where their opponents could not see or feel, dealing critical damage that may paralyze those unfortunate enough to be struck. Shadowsmith Orc. This subspecies of orcs can mend their shadows into different constructs depending on the user's imagination. The stronger the image they have on their mind, the stronger and more detailed the shadow will become. Earth Shadow Orc. This orc species uses their innate connection to the earth and borrows from it the power to mold oneself into one that will conform to the ideals and will of the earth goddess. Michael was not surprised when the orc chieftain chose the Earth Shadow Orc bloodline. As expected. This is truly the way to please her, the Orcanine chieftain said. Please, let me become her shadow. As Michael chose the third option, a blinding light obscured the orc's entire body for a few seconds. Then the light subsided, showing the Orcanine orc's new form. He didn't see much difference from the orc's physical structure, with him having the same orc and wolf mix of genes. However, there were now small flickering shadow flames emanating from the orc's body. As the Orcanine tested his new abilities, Michael observed that as the shadow flames increased in intensity in the orc's body, the harder it was to perceive him. It was as if he started to blend into the background, blend into the very earth itself. After evolving the former Orcanine chieftain, his counterpart was next. Michael was surprised to find that despite their difference in species, the two orc chieftains' talents were strangely the same. He also chose to become an Earth Shadow Orc. Michael thought that this was just a product of them being blood brothers when they were younger, but as Michael began to awaken the talents of the other orcs, he was surprised to find out that all of them had a talent in the shadows. Fudge was right. The orcs did indeed have the talent to become shadow ninjas like him. Seeing this made Michael curious. Was a species' talent for something formed from their very birth, or nurtured through their childhood? Their obsessive nature about the earth goddess must have influenced their talents in some way for it to manifest as one of their bloodline evolution options. Your conjecture has merit. Evidence seems to suggest that both nature and nurture has an effect on a person's talent. With ChatGPT-3's words, Michael was more sure of his guess. Though he had no way to prove it. He just had to awaken more people to get more evidence. Anyway, after Michael spent 3 days awakening every orc from the two tribes, Fudge popped out of his shadow and immediately showed Michael his pity eyes. Master? Since I did good, can you please fulfill a small favor for me? Michael looked at the slime and knew exactly what it wanted. Fine. You can have the orcs. Yes! Fudge didn't waste any time and slipped out of his shadow to meet with the orcs. Meanwhile, Michael sat in his bed looking at his system screen with a smile on his face. After awakening thousands of orcs, he gained one of their innate skills. This is good. You think I can give this to every Rebornian? Yes. Any Rebornian can receive this skill, ChatGPT-3 replied. Michael looked at his screen. On it said, Superior Sugar Rush, Chapter 204 Shadow of Reborn. Superior Sugar Rush. This skill allows the user to explode with the power of unity upon consumption of chocolate, allowing them to transcend their current power for a limited amount of time. The user can consume only one at a time, with no time limit in between consumption. This was a universal skill that was applicable to any Rebornian, either they be engineers, farmers, or even musicians. It would serve as a trump card, giving them a huge burst in strength in order to protect themselves at a critical time. So now, all Rebornians had Lesser Unity Defense as their protection, and Superior Sugar Rush as their offensive option. Although it would take a lot of time and effort to implement this new skill to the tens of thousands of Rebornians personally, Michael was glad to do it for his citizens. It would give him peace to know that they would be safe from harm, even if he wasn't there. And before they even needed to protect themselves, he and Fudge were sure to arrive before anything happened. That was why he and the ninja slime spread their clones to every citizen, allowing them to appear to any Rebornian at a moment's notice. Speaking of Fudge, Michael was a little bit curious as to what the mischievous devil was doing with his knee regiment of orcs, so he visited them in the forest, where the village were located. He arrived at the outskirts of the orc village, with wooden stakes as their walls and thatches as their houses. It was still the same village as before, but there were now Rebornian engineers surveying the place for a renovation. Now that they were a part of the nation of Reborn, their standard of living needed to be upped quite a bit. Seeing no sign of other orcs in the village, Michael walked further inside their territory before he came across their sacred grounds. Only now did he fully appreciate the size and magnitude of this place. Every tree was bountiful with cacao seeds, ripe for the picking, and since the orcs were part of his territory, that meant all of this was now his to take. He planned to expand the sacred ground even further to accommodate their chocolate needs. Not only would he sell it, but he would also have to stock up chocolate for his citizens as well, for emergencies. Hear ye, hear ye. As good ninjas, you must all know that stealth is critical. Michael heard the echoing voice of a very excited slime. He walked further up the sacred grounds and saw Fudge in a snake form, wrapped around the tallest tree and looking down at the Orcupine and Orcanine orcs below him. We shall learn your ways, messenger, the former Orcanine chieftain vowed. You have us at your disposal. The former Orcupine chieftain said, Good, good, good. For our first mission as a Shadow of Reborn, each of you are assigned a Rebornian to protect. 1 Orcanine and 1 Orcupine. 2 of you are to spend your days in their shadow, never showing yourself unless they are in danger. As you wish. They all screamed. Boo, tu, ra, ta. It looked like Fudge was doing good work. Michael didn't interrupt the slime and the orcs doing their rituals, letting them do whatever they wanted. He returned to Neo-Orcus, where he was welcomed by Shayna and Umisu, who were busy preparing all the paperwork needed for the orc tribe expansion. He let them take care of everything, so that all he needed to do was sign some paperwork. It involved creating a new chocolate factory, sending farmers to tend the sacred cacao grounds, and other mundane nation stuff. He kind of envied Jakku and Zion, who did nothing but laze around. A few days later, the chocolate merchants were finally ready to embark. Their carriages were filled to the brim with chocolate products ready to be sold in Angora City. They would have wanted to use the automobile for faster travel, but there weren't any flat roads and gas stations in the Queen's region. Hopefully in a few months, the new Golden Road would have made significant progress and allow automobiles to be used in the Queen's region. Thank you again, Michael. No, the Reborn Company is thankful for you, he said to them. After some reluctant goodbyes, some merchants became too enamored with the way of life in the King's region in Neo-Orcus and wanted to stay permanently. The chocolate merchants set off. Before they left, though, Michael saw a few black figures merge with the carriage's shadow. It was none other than Fudge and a few shadow orcs doing their first mission. They sent their clones to the merchants as protection. Master, they are now citizens of our nation, right? Fudge plopped out of Michael's shadow. Yes, they are. And if I didn't know better, I would have thought that you just wanted to protect the merchants. But you just want to infiltrate Angora City, don't you? The slime flashed a guilty smile. Maybe? Michael didn't object, so he didn't say anything to Fudge. He too was a little bit curious as to what a capital city from the Queen's region looked like. Maybe. I'll plop in their carriage once in a while to check in too. He flicked his finger and sent one of his shadows to the merchants. Michael spent a few days meeting with all Rebornians and giving them the superior sugar rush skill, while also catching up with them in the meantime. He became intensely bored by the 3rd day and wanted to see a different scenery. He checked in on Kingsbridge, the nation of Reborn, and the Dwarven Kingdom, but they weren't doing anything special. Neo-Orcus was busy with the Golden Road project, so not a lot of people were free to entertain him. Then, out of curiosity, Michael traded places with Shadow attached to the chocolate merchants. They were surprised at his appearance, but welcomed him dearly. On the way, they told him about their lives in Angora City. He spent the rest of the day with them until they set up camp in the wilderness to pass the night. Chapter 2 on 5, Camping in the Night. After sharing soup and bread, they snuffed out the campfire and readied their tents to sleep. Michael was going to leave and rest back in Neo-Orcus when he suddenly heard faint whisperings in the forest. Jackpot. They don't have any security with them. They look like merchants too. Their carriage looked to be full of money ready to take. Listen guys, let's make this quick. Steal their money and get out. No need to make this messy. With his enhanced hearing, Michael caught wind of a thievery waiting to happen. He peeked out of his tent and used his supreme skill, Unity Gathering, to search the environment for life mana. And sure enough, he saw 5 people waiting in the bushes and watching the camp with greedy eyes. The chocolate merchants were none the wiser. They slept in their tents, unaware of such dangers lurking in the shadows. These thieves are quite weak, Michael assessed. They are all only in the 2-star realm. Michael didn't want to brag, but he could deal with these thieves in a literal blink of an eye. He didn't even have to use any physical art spell. A simple earth wall or ember spell would be enough to scare these thieves into unconsciousness. Should I deal with them now? Before McKeel moved, he saw Fudge emerge from the shadows. The slime looked up at him, begging, Master, please, let us deal with this. This is the first time that any of us can show off the power of Reborn Shadow. Michael acquiesced. Since Reborn Shadow, as they like to call themselves, was going to be the first line of defense for the nation of Reborn, Michael wanted to see what they were capable of firsthand. Yes, Fudge rejoiced. But don't tell the Dragonborns. Oh, of course, Master. Miss Shayna would be angry at me if she knew that she wasn't there to protect you from these thieves. While Fudge disappeared to set up the defense with the other orcs, Michael sneaked into the tents of the merchants to warn them of the incoming thieves. Huh? The veteran merchant groggily woke up. Michael. After Michael told them about the 5 thieves in the bushes, the veteran peddler hastily stood up. Thieves? Here? Who would be so brazen as to do that? Isn't it normal to have thieves in the wilderness? Michael asked them. No, sir. Not here. Everyone knows that the territory around Angora City is under the protection of the Order of the Heavenly Knights, Not even organized crime groups would be so brazen as to disregard the order for such a small caravan. That's why we don't have any security with us. We thought we wouldn't need it. Clearly, we were wrong. The influence of the order was bigger than Michael thought. If the merchants were so confident as to embark without any security, then it must mean that they fully trusted that thieves were too afraid of the knights. Well, you're all Rebornians now. All the security you will ever need is right under your shadows, Michael assured the merchants. Just look at how your shadows deal with it. Just then, the thieves seemed to have finally finished their preparations. I know you're awake, a rough voice said. Give us all your gold coins, and no one gets hurt. The chocolate merchants all looked at Michael, and he just nodded at them, assuring them that nothing bad was going to happen. Slowly they walked out of their tents with their hands up in the air signaling their surrender. There were 5 men wearing tattered black clothes trying to conceal their identities, but they seemed to have neglected to cover the most important part, their faces. They wielded rusted scimitars on their hands, threatening the merchants with nothing but tetanus with those crumbling weapons. Michael watched as the thieves approached the carriages, aggressively taking off the cover to reveal the treasure hidden inside. Huh? What is this? Food? Is this trash? No, wait a minute, that looks familiar. One of the thieves' eyes flashed with a glint of recognition as he looked at the violet and gold wrapping of the chocolate bar. Yeah, this is chocolate. You know, the one that was talked about in Angor City. The one that those knights have been raving about. Only after that explanation did the other thieves finally realize the treasure that they had in front of their eyes. Jackpot! We can sell all of this for tens of thousands of gold! Greed could be seen overflowing in the thieves' eyes. They even became a little bit impatient, approaching the chocolate merchants to threaten them into giving up the carriages. Don't do it, the veteran peddler pleaded, but the thieves disregarded his warning. Hey, old man, this is our carriage now. Leave if you don't want to get cut up into pieces. The chocolate merchants stood their ground. They wanted to protect the chocolates because it was not theirs, but the Reborn company's possession. Grah! One of the impatient thieves ended up picking a big rock from the ground and throwing it to the veteran peddler. As it was about to hit, a transparent prismatic shield appeared to protect them from harm. Huh? What was that? The thieves were stunned. It didn't take long before the thieves charged towards the merchants with their scimitars in their hands. The veteran peddler flinched as the blade came towards his face, but thankfully it was stopped half a meter away from him. The thieves, surprised yet remained undeterred, tried to hack into the prismatic shield. However, any attempt they made only ended up bouncing the blade back to them. How is this possible? They're just merchants. How do they have this impenetrable defense? It's okay. I'm sure it will break eventually. Just keep hacking. They thought they had all night to threaten the merchants. They didn't know that their shadows began to stretch and mold under the static moon above the starry skies. Terrifying 3-meter-tall orcs, numbering 10 in total, emerged from the shadows behind the thieves. Michael, watching all of this, couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha! They were supposed to be ninjas, undetected in the night, yet their huge statures were the complete opposite of what they were trying to accomplish. Chapter 206, Shadow Orc's First Job. The thieves were startled upon realizing that there was another presence in the camp. They turned towards Michael, using their scimitars defensively like a shield. But once they realized how young he was, their unease lessened. Don't make any funny moves, kid. We don't want you to get hurt. Just let us have the carriage, and all of you can walk free tonight. Hey, what are you doing? They saw Michael move towards his tent, thinking that he was trying to help the chocolate merchants in some way. I just wanted something to sit on, Michael said as he pulled out a chair from his tent and sat on it casually. Go on, he gestured to the thieves. The shadow orcs had just awakened, so they're still in the 1-star realm. These thieves are in the 2-star realm, but they are just at the orcs' level. This will be a good fight, he thought to himself. The thieves were quite unnerved by the calm demeanor of the 10-something-year-old kid looking at them with amusement in his eyes. Not to mention the fact that he laughed during a robbery in the middle of the night. There was definitely something wrong with this child. Hey, deal with him. The kid? That's a bit much, don't you think? The thief whispered. Just scare him a little. Make sure he doesn't interfere in our business here. The unfortunate rookie thief with a lanky build reluctantly turned around to pick up a rope in their bag. He wanted to tie up Michael and prevent him from running away and alerting the authorities. But just as he turned around, he suddenly bumped into something hard and squishy at the same time. How? Huh? The thief was face to face with a hairy wall in front of him. His expression was one of annoyance at first, but as his dazedness phased away, his eyes finally showed recognition that he was facing something big and terrifying. His head slowly looked up, until he saw an orcanine orc looking down at him with red eyes, sharp tusks and all. The thief started to back away, struggling to get the words out of his mouth. A cold sweat poured down his back as he looked around and realized that this orc wasn't the only one stalking them from behind. There were 10 of them in total, each one standing behind the thieves, waiting patiently like a snake about to pounce. These orcs were just silently standing there menacingly. Huh? Huh? The thief finally let out a scream, with fire mana billowing up from his dantian. Fire strike! His scimitar erupted in a fire, and as he swung it in the air, a crescent of fire shot off towards the silent Orcanine orc, and in his flusteredness, he ended up throwing away his scimitar towards the orc as well. But before the fire strike even burned a single fur from the Orcanine's body, a prismatic shield appeared around his body and extinguished the flames. As for the scimitar itself, it was easily swiped away by a well-timed punch from the orc. It was only now did the other thieves finally took notice of the shadow orcs standing behind them. Ah, damn it, who are you all? Orcs! We're nowhere near Orcus Town, whatever. Defeat them! The thieves began activating their physical art spells one by one, which Michael happily observed on the sidelines. This would be the first time he would see an actual fight in his entire life, which was quite exciting and reminded him of watching anime in his previous life. Though he must admit, this was a lot more exciting than seeing moving images on a flat screen. The thieves used various spells using their scimitars as their main offense. One of them threw Fire Strike at any opportunity. The other used his quickness to approach the orcs and try to slice them into pieces. And others also used complicated stances and fighting styles to try and overwhelm their opponents. However, their efforts were rendered null by the presence of the prismatic shield surrounding the orcs. Everything was extinguished, and any time the thieves tried to use their scimitars to attack, the Orcuan orcs would move in the front lines and clash their quills against the thieves. Go, my shadow orcs! Fudge screamed beside Michael. Show them the power of ninjas. Michael looked at the violet slime. You know, ninjas use stealth and finesse to deal with their opponents. No such thing, master. They use big destructive moves like the Razingen or the Ch'tori. Just as Fudge said that, Michael saw the Orcanine orcs gather in one group. Then, they began to mold their shadows into one big ball carried by their leader. Shadow Sphere! Fudge excitedly rallied, just as the orc holding the shadow ball ran towards the thieves. Seeing this, the thieves took back their scimitars being entangled from the Orcupine orcs' quills, before using them to protect themselves against the other orcs. A few 2-star spells were used like Stone Skin, Air Dodge, and Heart of Fire, yet they were utterly destroyed upon contact with the innate skill from the orcs called Shadow Sphere. The thieves were thrown a few feet into the air upon contact, before slamming back down on the ground, and exacerbating the internal injuries they just sustained. Gah, ha. The thieves could only groan, defeated and broken, against the shadow orcs. Ha ha! See, master? This is the power of Reborn Shadow. Fudge bragged to Michael. To which Michael had to admit he were pretty good, especially since these orcs were constantly hiding in every citizen of Reborn, ready to defend them at a moment's notice. Good job, Fudge. I'm liking the future of your little group, he said to the violet slime. Hee hee, Pat? Sure, little guy. Michael obliged and patted Fudge for a good job. After that, the orcs bowed towards Fudge and Michael before turning back into shadows that hid under the chocolate merchants. Chapter 207 Night. Now that the thieves were apprehended, the night had turned calm once again. Fudge tied up the unconscious robbers using their own rope and gathered them up in one bunch. Michael was about to speak, when all of a sudden he felt another presence coming from the wilderness. Someone is coming, he said. This person's pace was steadfast and strong, the complete opposite of the thieves who sneaked around with malicious intent. And even if the moon only gleamed a sliver of its light down on the ground, Michael could still see its brightness reflected upon the steel armor worn by this person. It only took a few seconds before a man wearing full metal armor entered their camp. The chocolate merchants looked at this stranger with surprise and a little bit of excitement in their eyes. They recognized him from the insignia borne on his chestplate. Forgive me for intruding. I am Sir John, a knight from the Order of the Heavenly Knights. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. Sir John approached the chocolate merchants, for he judged that they were the ones in charge of the camp. He took one look at their carriage and rightly judged that they were peddlers. I came here to warn you that thieves had plagued this wilderness as of late, but worry not, I am in pursuit of them. They are not far from being apprehended, he assured the merchants. But instead of seeing relief on their faces, the knight saw the merchants look back towards an unassuming golden-haired kid on the back. A child? Sir John uttered. Be careful out here, young man. Just then, he caught sight of the thieves he had been pursuing. He would not mistake those faces. His eyes showed surprise as he saw the rope tied around the thieves, like they were cattle caught in a ranch. Who apprehended these thieves? Sir John asked, confusion and a little bit of admiration showing in his tone. We did, Michael said. You? Yes, well, my friend over here did, Michael said as he pointed to the violet slime perched on top of his head. A tame monster? Sir John said with recognition and amazement. He looked around the camp and saw signs of fighting, with burned patches of grass and overturned soil all around. And seeing the campfire already snuffed out, He correctly assumed that the thieves struck in the deep night and caught everyone by surprise. I've never seen such a talented tamer that could defeat thieves of this caliber. 5 against 1. This slime of yours is impressive. And you even more for nurturing the slime to this degree while being so young. Michael didn't correct the knight, who just kept on praising him for his taming ability, and while Sir John talked with the chocolate merchants, Fudge tapped on Michael's head. Master, who is he? Asked Fudge. Just a passing knight. No need to worry about him, assured Michael. But what about the thieves? What should we do with them, master? Michael looked at the pitiful thieves and only had one solution for them. Take them to our prison. Maybe they'll change once they experience being locked up, he said to Fudge. Ever since the nation of Reborn welcomed visitors from all over the King's region, there was an immediate need for a security system. There were quite a few troublemakers who didn't follow the rules of the nation, varying from minor offenses to serious ones. Either way, they were all sent to the nation's very first prison, meant to jail those troublemakers until they could repent their crimes. Of course, Michael had to follow the rules of his previous world, having a justice system that based one's time in prison depending on the severity of their crime. Of course, they could always make their case and plead their innocence, which was made possible through the talented lawyers in their nation. These thieves would probably have to serve a lot of years for their crime of trying to harm a reborn citizen. As you wish, master. I'll send them off to prison. Fudge had a skill called shadow transference created by Michael, which could substitute one of his clones for something else, just like how Michael could take the place of a clone. Shadow flames grew from the ground, and soon engulfed each thief from their foot to their head. By having Fudge's clone inhabit the entire body of the thieves, he would then be able to replace them with the clones he had back in the nation of Reborn. But just as Fudge was about to activate the skill, the knight noticed what was happening. What are you doing with them? He asked hurriedly. We're taking them to our place, Fudge explained. The knight looked a little bit flustered as he realized the slime could talk. You can't do that. They should remain in the custody of our court. Sir John raised his axe and tried to cut through the very shadow flames that engulfed the captured thieves. But just before his axe cleaved through the Fudge's shadow clones, he suddenly changed the direction of his swing to his back. A resounding tring echoed as his blade met with the porcupine orc's quills. Surprised at seeing the appearance of 10 orcs behind him without any warning, Sir John exerted his real power to try and overpower his axe away from them. The orcs were pushed back for a few meters. Seeing no other choice, the orcs took out a single bar of chocolate from their pockets and unwrapped it right in front of the knight. A sense of unease showed on the knight's face for a second. His instincts were telling him that they were about to get stronger, like a cat showing its claws. But just as the orcs were about to consume the chocolate in one go, the veteran peddler suddenly jumped in the middle of the two. Stop! Wait, Sir John! We are citizens of the nation of Reborn. And since the thieves attacked us, then we have the authority to take them prisoners. The knight, realizing his mistake, quickly lowered his axe and returned it to his back. I apologize, he said to them. I didn't know. Chapter 208 Knight Introduction. The knight immediately released the grip he had on his axe and let it fall to the floor, showing his sincerity. Then, he kneeled on the ground, looking down with repentance in his eyes. I hope you all forgive me for my assumptions. I did not know that you were all part of a sovereign nation. The veteran peddler heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately went over to Michael. I'm sorry, Michael. I should have told the knight before all of this happened. Since this territory is still part of the knightly court in Angora City, they have jurisdiction over criminals roaming around it. But since we were attacked by the thieves, and we are part of the nation of Reborn, we have the authority to apprehend them. The knight didn't know that and thought that we were trying to take the criminals captive. Michael waved off his worry. It wasn't your fault. It's just a small misunderstanding. It's all behind us now. The knight got up and faced the chocolate merchants. I understand that you have all come from the nation of Reborn. Forgive me, but I do not recall such a sovereign state anywhere in the Queen's region. We're based in the King's region, Michael replied. Sir John nodded in understanding. Now it makes sense. I take it that those orcs are also part of your nation. Are they also your tamed beasts? Fudge suddenly popped out of Michael's shadow and faced the knight with anger in his face. They're not beasts, they are my shadow members. Sir John was still a little bit startled as he faced Fudge, not expecting him to speak at all. A sentient monster was a rare sight even in the capital cities of the Queen's region. He turned to Michael, who was the youthful genius who seemed to have tamed these surprisingly strong creatures of the shadow. May I know your name, young man? Surely a man of your talent would be widespread even in the Queen's region. My name is Michael, the veteran peddler once intervened once again to give a little bit more context for the clueless knight. He knew Michael disliked bragging about himself, so someone else had to do it for him. You must know, Sir John, that Michael here is the esteemed leader of the nation of Reborn. A look of surprise and disbelief flashed across the knight's face. Even if this nation of Reborn turned out to be a small sovereign state in the backwoods countryside of the continent, It was still unusual to see a kid pushed into the leader position so early. I understand it now, Sir John said, scratching his chin. Those orcs must be part of your elite defense force intended to protect the leader of your nation, while he travels outside the King's region. Am I correct? Yes, we are. Fudge immediately answered. We are the elites, not those scaly meanies. Michael could only chuckle at Fudge's shenanigans. Of course, if there was a group titled to be the elite defense force of the nation of Reborn, then it would be none other than the Dragonborns, who still reign supreme over every other Rebornian with regards to their fighting abilities. But since Fudge and his shadow orcs did a great job, Michael let them have this small victory. For now. He just had to make sure Shayna didn't hear about this, or else they'll both get in trouble. Those orcs are indeed elite, as I thought, said Sir John as he remembered clashing blades with the Orcupines. Even though I am ranked in the top 50% of our knightly court, I still felt overwhelmed when facing just one of your orcs, truly heavy in their strikes. It is no wonder that the thieves were quickly dealt with in just a few minutes. The knight looked at Michael and Fudge, his mouth quivering as he hesitated to say something. And it may just be my presumption, but I can tell that the orcs had not yet shown me their best power. I can tell. Before we were stopped, they were about to consume something darkish. Brown. You don't need to tell me, but I feel as if they were about to become even stronger than they were before. Fudge's bulbous body immediately inflated with pure pride and confidence. He, you guessed right, my curious knight. I must admit, you were a hell of a fighter yourself to force our shadow orcs to use their hidden power. The knight looked extremely impressed. Michael could see the fire of curiosity and competitiveness in his eyes, as if he longed for nothing but to clash his axe with the orcs once again. Ho, what was it? Perhaps it is one of those famous cultivation pills from Sinclair's elixirs. Read latest stories on my virtual library empire. Michael shook his head. I don't know what that is, but it's nothing like that. It's just a simple snack. He took out a bar of chocolate from the merchant's carriages and showed it to the knight. There was no reason for him to hide the fact that orcs got stronger by consuming chocolate. After all, the orcs were supposed to always be in a state of enhancement through it at all times. And there were plenty of other secrets and trump cards for the orcs later on, like the mithril artifacts, the resonance, and other such shadow-related skills. The violet and gold wrapping shined under the moonlight, illuminating the knight's face with a sliver of gold for a brief moment. Sir John's eyes gleamed with recognition. He couldn't help but point at the chocolate, as if it was something that he had been looking for this whole time. Chocolate! He excitedly yelled out. That's chocolate! The one being sold in our city. You know this? Michael asked him. Of course. Chocolate is extremely popular in our knightly court. It is the most sought-after product within our community, as it has shown great effects upon consumption. I can't believe it's here. Chapter 209, First Discovery. Michael looked at the chocolate merchants, and they nodded in confirmation. It is true, Michael. Our main customer base is mostly squires and knights from the order. They were the reason why chocolate spread so fast in Angora City, and why our products were quickly sold out after just a few days, said the veteran peddler. You don't know how popular chocolate is in our circle, said Sir John. After you guys left, chocolate became some sort of a mythical product in our city. Those who were able to buy one before it sold out were able to sell it for 10 times the original price they bought it for. Of course, most refused to sell it at all. After all, we didn't know when we were going to get chocolate again. Michael knew chocolate would be a bestseller, but he didn't know the reaction for it would be so maniacal. 10 times its original value. He wouldn't have believed it if not for the look of excitement and seriousness in the knight's eyes. The main customer base for chocolates is knights and squires, who spend the majority of their days training in grueling conditions to create the perfect body. They certainly wouldn't consume such a high-calorie food for nothing. That must mean that they get some sort of benefit from the chocolate. Do you feel different when consuming chocolate, like having the mana in your cores burst out in an unprecedented excitement? He asked the knight. Sir John didn't deny nor confirm Michael's question. Nothing that drastic, he said. We just feel a lot more energetic than before. The effects it gives us feels like a toned-down version of a cultivation pill, but a lot cheaper. Michael thought that they were feeling something like the sugar rush skill of the orcs, but it turned out that they were just feeling some sort of placebo effect from consuming a lot of sugar. Either way, it was still good that there were a lot of potential customers for chocolate. This is unbelievable. It turned out that chocolate came from the nation of Reborn. My squire's going to have a field day when they find out a huge shipment of chocolate is about to come. Seeing his excitement, Michael had to give him a free chocolate bar. You are all going to Angora City, correct? Then please allow me to escort you safely to your destination. With a knight by your side, no thief will ever have the courage to make plans on your goods, Sir John said with the bravado and confidence of a true knight. Will looked at Michael for his permission. Sure, go ahead. I'm planning on heading back to Neo-Orcus anyway. Sir John looked at Michael with a regretful look on his face. You are not joining us in Angora. I was hoping to introduce you to the other knights. They'll surely treat you and your compatriots well knowing that you created chocolate. I'll take you up on your offer, but I'll just catch up with you later. he said to the knight. Sir John didn't pursue it any further. Today is not a good day for traveling alone in the wilderness. The knights are preoccupied with something big, so the unscrupulous groups take this as a chance to prey on the weak and troubled. Michael was intrigued and pressed the knight with a question. Preoccupied with something big. Can I know about it? Sir John looked hesitant to spill the beans. But then, he looked at the chocolate bar in his hands and couldn't help but feel indebted to the young leader of the nation of Reborn. You must keep this a secret to others, he warned Michael. But there was a recent sighting of a discovery very near here. Details are still fuzzy, but there are talks of a tomb containing the inheritance of a legendary figure in ancient times. The Order is trying to keep this news contained for now, but there are already a lot of companies in Angora City preparing to participate in the campaign. Michael nodded with a blank expression, but even he couldn't help but be interested in this tomb inheritance. Any chance he could try and advance the progress in upgrading ChatJK3 was a risk he was willing to take. Progress to next update, 11.03%. Thank you for telling me, he said to the knight. No problem. This news would have spread through rumor anyway. No matter how much we try to hide this, it will always find its way to everybody's ears. Early in the morning, the chocolate merchants set off into the wilderness guided by Sir John. The knight almost pushed the carriage himself in excitement of getting the chocolates into Angora City. They said goodbyes to Michael, who stayed behind in their camp. Now that he was alone, Michael looked down on his shadow and summoned Fudge. Continue reading at my virtual library empire. At your service, master. Michael looked at the slime. You heard what the knight said last night, right? Fudge flashed a smug smile. Of course, master. Who do you think I am? I'm the best ninja in the world. Last night, I already sent out the shadow orcs to survey the wilderness for this supposed ancient tomb. It will only be a matter of time until we find it, I guarantee. Good job, he said to Fudge. Michael then sunk back down to his shadows and arrived back in Neo-Orcus, just behind the Rebornian engineers currently working on their project. Ah, boss, you got here just in time, said the Hobmanky engineer. We have already laid out a plan to start the Golden Road. They then showed Michael a blueprint, showing a top-down view of the nearby topography of Neo-Orcus, including the first destination of the Golden Road. What are we waiting for? Michael said to the Rebornians. Let's get this show on the road. Chapter 210 Adventurers. The construction of the new Golden Road was finally on its way. Rebornian engineers had already fixed the crevices and cracks on the ground, reinforcing it with steel bars to make sure that it wouldn't get destroyed by another earthquake again. If anyone visited Neo-Orcus at this time, they would see nothing but big trucks filled with rolling cement coming in and out of the town every single day. The only thing they needed to do now was to pour liquid concrete onto the ground and use a little bit of magic to quicken their hardening process. Michael helped a lot with this. Shayna and Umisu ended up finding out about the thieves incident a few days ago and were immediately angry at Michael and Fudge. They were talking about having a Dragonborn always present with him at all times as a precaution, so Michael had to escape from that conversation quickly. Master, good news. As Michael finished pouring cement into the ground, Fudge suddenly jumped out of his shadow and landed on his head. What is it? Did you find the tomb? He asked the ninja slime. Yes, we did, replied the excited Fudge. Foo. Nothing could be hidden in the shadows with us around. Michael conjured a ball of water in his hands and washed off all the dirt and cement in his hands. Show me, he said. Michael and Fudge both descended into the shadows, leaving the Rebornian construction workers to their jobs. As the two ascended from the shadows, Michael was immediately greeted with the sight of overgrown vines and moist grass all around him. It felt like he was in an Amazonian jungle, with 20-foot pythons lurking about in the wilderness. Aside from the obvious change in scenery, Michael observed the raucous mumblings echoing all around him. It didn't take a second for him to know that those were people talking to themselves, trying to keep their presence as small as possible. Michael and Fudge peeked around the tree and saw middle-aged men with scars around their bodies and their faces, wearing parts missing metal armor and a semi-decent weapon. They were giving off a hostile aura, something that didn't welcome any ridicule or disrespect. They were adventurers, and like most adventurers that Michael saw in anime, these people weren't that well off with regard to money. Despite the obvious dangers and risks that their jobs entailed, the clothes and armor they were wearing were severely below standard. It looked like something they just whipped up from a scrapyard. These adventurers were grouped up, some with many members totaling up to 20, while some only had 3 to 5 in their midst. Michael sensed the life mana in the area and judged that there must have been about 100 adventurers here right now. There was only one thing that would tempt an adventurer into a nondescript part of a jungle, and that was none other than treasure. They must have also heard about the tomb. Why are they all still here? Michael thought to himself. The treasure is first come first serve, so why are they not out there adventuring? Michael even saw a few groups camped out with full beds and tents set up on the outskirts of the jungle, and by the looks of it, they had been here for a couple of days as well. He wanted nothing more than to simply just walk right over to them and ask this question, but he knew that having an 11-year-old boy coming out of the jungle alone would raise some red flags to the cautious adventurers. Michael planned to show himself with the Dragonborns and some of the Rebornians later, but for now he had to stay in the shadows. Fudge, did you find out anything about the tomb? Has anyone entered it, or even found it at this point? The ninja slime grabbed Michael's head and moved it in the direction of a large group of adventurers on the far left. Michael hesitated to call them adventurers because of their decent attire. This group of 20-something people were practically shining in the middle of the jungle with their full metal armor gleaming in the sunlight. Master, I heard that nobody wants to enter the tomb for now because it's filled with a lot of deadly traps. The first few groups that entered never returned, only leaving behind corpses for the next group to stumble upon. And how did you find that out? Fudge pointed upwards, towards the crown of the tree, putting shade on the large group. There, Michael saw a large Orcanine orc just hanging on the branches, looking down on the group using no effort to hide himself. Michael slapped his own forehead. I don't even know what a ninja is anymore. We are the exemplary specimen, Master. Find more to read on my virtual library empire. Anyway, Michael sighed. Who is this group, and why are they being the subject of all the gossip and whisperings from the other adventurers? They seem to be part of Hammerstone Company, Master. I don't know much about them, but from what I could piece together from the other adventurers, they are on some sort of ranking or whatever. Golden 500. Yeah, Golden 500. I heard they are ranked 495th, meaning that they have the best chance of breaking through the tomb and reaching the inheritance. At least that's what I've heard. Michael didn't know much about this company, but he knew that he wanted to someday break through this Golden 500 ranking. He would have to ask more from Jimmy or Yuna if they knew more about this Hammerstone Company. For now, Michael had to go back. But just as he was about to descend back into the shadows, he heard a faint sound coming from the jungle. Ha! Help! A haggard adventurer with his entire lower leg turned into nothing but red flesh came rushing out towards the group of adventurers. Legs! We need leggings! He screamed, before eventually collapsing into the ground. Chapter 211 Acid Proof. Michael immediately signaled Fudge to move in closer to the ailing adventurer. An unsuspecting shadow slithered through the ground without arousing any suspicion, which was easy because everyone's attention was on the adventurer lying helplessly on the grass. Whoa, what happened to him? Another impatient bastard bites the dust. That's why I said we shouldn't go in before the knights arrive. Are you kidding? By the time they arrive, they'll have scooped up any treasure in the tomb. The adventurers got too caught up in their squabble, which allowed Fudge to inhabit the shadow of the fallen man. How is it? Michael asked Fudge. A small bit of the slime's head peeked back up from Michael's shadow, shaking its head. He's gone, Master. Michael was going to try and help the unfortunate guy, but he was too late. The man had already used up the last of his remaining life mana to warn the other adventurers of the dangers in the discovered tomb. Clear out, everybody. Give the man some space. A commanding voice from a bald man wearing bulky red armor carved through the nosy adventurers. Now, as a group of rebels, it was in their nature to never take commands from other people. But as they were about to yell at the guy for saying such audacious words, they realized the insignia borne on his right chest plate. Hammerstone Company. The unruly adventurers ended up backing down in front of the 20-something fighters from the 495th-ranked Hammerstone Company. They knew they were outclassed just from the clink sound of their armor alone. Do we know what happened to him? Asked the bald man, clearly the leader of the whole group. His legs are in terrible shape. It's a miracle he was able to even get out of the tomb. Michael couldn't hold in his curiosity any longer. He turned his entire body into a shadow and glided through the backs of unsuspecting adventurers until he reached a large tree overlooking the whole situation below. Coincidentally, the best view he could get of the whole situation was by hanging onto a branch on the tree directly above the adventurers. I owe the shadow orcs an apology. This is actually quite a stealthy way to eavesdrop on someone. Michael looked down at the corpse below, expecting to see only dark mana permeating the body. But instead he also saw large chunks of poison mana on it, specifically the legs. Poison, K3. Can you find out the cause of death? I've seen traces of some kind of acid present on the corpse. Look at his chest plate, the bald man from Hammerstone said curiously. It's barely scratched. It's the complete opposite of his lower body, which seems to have been eaten through the bone. Some kind of acid or poison, maybe. The other experienced adventurers drew their own conclusions, not that much different from the bald man's guess. That means the tomb has an acid section that must be traversed, and this unfortunate soul didn't have any protection at all for it. That's why it's important to have leg armor. Everyone thought that the man foolishly tried to swim through acid with nothing but leather boots and a can-do attitude. Wait, I know him, said one of the adventurers. He did have leg armor on, and it's full-on steel armor as well. If the man's words were to be believed, then this meant that his leg steel armor did nothing to protect him from the acid. That's why he said we need legs or leggings, Michael thought. I'm guessing this acid could permeate through the smallest of crevices in the leg armor, which they didn't anticipate. Michael looked at the bald man, and saw his eyes gleam with understanding as well. We know now that to storm the tomb, one must have strong metal leggings to withstand the acid, the bald man said. It didn't take long for the other adventurers to see through the meaning behind his words. Experience tales at my virtual library empire. Slowly, they began to walk away from the forest, with only one thing in mind: searching for the best steel boot leggings money could buy. If they were to get their hands on leggings like that, then it was more than possible that they would be the first ones to get through to the treasure room of the tomb. The problem now would be to find a blacksmith good enough to create such a craft. Michael listened in on the conversation of an adventurer group planning on going back to Angora City to find a blacksmith. Where are we going to find a blacksmith that can create something this fast? How about Hammerstone? Surely they have a lot of metal leggings to sell. Let's buy from them, even if we have to pawn off some of our stuff. No. Didn't you see them out here? They don't plan to share the tomb with anybody else. I'm betting that they won't be selling any leggings in Angora City by tomorrow. They'll hoard it for themselves, I guarantee it. After being a good ninja, as Fudge liked to call it, Michael found out that the Hammerstone was a blacksmith company. It made sense, seeing as how well-equipped their fighters were. And he also thought that the adventurers had a point. Hammerstone would definitely keep acid-proof leggings to themselves for this tomb campaign. What should we do, Master? Fudge said, returning to Michael's shadow. As much as I hate to admit it, those scaly meanies can enter the tomb by themselves. It wasn't just the Dragonborns. Was sure that any Rebornian could bypass the acid section of the tomb quite easily. They had a lesser unity defense, after all. But Michael wasn't just thinking about the tomb and its treasures. Instead, he was also thinking about a way to spread the Reborn Company and the new Golden Road to a much wider customer base. He reached down into his shadow, letting part of his hand reach Neo-Orcs, as he picked up one of the blueprints for the Golden Road project. As he observed the outskirts of Neo-Orcus on the map, Michael's eyes latched onto the jungle portion of the territory. K3, use this map as a reference to tell me my exact location. Very well. Scanning your surroundings? Complete. Just then, a small light suddenly appeared on the blueprint, just on the borderline of the paper. That was his current location on the map. Coincidentally enough, the location of the tomb was very near and close to the path of the new Golden Road. Come follow me, Michael said to Fudge. Where are we going? We're taking a little visit back to the parched lands. We need the dwarves' help on this. Michael was planning on becoming the main supplier for the adventurers. This would be a tremendous opportunity for the Reborn Company. He would supply not only acid-proof leggings, but also food, armor, weapons, and other such necessities for the campaign. This would earn him a lot of reputation within the adventuring community. But of course, Michael wasn't planning on just letting the adventurers have the tomb for themselves. While selling the leggings for the adventurers, he was also planning on diving into it himself and getting the treasures inside. It was a double win. Chapter 212, Blacksmith's Accomplishment. In preparation for this whole campaign, Michael visited the blacksmith workshop in the parched lands once again. He was greeted by Thrain and the rest of the ancient dwarves with excited smiles. They almost couldn't contain their excitement as they showed Michael what they had been working on for the past few weeks. Boss, welcome back. You missed a lot when you were gone. Barkus got married. I was able to hit a home run. We were finally able to solve the mystery of the multi-elemental mithril artifact. Thrain picked up a glowing arm brace from his furnace and shoved it in the water, whistling a satisfying tish as its internal temperature shot back down to normal. A few seconds later, showed Michael the finished product. The uni-elemental mithril artifacts that they had created before, the ones that were only good if they only had one element in them, had the appearance of a glass sculpture with a glowing light in its core. It certainly looked good for wands and other such delicate weapons, but it looked a little bit too brittle for offensive weapons and armor. But now, this multi-elemental mithril artifact looked a little bit more opaque, with a milky white appearance with the frequent red, blue, and yellow glints of light shining through the surface. Fire, water, and earth mana, Michael said, listing off the mana in his body that was reacting crazily from the appearance of the mithril artifact. How did you bypass the need for a transmutation spell? He asked them. We had a little help from the Dwarven Kingdom, boss. Turns out they have an old-school smithing technique that can replicate the effects of a transformation spell. They showed him the technique involving only dwarf-specific skills and unique tools from the very ancient treasure room of the king himself. Michael didn't know why he hadn't thought to ask Biru, the Dwarven King, in the first place. There was a reason why they were renowned for their smithing technique back in the past, and even in the present as well. Congratulations. Looks like we can finally mass-produce these mithril artifacts for the Rebornians. The ancient dwarves shouted their joy, clinking their hammers on their anvils to express their excitement. This new iteration of the mithril artifact, hereby named Ver, too, would be better suited for the Dragonborns and the Shadow Orcs, who mainly used physical arts spells in their day-to-day lives. In short, these would benefit the Rebornian fighters tremendously. A mithril artifact Ver. 2 only boosted the magic power of spells by 10% or less, which was low compared to the 30% boosted effects of the original version. However, this new version now allowed its users to boost multiple mana cores, not just one. So in truth, they would actually be boosted by about 40 to 50%. Of course, for Rebornians who didn't go out much, like the engineers, the famers, and other production-related jobs, it would be much better for them, if they just used the first version of the mithril artifact. That way, they would get a 30% boost in stats, and just switch artifacts whenever they needed a new elemental mana boosted. For the Dragonborns and the Shadow Orcs who needed to always be prepared, especially in the upcoming campaign in the tomb, they didn't have the luxury to change artifacts while in the middle of fighting. So the second version would be much more fitting for them. Our next project is to now create mithril artifact ver. 2 for each Dragonborn and Shadow Orc, Michael said to the dwarves. I'll handle the Dragonborns, you guys do the orcs. Thrain and the others hadn't met the orcs yet, so Michael summoned an Orcanine and Orcupine orc from his shadow, and had their measurements taken by the dwarves. While they were working on that, Michael continued working on the armor for the Dragonborns. He had to take into account their personal preferences and their unique powers in creating these customized sets. Chat JK3. Plan the best armor set for the Dragonborns. Understood. Creating suitable weapons and armor. Complete. After about a few days of non-stop work, Michael was finally finished with different sets of mithril artifacts. The ancient dwarves couldn't stop praising Michael for his quickness, but in truth, most of the hard work was already done by Chat JK3. He just had to swing the hammer in the correct spot each time. Heck, he didn't even have to swing. Magic was all that was needed. After taking a break, he approached the dwarves and asked them about their other products. Can you make acid-proof leggings? He asked them. The ancient dwarves almost scoffed at the question. Of course, boss. All leggings should be acid-proof, or else they wouldn't even be armor in the first place. Of course, the standards of dwarves were extremely high compared to normal humans. Why do you need it, boss? Michael told them about his plans to sell armor to the adventurers. Thrain scratched his beard, contemplating. We can do it, boss, but it will take time away from making mithril artifacts. The boss fudge keeps on bugging us about their new ninja outfits. Michael nodded, understanding their concern. These ancient dwarves were way too overqualified for the job, especially for something just to be sold to adventurers. They wouldn't be able to buy even one pair of boots if Michael sold Thrain's handmade crafts. He had to go to the normal blacksmiths of the nation of Reborn. They were good, but not as good as the ancient dwarves whose blood could even be compared with lava. Boss, I hear you want us to make some leggings. A satyr blacksmith approached Michael. Yup. As a matter of fact, those look good, Michael said as he pointed at the armor sets just strewn around haphazardly in the smithy. Are you sure, boss? These are just the rejects from our students. It barely passes as armor. Michael couldn't help but chuckle. Even their reject armor was at least 2 times better than the best armor he saw from the adventurers. These would definitely be enough to satisfy their needs, without it being too pricey for them to not be able to afford. Send all of these armors to Neo-Orcus. All of them, he said to the blacksmiths. It was then quickly arranged for these tons and tons of reject armor to be transported to the Queen's region through the railway. And since this was a request directly from Michael himself, the armors were quickly given very important person treatment and shipped off to the next train leaving the nation of Reborn. Michael arrived back in Neo-Orcus and immediately moved to the Golden Road project. He was gladdened by the progress he saw. The previous crevice-filled, cracked and degraded stone road was no longer present. It was now replaced by a flat concrete road leading directly to the horizon. Of course, the work had just barely started, but it was good that they had finally stepped off Neo-Orcus and were heading to its next destination. How's the progress? He asked the Rebornian engineer. It's good, boss. I'm guessing that by tomorrow, we can reach the jungle area, just on the outskirts of the tomb. Chapter 213. Reborn Armory. Meanwhile, the campaign for the discovered tomb has been getting more and more traction lately. As Sir John said, the rumor was quickly getting spread through the grapevine, even though the Order was keeping the information under tight wraps. As long as the adventurers smelled even a whiff of money, they would come swarming in even hungrier than a shark in blood-filled water. However, the progress in the tomb had come to a standstill. After a few more deaths by acid, the adventurers refused to enter without any proper defensive measures. Some returned to Angora City, hoping to be the first ones to purchase leggings from the best blacksmiths. Unfortunately for them, it seemed that the premier armory in the city owned by the Hammerstone Company coincidentally suffered a shortage of leggings to sell. It was also a coincidence that their fighting group was showing signs of preparation for the tomb. They were taking advantage of their monopoly in gear to become the first people to explore the tomb. Eventually, some ended up returning to the tomb with nothing but rusted boots and guts of steel. One such group, made of 4 slightly inexperienced adventurers, returned to the tomb with almost no hope left in their name. As no-names, they certainly didn't have any connections to established blacksmiths that would hook them up with acid-proof leggings like some high-class adventurers. After another scream echoed in the jungle that signaled another death in the tomb, the group decided to call it quits and return home. However, when they were about to leave for Angora City, one of them suddenly spotted something out of the corner of his eye. There was a slight glint in his vision. "What's that?" he said loudly to his group, which caught all of their attention. They all turned around and slowly walked over to this strange sight. And lo and behold, they saw something completely out of their expectations. There was actually a small house right here in the middle of the jungle. Huh? Was this always here? The structure was just large enough to be called a home, with a roof and 4 walls. It was bare bones, with no decoration or paint around it. And if it didn't have any sharp edges, they would have thought that it was just a large boulder. They didn't recognize the material. It looked like stone but was way too smooth to be one. Maybe it's part of the tomb? A human woman suddenly opened the door from the inside and greeted the weary adventurers. No, it looks modern. And look at that, there's light inside. As they slowly walked over to the front of the house, they finally saw part of its interior through the looking glass beside the double doors. They all looked up at the signage carved in stone. It said, Reborn Armory. The adventurers couldn't believe their eyes. They would have never expected to see an armory in the middle of nowhere. They had half a mind to consider this as a trap, just like seeing a puddle of water in the desert. They thought that this armory was nothing but a mirage. After all, just when they were wondering where they could get armor from, this building suddenly popped up without any warning at all. Should we come in? What if it's a trap? But look! Leggings, armors! They couldn't help but squeeze themselves through the window as they peeked at the goods inside. Ahem. Welcome to our armory. She gestured for them to come inside with her warm expression and inviting smile. Boss Michael, we have customers, she shouted back. Michael ascended from the other side of the counter with a smile on his face. Michael oversaw the construction of the Golden Road right until the very edge of the jungle area. There, he instructed the engineers to create a little shop to set up their armory. It was near enough to the tomb so that the adventurers could stumble upon it accidentally, while still being close enough to the Golden Road that they could easily replenish their products through automobile trucks. With Michael's magic, it took barely 2 days for the armory to be completed. It was simple but quaint. With the structure done, he just had to stock up the shipment of Rebornian reject armors inside. Of course, he made sure to add more than just armor. He stocked up on everything an adventurer would need in a campaign, such as rations, tents, torches, bedrolls, and other such equipment. It didn't even take long before their very first customers arrived. Boss Michael, we have customers. She was a Neo-Orcus local who helped him take care of the armory while he was away. Once he heard her voice, he immediately transported himself to the armory to welcome the first customers. Excuse me, a youthful adventurer said. But, is this really an armory? Of course. You can buy anything you need here, he said to them. The adventurers didn't speak anymore and simply just admired all the products hanging on the shelves. They couldn't help but show a face of shock as they saw their reflections from the smooth armor. I don't even think those fighters from the Hammerstone group have this amazing armor, one of them said. I can't believe the quality of the swords here. It looks the same as those dwarven equipment in the black markets. They were too amazed at the armor to even question the fact that an 11-year-old boy owned an armory in the middle of the jungle. Oh my god, those are steel leggings. One of them finally chanced upon the armor that Michael set up. Look at the craftsmanship on this. There's no seams. This is acid-proof. We have to get this. This could be our chance to finally break through to the tomb. A palpable excitement spread across the adventurers. They immediately brought out all the gold they had on them and pushed it on the desk. Even though they had to fork up their savings, it was worth it to get these leggings. Thank you, Michael's attendant said. Please come again. After the adventurers left, Michael smiled to himself. Good, now we just have to wait. A day later, 5 groups of adventurers came inside the Reborn Armory. Just like the previous group, they had also stumbled upon this by accident and were curious as to what it was. And when they saw the leggings on sale, they immediately bought them without any consideration. By the second day, there had been rumors that a few groups had been able to cross the acid part of the tomb safely. This became a sensation among the adventurer circles, especially since the people who had successfully journeyed through the acid were no names. And when they asked around, more people found out about this supposed armory in the middle of the jungle. Of course, most people didn't believe it was true. But when they investigated it themselves, they quickly found out the truth. And so the Reborn Armory slowly gained a reputation from the adventurers. With the Hammerstone Company preventing anyone from buying any legging armor, this was the only place they could obtain one for their campaign. By the 5th day, almost half of the people camping by the tomb were wearing armor with the distinct R symbol of the Reborn Company stamped on its side. Chapter 214, Reborn Armory Advantages. Michael and Fudge both kept on monitoring the situation in the tomb, secretly eavesdropping on the conversations happening all around. It was quite funny that not once did these cautious and experienced adventurers look up at the sky. If they did, then they would see orcs and shadows perched up on the branches, not making any attempt at hiding their humongous bodies. Where did you get that chest plate? Mine got dented after going through an arrow trap, but yours is squeaky clean. There's barely a scratch. The adventurer wearing armor with the symbol R carved on his right chest looked around, hesitating to tell it so publicly. To tell you the truth, I'm tempted to gatekeep where I got this armor. I don't want it to get sold out so easily. In fact, this is the last armor that was in stock yesterday, so I got lucky. Come on, just tell us. After getting pressured by his friends, the adventurer eventually relented. Fine, follow me. Michael watched this kind of scene unfold multiple times just this day already. Slowly, the Reborn armory was getting spread through word of mouth from the adventurers, leading them to discover the workshop. He then looked down on his shadow and said, Mary, there's going to be some adventurers coming your way. Welcome them, please? He was talking to Mary, the caretaker of the Reborn armory. All right, boss. I just finished stocking up our wares, she replied, with her voice coming out of Michael's shadow. A couple of minutes later, those adventurers arrived at the Reborn armory, where they were immediately welcomed by a homely-looking woman. Whoa! Where did this place come from? Look at all these armor and weapons. It's even better than the ones in Angora City. I'll even dare say that this is better than the ones sold by Hammerstone. The adventurer, who led his friends into the armory, stood there dumbstruck as he looked at the rows and rows of the same chestplate that he had just purchased yesterday. I don't believe it, he said. Yesterday, this was the last chestplate they had, and as he looked around, he realized that their most popular item being sold, the acid-proof leggings, had already been fully restocked. By the time he got here yesterday, they were all already sold out. Excuse me, miss. How fast do you guys restock? The attendant just smiled and just had one simple explanation for them. It's because we are the Reborn company, she said. The adventurers showed an expression of unfamiliarity. But from now on, the name Reborn would get stuck in their minds. The adventurers quickly bought all the equipment they could afford. Even though the prices were a little steep for their liking, the fact that they could buy it in the first place was already a privilege that they were thankful for. We can't even buy this stuff if we're not a member of the Hammerstone Company. The quality is better too. Whoa, this says that we can create fire just by striking this match. We can finally have a torch anywhere we want. Come on, let's try this out in the tomb. The adventurers left the Reborn armory with their new glistening armor and equipment. Of course, Fudge sent his clones to monitor the adventurers. From what I hear, the acid portion of the tomb is just the halfway point of the exploration, Michael thought to himself. But thanks to our leggings, people can finally explore further. There were plenty of rooms and caves that had diverging paths, with some leading to a dead end with traps, or some just looping back at the start. It seemed that some of the real pathways led into a big chamber, with nothing but a lake of acid preventing the adventurers from advancing further. Michael even heard that the acid lake had varying degrees of depth, with only one true path being shallow enough for a person to walk through with just their legs getting soaked, hence the need for acid-proof leggings. From the rate of progression of the tomb's exploration, it would probably take another month before the tomb was fully mapped out and the treasure room was discovered. Of course, Michael heard this from the adventurers, who heard it from another source, who heard it from the Knights of the Order, so the credibility of the news was still a little bit hazy. But it seemed accurate enough. At least K3 seemed to think so based on the size of the abnormal earth manna on the ground, which Michael thought to be the whole size of the tomb itself. And from what he could see, the acid room was barely halfway to the end. It was probably the reason why the Knights from the Order hadn't arrived yet. They wanted the adventurers to do all the legwork for them, not risking their lives and letting others map out the tomb. But as a consolation prize, these adventurers did find some treasures here and there that made it all worth it. Oh, look, master, Fudge said as he pointed in the distance. There's a group of adventurers returning from the tomb. Hee, their armor is toast. Michael watched as the disappointed adventurers limped out of the mouth of the cave, with their weapons and armor chipped and dented. Damn, we're going to have to return to Angora City to resupply. It'll take us a week to return here. Maybe it'll all be too late by then. We can't fight for the main treasure room, but I thought we'd at least get some from the other rooms. Just then, they were approached by a female adventurer. She pointed at the R symbol on her chestplate, and then pointed towards the jungle, where the Reborn armory was located. Michael didn't even have to listen to their conversation to know what happened. Word of mouth once again did its work. About half an hour later, those same adventurers returned to the mouth of the cave with entirely new weapons and armor, as well as a couple of new hiking and exploring equipment, which all had the R symbol printed on it. This was how the Reborn armory became the premier store for these adventurers. Not only was the quality good, but it was also placed extremely close to the tomb, saving them a lot of time and effort. The fact that they could restock their inventory in just a single day was also incredibly impressive, causing the adventurers to wonder if they had some sort of pocket dimension hidden somewhere in the armory. Of course, it was all thanks to the automobiles coming from Neo Orcus via the newly constructed Golden Road, which no company could even hold a candle to. A day later, the gossip and conversations from the adventurers in their camps became alit with new topics. The Hammerstone Company adventurers finally returned to the tomb. They had just returned from Angora City after the whole acid incident, and they expected the tomb to be a lot less populated because of the lack of acid-proof leggings. But they were quickly stunned by the fact that almost all the adventurers, whether they be no-names or not, were fully equipped with new armor and weapon sets. Not only that, but the tomb had been explored much further than the Acid Lake portion. They were actually behind in progression. Chapter 215, Tomb's Final Call. Master, you should have seen the look on their faces, Fudge said, telling the story to Michael about how the Hammerstone group was completely caught off guard by the current events. Tell it to Master, Narito and Sasuke. The former Orcanine and Orcupine chieftain ascended from the shadows and showed themselves to Michael. Fudge took it upon himself to name the two dignified chieftains as Narito and Sasuke, which was extremely similar to the anime characters in his previous life. The orcs didn't mind it at all and embraced their new name. After all, they had no name back when they were unevolved. They simply referred to each other through the unique sound they produced from their bodies. The Orcanines slapped their thighs, and the Orcanines strummed their quills. Butch, the leader of the Hammerstone group, had his people investigate the cause and found our armory, reported Narito, the Orcanine chief. Ahem, you were leaving a lot of stuff out, said Sasuke, the Orcupine chief, with a competitive spite. He already sent out a messenger to deliver the news back to Angora City. I had my subordinates follow their shadows and find out more. I wasn't done talking, Narito grunted. I was just about to report that to our boss. Why do you always undermine me? I wasn't. I was making sure that our boss got the truth. It is simply your pride thinking that you. Michael had to appease the two from bickering any further. So what did the Hammerstone company do? They're planning on competing with us by allowing their customers to buy their acid-proof leggings again. Ha! They tried to keep it for themselves. But seeing as everyone is buying leggings from us, they quickly changed their tactics. Fudge was quite proud of what the Reborn armory was able to do. According to our ninja orcs, they are also planning on establishing a temporary armory in the jungle. They are building it now as we speak, Narito said. True enough, a couple of days later, Michael took a look for himself and saw a makeshift wooden cabin on the opposite side of the Reborn armory. It had the insignia of the Hammerstone Company, manned by their employees. It was shabby and devoid of any decorations due to how rushed they had to build it, but it did its job. It displayed all the available Hammerstone armor and weapon sets anyone can purchase. However, they found that business was a little bit slower than they were expecting. No one was buying from their stall. This was all because the adventurers had gotten used to buying and using Reborn products. In short, they were too late. Not only that, but their quality was a little bit lesser than that of the Reborn armory while still being a lot more expensive. Butch, the bald leader of the Hammerstone adventurers who wore the fiery red armor set, had to lower the prices a lot to compete with the Reborn armory. They slashed it by about 40%, making it cheaper than the Reborn products. This led them to finally gain customers. As the exploration in the tomb progressed further and further, the traps and dangers increased, leading to more wrecked armor needing to be replaced. Treasures found within became even more and more valuable, which tempted more explorers despite the increased risk. This led to a boom in new adventurers coming in from different territories, who all needed proper equipment to brave the tomb. Due to this, the makeshift Hammerstone armory store found a problem. Their supply wasn't keeping up with the demand. Their wares would get sold out not even a day after they resupplied. Normally, this would be a cause for celebration for them. However, this meant that they were losing out on a lot of customers willing to spend all their gold coins in this campaign. All those disappointed people who left their armory empty-handed went over to the opposite side of the tomb, to their competitor, the Reborn armory. And somehow, that company never experienced this kind of problem at all. They were always filled with supplies despite having 20 adventurers buying acid-proof leggings every day. Where did this company come from? They resupply their products too fast. The Hammerstone adventurers looked over the map of the Queen's region and found no city anywhere near the tomb. The closest was Angora City. Maybe they come from this place, Orcus Town, someone said, pointing at the edge of the Queen's region. I heard that place is a ghost town, ruined beyond repair, and even if they are from there, it will take at least a week to resupply their wares. They must be super close to be able to refresh their stock so fast. Butch had to calm his subordinates down. This is fine, he said to them in a commanding voice. We are not here to sell armor and weapons. We are here to explore the tomb in its entirety. Our bosses need us to be the first ones to complete the tomb so that our company gets published in the newspapers. If we do, we can finally break through and achieve that 494th spot. Nearly a month after the acid incident, the tomb had now been explored by about 90%. There were a couple of fortunate adventurers who discovered a hidden treasure room, but no gemstone or gold bars could compare to the ultimate prize at the end of the final door to the tomb. This was when the Order of the Heavenly Knights finally sent in their own group of adventurers. Everyone in camp was awoken by the sound of clinking and clanking as 10 or so full-armored knights came into the entrance of the cave. Whoa, they sent in no squires. This is serious. That means they are all 4-star fighters at the minimum. Look, that's Sir John. He's a 5-star knight. This signaled to the adventurers. The campaign for the tomb was nearing its closure. Now that the knights had appeared, they were sure to complete the exploration of the tomb by tomorrow at the latest. If anyone wanted to join the campaign, then this would be the last chance they would get. So a lot of adventurers gathered at the mouth of the cave, just behind the knights led by Sir John. Of course, most of these adventurers knew that they would probably not get anything valuable from the main treasure room. After all, they were competing with the knights as well as the Hammerstone group, who held their own against the best. Who do you think will be the eventual winner? I'm betting on Sir John. He's a knight. Here you are again being a mega fan of the order. I think it's going to be the Hammerstone Company. Did you know that their leader Butch has a secret weapon? I heard that his gauntlets have a small piece of mithril relic embedded inside. Please, it's not all about strength, you know. The tomb could still have some tricks and traps up its sleeve. I think that the 4-star Infernal Adventurers or the 3-star Bears group will have the best shot at getting to the treasure room. They have the most experience with this sort of stuff. While most of these adventurers were debating with each other, a completely unfamiliar group arrived from the back made up of one 11-year-old child and 4 dragon-like individuals. Chapter 216. Exploring the Tomb. Michael initially wanted to explore the tomb by himself, but of course, Shayna had to intervene and invited themselves on this campaign as well. Now this whole exploration of the tomb became some sort of field trip for the siblings. Despite the inherent dangers and risks that they would face in the tomb, the Dragonborns treated it as nothing more than light work. And it was not without merit. Their fighting techniques had improved far beyond normal after months of training with Agnes. And so, Michael and the Dragonborns arrived on the mouth of the cave along with about 100 or more adventurers waiting as well. Just like others, they waited behind the group of knights in the front line. As the knights moved, the adventurers moved as well. Even though Michael had spent about a month focused on this campaign, he had yet to see it with his own eyes. This would be the first. The very entrance of the cave looked like it was born from the ruins of a once great civilization. Michael compared it to the Mayan infrastructures back in his previous life that had sunk deep into the ground. It was mostly made out of stone bricks, which used to hold such great architecture, but was now filled with moss and grass. The whole tomb itself was underground. Michael suspected that the original tomb had been swallowed up by a large crevice on the ground due to the intense earthquakes throughout the years. The fact that the broken structures littered on the ground were reminiscent of roofs gave more credence to that theory. Michael and the Dragonborns followed the adventurers inside, and saw a large open cave structure, which was a mix of stalactites and stone bricks fused together. The whole cavern was lit up by the torches of the adventurers, letting Michael see the broken statues and pillars on the ground. Fudge, what kind of tomb is this? The violet slime dripped down from the stalactites above, and landed on Michael's head. I heard that it's the resting place of a renowned general of some kind. Michael believed that since it would explain why the Knights of the Order were so interested in the tomb in the first place. As they advanced further down the cavern, the whole structure narrowed down and forced them to choose between 10 different openings. The right choice had already been marked by the previous adventurers, so everyone easily passed the first trap. This made the tomb relatively safe, which made the Dragonborns a little bored. Even Shayna, who was always serious, ended up sharpening her arrows while walking. Yaku, the eldest of the bunch, couldn't help but yawn and drag his feet on the cracked stone brick flooring as he followed the adventurers. Umisu, on the other hand, let herself fall behind because she was incredibly shy from all the adventures in front of her. Meanwhile, Zion was the complete opposite. The energetic little Dragonborn couldn't help but catch up to some of the adventurers up in front of, and chat with them. He began to bombard the adventurers with a lot of questions about their previous experiences and their hardships from before. And the tunnel they were going through wasn't that big, so his voice was booming and echoing through the whole pathway. It was only now that some of the adventurers noticed Michael's peculiar group. Michael could see that the adventurers were a little bit confused as they looked at their group. First of all, they had never seen a Dragonborn before, and secondly, they didn't expect to see a child accompanying them as well. It finally came to a point where one of them had to ask, "Excuse me, who are you?" Zion smiled and proudly announced, "I am Zion, and we are from the nation of Reborn." His answer was met with a lot of blank faces, as they tried their hardest to recall their geography classes. But no matter how hard they tried, they had never heard of this nation before. Wait, Reborn? Why does that sound familiar? It was only when the adventurer looked down at his chest with the intricate R symbol imprinted on it that he finally connected the dots. Reborn Armory? Do you guys own that? Oh yeah. Our boss owns that, Zion said as he pointed to the golden-haired kid walking behind. The adventurers who overheard their conversation ended up stopping right in the middle of the winding stone brick tunnels, creating a traffic jam. Reborn Armory? You guys are the one to thank for saving my life. If it weren't for this helmet, my head would have been skewered by now. Me too. And it's also thanks to their matchsticks that I was able to survive the cold night when I got stranded in one of the rooms. Hey, tell me how you guys create these armors so fast. It's as if you just magic their existence. Michael and the Dragonborns were swarmed with these curious adventurers. They asked all sorts of questions about the Reborn Company, and how impressed they were at their smithing capabilities. Of course, these people thought that they were purely a smithing business like the Hammerstone Company. So, Shayna had to explain to them that it was just one part of their product line. This led them to bombard them with even more questions. But Shayna wasn't entertaining any of them until they continued to walk further, or else they were getting completely left behind. And so, as they continued to progress through the tomb, some of the adventurers finally noticed the abnormal physical abilities of the Dragonborns. They jumped through pitfalls with barely no effort. They showed no care as arrows shot past their faces from hidden wall traps, and they were doing all of that while conversing with each other like they were just walking through normal ground. Who are these people? They're stronger than they look. What do you think, 3-star fighters? I think they're 4-star fighters. Either way, how did the Reborn company get these elite fighters from out of nowhere? I've never even seen their species before. The adventurers were even more surprised as they reached the acid lake portion of the tomb. Most of the experienced explorers carefully followed the one before them, wading through the acid with their legs fully submerged under it. They stepped carefully, making sure to never walk a step away from the established path, or else they would risk sinking into their death. However, as the Dragonborns entered the water, a prismatic shield suddenly manifested around them and allowed them to essentially walk over the whole lake. The acid tried to eat through the shield, but there was some sort of magical property within it that destroyed the acid entirely as it tried to push through. What the hell? What kind of defensive spell is that? Is their armor magical? I'm super envious. That's gotta be a secret defensive spell from their company. Where did this Reborn come from and why are they so powerful? And the supposed leader of this company, the 11-year-old boy with blonde hair, simply floated in the air and bypassed the lake entirely. A 4-star spell. Just like that. Chapter 217 Final Double Doors. After journeying for hours and hours into the tomb, ducking through semi-collapsed terrain, squeezing through tight walls, and even jumping 3 meters across a black abyss, the whole adventurer group finally arrived at the supposed last room of the tomb. So, the last obstacle from the treasure room, because the large, gigantic double doors were intricately carved with depictions of a man's heroic triumph against a whole army of monsters. This is it. General Grievous' final resting place. Sir John's words were directly transmitted to Michael's shadow, courtesy of none other than Fudge, the good ninja. Meanwhile, another voice came through the shadows. This time, the voice was more commanding. It was Butch, the leader of the Hammerstone adventurers. Remember, we care not for the treasures inside, but the triumph of its first exploration. The Hammerstone group's reputation rests solely on our shoulders. We shall make them proud. Fudge had eyes and ears everywhere inside the tomb, allowing Michael to hear everyone's strategies and preparations for the upcoming final door. This was a little bit strange for Michael to hear, because he thought that everyone would push themselves to try and be the first ones to open the door. Yet, from the look on their faces, it seemed like they were all hesitant to be the first ones in. Oh look, Master! All the leaders are gathering in one spot. Sir John, the representative of the Knights, took charge and gathered all of the other large names in the group. Butch joined him, as well as 2 other leaders from the most prominent adventuring groups in the campaign, the Infernal Adventurers and the Bears group. These 4 leaders talked amongst each other and planned their respective roles in the upcoming event. Shayna walked up to Michael. Shall I insist that you be included in their meeting, Lord Michael? It is only fair. She sounded a bit upset at the others for neglecting to include Michael, as if they knew he was even here in the first place. It's fine, he said. I don't want to interfere in their plans. After all, I've got plans of my own. Michael scanned the whole chamber, with his normal eyes seeing stone brick walls swallowed up by mud and soil. It looked like everything was normal. Yet, with his supreme sensitivity to mana, Michael was sensing that there was some sort of spell hidden inside this very chamber itself. All he should be seeing was earth mana randomly present in the walls, but curiously, he saw unnatural crystallized formations that should not be naturally made. Someone manipulated the walls of the chamber to make it look like a normal room. Chat JK3. Can you decipher the magic theory behind this mystery? Michael even went to the wall and physically touched the recessed stone brick wall, feeling the wetness of the moss growing on its cracks. It certainly did feel real, yet Michael knew it was all an illusion. The result of the abnormality in mana is due to the effects of a high-star magic spell casted 1,000 years ago. It will take approximately 10 hours to analyze the structure. Progress, 0.1%. Meanwhile, as J3 examined the abnormality within the room, the 4 leaders began their discussion. Michael listened to their conversation through Fudge. In short, the reason why they were all hesitant in opening the final door was because they were expecting monsters to welcome them inside. It had been known through different expeditions of ancient-era tombs that the final door to the treasure room was guarded by creatures of varying degrees of difficulty. Nobody knew if these creatures were purposefully placed there by its creator in order to deter any grave robbers, or they were just naturally occurring monsters born from the bountiful mana present inside. Either way, they were not something that a single adventuring party could fight alone. So John expected there to be 4 high-level monsters hiding inside. He shared this guess with the other leaders, and hoped that each of their parties would deal with one monster. Whoever finished their monster the fastest would be able to reach the treasure room first. It was an equal responsibility for all, so this decision was quickly accepted. Even the normal adventurers who just tagged along with the 4 big groups accepted the fact that they would never be able to compete with them. They would have to be satisfied with fighting off the small fry monsters and harvesting their materials. After about an hour of preparation, Sir John finally pushed the double doors. It only took a slight bit of force before the whole thing swung wide open, revealing the hidden creatures lurking on the inside. Sweat eyes flashed in the room as large jaguar-like monsters pounced towards the adventurers, snarling their sharp black teeth to the rude humans who awakened their sleep. These monsters were large, about the size of an adult elephant, with tusks not that much smaller than that of a woolly mammoth. Their bodies radiated necrotic energy, as their whole bodies looked to be on the brink of decay. Their gray and black bodies blended well with the dim lighting of the tomb, almost making them disappear into the darkness, if not for their shining red eyes always staring at the small humans. The knights and the adventurers readied their weapons and cast their defensive spells. Everyone had put on a serious face, except for a few dragonborn on the back who shouted woo in excitement. As they planned from the start, Sir John and his medley of knights took on one of the large undead jaguars. He did not hold back as he used the 5-star physical art spell called Mountain Crushing Axe, cleaving a large part of the monster's shoulder. The rest of his knights followed suit, brandishing their swords and distracting the jaguar while the rest attacked with coordinated moves. Their well-practiced teamwork allowed them to systematically dismantle the giant undead jaguar. Whoa! As expected of Sir John, that's the reason why he's one of the best. Damn, I wish I was a knight. Their spells are so cool. I want to know the way of the axe too. But look, they're not the only ones showing off. On the other side, Butch and the rest of his Hammerstone comrades fought their monster using their advantage in equipment. They may not be as coordinated as the knights, but they could take a hell of a lot more beating, especially with the fiery armory sets they were all wearing. Butch, in particular, bullied the monster through an unrelenting barrage of punches. With every connected hit, his gauntlets glowed with a red aura, making the giant undead jaguar flinch in pain. I told you his gauntlets were special. It has a mithril relic embedded in it, I promise you. Damn, I'm envious of them too. I guess that's one of the perks of being a sub-company of the Hephaestus group. The other 2 adventuring groups held their own against their undead jaguars, but they were clearly a step below the knights in the Hammerstones. But as they were all distracted, a pair of red lights suddenly emerged from the dark room past the double doors. Another creature came out of the shadows. And this one was bigger and badder than the rest of the monsters. Chapter 218 Apex Jaguar. An apex jaguar sauntered out of the shadows, with its eyes showing clarity unlike that of the other mindless beasts. It scanned the humans, calculating its next victim carefully. Panic and dread immediately set in the chamber. This new monster was probably at the peak of 6-star difficulty, just a half step below the 7-star realm. The 4 strongest adventurer groups were already preoccupied with their own undead jaguars. Sir John was distracted for a second, allowing one of the jaguars to cleave a large gash on his chest with its claws. But thanks to his armor, it was barely nothing more than a flesh wound. It took the combined power and cooperation of the knights to keep the jaguar occupied. They didn't have the luxury to help anyone else but themselves. Even Butch and his Hammerstone group fighters felt the pressure increase in the chamber. Although they had superior numbers, they didn't have coordination like the knights. He could feel some of his teammates losing focus and letting their fear take over their bodies. The 2 other adventurer groups dealing with the jaguar had no leeway for help either. This meant that the apex jaguar was free to do as it pleased with no one to keep it in check. Even though there were about 100 other adventurers present in the room, their combined strength could not fight against a monster of this caliber. It would have been possible if they had practiced for this, but their lack of coordination would prevent them from defending just one lunge from the apex jaguar. It would slowly whittle their numbers down, eventually killing them all. Some of the adventurers already had their bodies half turned towards the exit, with their minds just one push away from fleeing for their own safety. They would be safer with larger numbers, which was the cardinal rule as adventurers, but their fear of the jaguar blinded them from recognizing this fact. "Ooh, can I play with this cat?" A relaxed voice echoed in the chamber, even catching the attention of the apex jaguar. It was Zion, who began punching the air in excitement. He looked at the apex jaguar not as a monster, but as a punching bag ready to take his strongest attacks. "Zion, don't be rude. We don't know what Lord Michael wants to do," Shayna said, walking over to her younger brother and smacking his head. "Just make sure to finish it off." "I don't want to clean up after you," Jakku said, with his hands on his head casually. Everyone is looking at us," Umisu said, hiding behind her big brother Jakku. While everyone was frightened to their wits, these newcomers were walking and talking casually, as if they were not dealing with a 6-star difficulty monster. "Who are they?" "Oh, that's the guys from the Reborn company." Butch and the Hammerstone adventurers had to turn their heads, finally putting a face at the company that had been putting theirs into the dirt. They eyed the Dragonborns. gauging their strength as a comparison. One of them held up a monocle to his eye and gazed at the dragonborns. In his vision, he saw 3 floating lights hovering in each of their stomachs, signaling that they were in the 3-star realm. He whispered his findings to Butch, who eyed the dragonborns with even more confusion. Their attitude and casualness of the whole situation made it seem like they were a lot stronger than that. They're only 3 stars. I'm afraid they won't be able to deal with the apex jaguar by themselves. Should we help them? How? We can barely deal with the jaguar in front of us. Butch raised his gauntlets and used a 5-star spell called Erupting Lava Fist as the jaguar showed a vulnerability after failing to claw their shielded tank. A fiery red aura engulfed his arm, empowering it enough to allow him to punch the jaguar into the stone brick walls, stunning it for a moment. Meanwhile, the apex jaguar finally made its move. Its body turned into a mist, before reappearing right in the middle of a group of adventurers. Its claws ripped the ground and created a shockwave that sent a couple of adventurers flying into the air. As they came falling back down, they thought they were done for. But before their bodies slammed on the ground, their shadows grabbed a hold and softened the impact. Zion looked back at Shayna with impatience. Look, look. Shayna turned to Michael, who was busy deciphering the mana in the walls. Lord Michael, may we have permission to use our powers? She asked him. Go, he said to them. And with his explicit consent, Zion finally rushed towards the apex jaguar, introducing himself with a punch right through its temple. The jaguar saw nothing but a blur as Zion jumped. It could do nothing as it felt a skull-crushing force on its head. The apex jaguar snarled, opening its jaws and chomped towards Zion as he fell to the ground. The youngest dragonborn smiled and punched its tusk, producing a shockwave that pushed both of them away from each other. Everyone who watched the scene unfold couldn't believe their eyes. This dragonborn was fighting toe-to-toe with the apex jaguar, exchanging blows while barely incurring a scratch. The apex jaguar's eyes glinted in surprise. It didn't think that such a small creature could keep up with its attack so easily. As it looked at the taunting punches of Zion, the apex jaguar's posture changed into one of seriousness. It bent its body low, with the ground cracking under its feet. Ooh, getting serious, are we? Zion teased. Necrotic energy gathered on the apex jaguar's feet, imbuing it with the strength of a 6-star magic power. It intended to skewer the annoying little fly in front of her. But before it could lunge at Zion, a single arrow flew through the air and struck its shoulder, interrupting its spell. The bluish-green energy in its paws flickered before disappearing. It snarled at Shayna, who calmly took out another arrow from her quiver and kept it aimed at the jaguar. The 6-star monster, angry at these new pests, ripped out the arrow from its body before using its claws to lunge at Shayna. Ting! Before its sharp talons could rip through the female dragonborn, the jaguar's paws were stopped in the middle of the air. It was only when it looked down did it finally notice Yaku, who had his blades drawn and clashed with its claws. The jaguar didn't even see him arrive. It retracted its claws and turned around, now using its tail to sweep the dragonborns away into the wall. But unfortunately for the jaguar, Umisu was already there with her spear, thrusting its tip towards the tail and deflecting it away from them. The apex jaguar had to retreat for a second, as it assessed its situation. Its eyes showed confusion as it never once thought that there was anyone in the chamber who could contend with its claws. Yet, it was proven wrong. These dragonborns showed their prowess. The adventurers couldn't help but stare at the backs of the dragonborns with amazement, and there was only one thought in their mind. Where did these reborn people come from? Chapter 219, Equipping Mithril Artifacts. 5 groups of adventurers were each fighting against an undead jaguar of their own. All of them were established groups. The knights came from the Order of the Heavenly Knights, known for their mastery over all the known weapons. The Hammerstone Company was renowned for their weapons, armors, and equipment. Not only that, but they were considered to be a sub-company of the Hephaestus Group, a conglomerate on the same level as the Vanderbilt business. The Infernal Adventurers and the Bears Group were all part of guilds famous for their exploits all around Queen's region. In short, nobody was surprised that they could contend with a 6-star undead monster like the Jaguars. However, nobody expected the physical dominance that these dragonborns were showing right now. The fact that they could go toe-to-toe with the Jaguars showed that this unknown reborn company was powerful in their own right. And it wasn't just a normal Jaguar. It was an apex Jaguar, the leader of the pack. Their unique powers and skills were keeping this beast subdued, parrying its terrifyingly sharp claws and keeping up with its lightning-fast lunges. Sure, one could argue that these Jaguars were not real 6-star difficulty monsters due to them being undead, therefore they were not at the peak of their physical power, but their magical ability was not in the least bit degraded at all. This meant that although its physical power was realistically only in the 4-star realm, its magical power was still in the 6-star realm. Even Sir John won't survive being hit by a 6-star necrotic spell head-on. The fact that these unknown demi-humans from the Reborn Company clashed with the apex undead Jaguar meant that they were the undisputed strongest group amongst the entire adventuring campaign. Ugh, this cat is pretty strong, Zion said as he ducked under the apex jaguar's claws. He tried to punch its head again, but the monster turned into mist and disappeared. His punch ended up creating a shockwave in the air, but hitting nothing else. Focus. We're slowly cutting away its life mana. Shayna shot another arrow towards the jaguar, this time hitting its hind leg. But the monster barely flinched and retaliated by slamming its paws towards her. Yaku's sword blurred as he drew it from his scabbard, parrying the jaguar's claws. I agree. This is too slow, he said. I'm trying my best. Umisu swung her spear and slammed its end on the ground, using the momentum to jump kick the jaguar's ribs. Bro Mike, can we use our new artifacts? Michael had been watching the Dragonborns fight the apex jaguar. Chache K3, do you think they can beat the jaguar like this? It is possible with their current strength. However, the longer the fight goes on, the higher the chance that the jaguar can regain the advantage. It is advised for the Dragonborns to use their mithril artifacts. Zion saw this, and excitedly reached for his own shadow. Shayna, Yaku, and Umisu followed suit. Progress to analyzation, 59%. Michael looked at Shayna and gave her a subtle nod. As they took advantage of the Orc Shadow's abilities, to retrieve their newly created mithril artifacts from the nation of Reborn. A pair of black gauntlets with glowing violet cracks ascended from the shadows in front of Zion. The youngest Dragonborn didn't wait any longer and put on his new mithril artifacts. The unity mana in his body coursed with excitement, increasing his strength even further than before. And as the rest of the Dragonborns wielded their mithril artifacts, there was a subtle change in the air. It was faint, but palpable. The apex jaguar's eyes narrowed as it looked at the Dragonborns. It wasn't just fear in those eyes. It was recognition. Back when it was alive, it witnessed the power of mithril artifacts in its entirety. And the fact that weapons like these appeared in front of its eyes again made its undead heart quiver in fear. The other jaguars felt the change as well. Their tails lowered, wary of the mithril artifacts wielded by the Dragonborns. And in some way, every other adventurer knew that the Dragonborns had achieved a power even greater than before. They didn't recognize these mithril artifacts, but they felt its power. Zion's gauntlets distorted space itself, as his natural talents began to manifest itself even stronger through the magnification effect of the mithril. Yaku's sword crackled with lightning. Umisu's spear made the winds move. Shayna's bow emanated an ever-seeing light that illuminated even the darkest of shadows. What are those weapons? Is that even a metal? Why is it glowing? Sir John and the knights eyed the mithril artifacts with surprise. They recognized it, but they could hardly believe it. They had only felt this kind of power when they visited the headquarters of the Order, and saw the Heavenly Knights for themselves. They knew that those weapons held mithril relics. They were sure of it. No one was more sure of that than Butch. After all, he also held a fractured version of a mithril relic in his gauntlets. It was what gave him the power to launch punches with the eruption of volcanoes. It was a precious gift given to him by the Hephaestus group. And before it could even recover, Yaku jumped up and released the sword from his scabbard. He thought he was the most fortunate man in the world for receiving it. Yet when he saw the mithril artifacts worn by the Dragonborns, he knew that theirs were much stronger than his own. Of course, all of them thought that those weapons held pieces of mithril relics. They didn't know that everything was made out of mithril artifacts. And with the power of the mithril artifacts, Zion and his siblings began unleashing the power of their skills to the apex jaguar. Zion punched the air, breaking the very space itself, letting the power of his fist reach the monster's face, even though they were tens of meters away from each other. The jaguar felt its jaws break from the punch. Before anyone could even see anything, he put the sword back in its scabbard, as if he had not yet done anything. And as he landed on the ground, hundreds of large gashes and cuts appeared around the jaguar's body. Growl! It screamed. It used its tail to reposition itself in the air, with its legs scratching the ground, its jaws hung loosely in its head. Just then, Shayna released her arrow. The apex jaguar jumped out of the way, using all of its speed and strength to evade. It was no longer underestimating these Dragonborns. But it still did. The arrow struck its neck cleanly. The arrow seemed to have predicted where the jaguar was going to go and struck it in its perfect spot. And before it could even patch itself up, Umisu finally finished her preparations. She had been swinging her spear this entire time, gathering momentum in her body. And each time she used her spear, wind energy began to pick up around its handle, empowering her strength even more. And as the jaguar felt incapacitated due to the arrow stuck in its neck, Umisu finally released the power in her spear. With a single thrust, an invisible cone of destruction appeared, and struck the apex jaguar straight in its body, propelling it to the stone brick walls. Chapter 2, 20 Necrotic Energy. As the apex jaguar crashed onto the stone brick walls, Michael felt the crystallized earth mana in the area destabilize for a second. This is a chance. Jache K3. The defensive measure set by the person who created this tomb was disabled for a split second. The chamber shimmered imperceptibly for normal people who didn't have an insane mana sensitivity, but for Michael, it was enough for him to peek through the curtain and partially see the mechanism hidden inside. This was definitely enough time for his personal AI assistant to rush its analysis. Understood. Analyzing the mana composition of the tomb, progress 60%. Progress 74%. Progress 74%. Information washed over Michael, detailing the very structure of the tomb itself. He saw purpose in the crystallized earth mana around the walls. It acted not just as a containment facility for the tomb, but also some sort of battery for the undead monsters living inside. Beyond the wall of earth mana, Michael saw complicated dark mana pillars pointed directly downwards, slowly spilling out the sustenance needed by the undead creatures. This gave him insight into the inner workings on what made undead creatures possible. He made a mental note to himself, memorizing the very structure of dark mana in the jaguars for the possibility of one day creating one for himself. Of course, that wasn't his goal at this moment. The very reason why he wanted to analyze the crystalline earth mana walls was because he knew that there was a hidden room within it that could lead him into the secrets of the tomb itself. After all, the double doors that everyone thought led to the treasure room was nothing more than an empty space used by the undead jaguars to hibernate. Michael looked beyond the shadows and saw nothing but layers of the earth's crust, meaning that there was no treasure room beyond it. This must mean that the treasure room was hidden somewhere else, and he had a feeling that the strange mana around in this chamber could lead him to find this very room for himself. As Michael finished the analysis of the mysteries of the tomb, the apex jaguar was finally in its last legs. Its eyes were still aching for a fight, but its body failed to keep up. The dragonborns had successfully subdued the undead monster. Its jaws finally dropped to the ground, courtesy of Zion's space-breaking punch. It could not even stand up as Shayna's arrow hit its spine, crippling its very torso. It was only possible due to the sliver of light mana embedded in the arrow, disabling the dark mana that allowed it to move. Its body was cut and destroyed due to Yaku and Umisu's constant blows, battering it into the walls. The apex jaguar looked at the dragonborns for one last time, raising its head in defiance. Then, it started to glow with a bluish-green light, necrotic energy filling the chamber in a mere second. The four other jaguars, injured and battered from the adventurers, stopped in the middle of the fight and stared at the glowing apex jaguar. Their red eyes slowly lost its light, before the very dark mana composing their body started to dissipate and merge with their leader. It only took a few seconds before their body was devoid of dark mana, turning their undead bodies into mere ashes and bone that scattered in the wind. The adventurers, still reeling from the dragonborn's amazing show of prowess, were caught off guard and just stared at the intensely glowing apex jaguar. "What is that? What's happening?" The only person who knew this answer was Sir John from the Order of the Heavenly Knights. His face was one of worry and panic, with his eyes showing that he recognized this increasing intensity of the bluish-green light. "Retreat!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. "It's a bomb!" The adventurers broke out in a panic, desperate to leave this chamber. The dragonborns were the only ones who didn't worry. Their shadows morphed and formed into an orc, who offered to transport them back in the Neo-Orcus for safety. However, they refused, seeing as Michael was still busy inside. Sir John and his knights ran towards Michael, recognizing him from before. "Young man, we have to run now," he said, but Michael shook his head. "It's fine. I have it under control." Before the knight could even question Michael, the 11-year-old boy manipulated the air mana in his feet to lift him towards the glowing apex jaguar. He looked at its body and visually dissected its necrotic energy. He saw 2 elemental mana making up the monster's body, dark and poison. "So that's how you make necrotic energy," Michael thought to himself, taking notes even at this unfortunate timing. He then wondered why it was threatening to explode now, when it showed no sign of it before. As he looked further beyond the apex jaguar's body, he saw another weird combination of mana slowly seeping into the undead monster. There was also light and lightning mana. Light mana cancelled out dark mana. Lightning mana cancelled out poison mana. So in theory, it should have simply disintegrated the very necrotic energy powering the apex jaguar and turned it into nothing but dust and bones like its other comrades. But as it turned out, light mana complemented poison mana, and lightning mana complemented dark mana. The combination of all 4 mana created a constructive and destructive mixture that was similar to the first Unity mithril artifact Michael created, which turned out to be a volatile bomb. This was the reason why the apex jaguar was mere moments away from exploding. The rest of the adventurers couldn't help but look up at Michael, wondering why a boy so young was moving closer to the bomb. They all recognized him to be part of the Reborn company, but few knew that he was the owner. Sir John, in particular, knew Michael to be a talented business owner but nothing more. He never even expected Michael to know the 4-star spell Airflight, but here he was casting it so casually. Michael raised his hand, with the power of his supreme skill, unity gathering coursing at full power. Separate, he said to the mana. He had complete control, not only with his own mana, but everything around him as well. The necrotic energy, made up of individual dark and poison mana revolving around each other like planets, began to shoot away from each other because of Michael's word. His control over each mana was fine-tuned by KangarooCruz, allowing him to simultaneously manipulate millions upon millions of mana at the same time. As this separation happened, the bluish-green light started to lighten and separate into two, black and violet. With the necrotic energy finally dismantled, Michael then controlled the light and lightning mana to crash into the dark and poison mana, canceling each other out and disappearing in an instant. And because these mana were separated from one another, they did not have the capacity to explode. Slowly, these four mana destroyed each other, creating sparks of light that were reminiscent of sparks from a sparkler. Then, silence. With no necrotic energy left to fuel its body, the apex jaguar turned into dust. All the adventurers, the knights, the Hammerstone Company, they all stared at Michael with their eyes full of amazement and disbelief. But Michael wasn't done there. He looked at the brick wall and grasped at the dark mana pillars hiding beyond. A crack in the crystallized earth mana erupted, creating an opening for Michael to enter. Chapter 221 Tomb Sarcophagus. Michael looked at the crack in the stone brick walls, realizing that the earth mana had parted ways to show him a completely different room in a completely different space. If one looked at the cracks from the side, they would see nothing but a two-dimensional line that had no depth at all. This gave Michael an idea on where the treasure room was hidden. It was in a small pocket dimension. Now, he didn't know much about the specifics of a pocket dimension, but Michael had heard it discussed in anime and fantasy media from his previous world. Without further ado, Michael empowered the revolving air in his feet and pushed himself towards the crack. As his body crossed over to the cracks, the crystallized earth mana suddenly closed up, reconstructing its structure to how it was before. It gave no chance for the other adventurers to even try and go after him. By the time they realized what was happening, Michael was already gone and the cracks had healed into the normal, unassuming stone brick walls of the chamber. What just happened? And so the name Reborn Company would once again be imprinted into the hearts of every single adventurer who witnessed this whole event. Michael stepped off the crack just like how he would traverse a door. There was no transportation or removal of his body at all. It was as if the pocket dimension was just another room in the world. Of course, he didn't forget to have KangarooCruz try and analyze the very magic theory governing this pocket dimension. He looked around and saw himself in a hallway leading to a confined chamber in the distance. The stone brick walls around him were in pristine condition, with no sign of degradation or cracks in its structure. If Michael didn't know any better, then he would have thought that this place was created just yesterday. This was probably what the tomb would look like 1,000 years ago when it was first constructed, Michael thought, appreciating its architecture. The hallway was lit up by torches which was mystically being powered up by nothing, probably a spell left behind by its creator. He looked around and saw paintings depicting some kind of historical scene from the past. These paintings were simple and two-dimensional, reminiscent of the Egyptian paintings back in his previous life. From the very start of the hallway, he saw a scene depicting a normal man in a ship, looking over towards a large landmass in the distance. And as Michael walked down the hallway, he saw the painting's progress in story as well. The next scene depicted the same man touching down on the land and meeting with the locals. After that, the painting showed him bringing gifts and establishing connections with the natives. Michael kept on walking through the hallway, keeping up with the history that this scene depicted. It wasn't long before the adventurous man who discovered this new land ended up establishing his own country, depicted by him planting his own flag onto fertile land. The next few paintings showed him progressing his country, creating buildings, progressing infrastructure, and generating peace for his citizens. The paintings after this now showed the man leading an army to siege a walled territory. There were a couple of depictions of this, each showing the man conquering different territories, until finally, he united the large continent that he discovered into one country. Michael was finally at the end of the hallway, onto the last painting. This time this painting was a lot more realistic, almost like Leonardo da Vinci painted it himself. And this painting had a title. The first human emperor establishing the royal continent. It showed the man finally happy and content looking over his land from his castle. KangarooCruz. Can you summarize what these paintings mean? Based on the depictions, this seems to show the history of the royal continent, the very land that you stand on right now. And according to this, there was once a man who was able to unite the entire continent under one banner, making him the first human emperor. Royal continent. And the two regions inside it are the kings and queens region. Does that have any correlation to each other? There is a large possibility of this naming convention being created by the first human emperor. With no other painting to look at, Michael then set his sights onto the large confined chamber in front of him. This was a tomb, all right. An enclosed sarcophagus made out of pure silver steel was placed in the middle of the chamber. Around the sarcophagus were piles of gold coins, chalices, and jewels from the ancient world. Although these would make any adventurer salivate at the sight, Michael wasn't that much interested in this paltry amount of wealth. He was more interested in the sarcophagus and what laid inside it. There must have been a reason why the Order of the Heavenly Knights were so interested in finding such a tomb. From what he heard from their organization, they didn't seem to be the type of group that prioritized wealth over anything. That meant that whoever was buried under here had some sort of significance for them. Fudge, can you hear me? Loud and clear, master. Fudge popped out of his shadow and landed on the ground. Usually the violet slime would immediately ask for head pats from Michael. But this time, he seemed to be incredibly taken by the treasures all around. Focus, Fudge. What did they say about this tomb? Huh? Oh, right. They said that it was the burial of an honorable general. Michael then looked back at the paintings depicted in the hallway, and started to put the two and two together. Is this guy a general of the first human emperor? Spurred on by his curiosity, Michael decided to open the sarcophagus to see for himself. I am not a grave robber, Michael muttered to himself as an excuse. I'm an archaeologist. He pushed the sarcophagus lid using great force, aided by some magical spells, until finally it slid off the structure and landed on the floor. Michael, with Fudge on top of his head, peeked over the sarcophagus and saw a skeleton. A normal skeleton with nothing but dust and cobwebs inside. For a tomb that took such great lengths to conceal itself, Michael would have thought that it hid something a lot more special. He would have thought that for a tomb made for a general, it would have some kind of special relic armor or weapons worn in battle during the ancient era. But even as he looked at the treasures around the sarcophagus, he saw nothing of the sort. He turned back and consulted the paintings and depictions once again, trying to see if he missed something. There's got to be something more, Michael muttered. Michael thought that there was some kind of puzzle hidden inside the paintings, like those adventuring games he played in his previous life. A hidden button, perhaps? Master? Michael turned around and saw Fudge looking up as the skeleton suddenly arose from its eternal slumber. Wisps of necrotic energy seeped out of the very wedges of the stone brick walls, supplying the skeleton with enough energy to reanimate itself. Chapter 222 Skeleton General. The skeleton slowly floated out of its sarcophagus with dark and poison mana gathering at its pores. Its bones slowly glowed a bluish-green light as it got filled. The whole chamber started to shake with a magnitude 7 earthquake, dust cascading out from the ceiling. If it weren't for the magnificently crafted stone brick wall surrounding them, Michael was sure that the whole tomb would have collapsed by now. He looked around and saw the dark and poison mana pillars around from earlier. But this time, its whole structure was starting to disintegrate and turn it into strings of mana that floated over towards the standing skeleton. It sucked in all the mana from the tomb, absorbing everything even at the cost of fully damaging the very structure itself. Michael could feel the power of the mana forming in the skeleton start to intensify even further and further as it continued to absorb everything. At first, its power solidified into a single point, signalizing its return as a one-star realm fighter. But it didn't end there. The revolving necrotic energy in the air started to crash into each other, creating clumps that eventually formed into another giant ball of mana. Slowly, these lights popped up one by one. It only took a few seconds before the skeleton went from a 1-star undead creature into a 9-star undead monster. Facing such a legendary creature made Michael sweat for the first time. He was so enthralled with seeing the formation of an undead creature that he completely neglected its inherent risk and danger. Now, a 9-star skeleton with balls of bluish-green eyes of light were staring down at him from its sarcophagus. It raised its hand, gripping the air as if it still wielded a sword. Then, it brought its hand down towards Michael with no added force, letting gravity do all the work. Hair stood on Michael's neck as he instinctively felt the danger coming towards him. He ducked down just in time as an invisible slashing force suddenly cleaved the entire hallway in half, turning its pristine stone brick walls into a lopsided structure. Seeing its attack had missed, the skeleton raised its sword again and swung from the other direction, intending to separate Michael into a top and bottom half. Thin rocks sprung up from Michael's feet, raising him up above the invisible slashing line just before it wreaked havoc onto the hallway again. Michael knew he had to do something. He raised his hand and multicast 4-star spells Blazing Sphere of Sun and Piercing Tornado directly towards the skeleton, not caring even if the treasures beside the sarcophagus were disintegrated into pieces. A big ball of fire manifested in front of him, about as big as the hallway itself. He launched this mini-sun into the skeleton, turning everything asunder in mere seconds as it exploded upon impact. It wasn't long before the gold coins meld into a liquid from the pure heat given off by the sphere's explosion. And if that wasn't enough, a tornado formed inside the skeleton's sarcophagus, feeding the fire and increasing the temperature even further. But still, the skeleton stood unmoving above its casket, with its bluish-green motes of eyes staring lifelessly towards Michael. Its dark and poison mana were too plentiful to be destroyed by Michael's 4-star spells. Seeing that it wasn't enough, he cast Freezing Tundra as cold air breezed towards the chamber, freezing the flames and turning the liquid gold into solid form. Frost started to build on the skeleton's body, permeating to its pores. That wasn't the end, though. He cast Great Wall of Earth, intending to bury the great general for another time in its life. Pure earth and stone in the form of jagged spikes erupted from the floor and pierced towards the skeleton. As more and more of it grew from the ground, the entire tomb itself began to be encased in stone. And for a second, silence reigned in the hallway. "Whoa, Master, that was close." Fudge had already turned back into a shadow form and hid under Michael's feet from the moment the skeleton started to move. "Scary bones," he said. "Can we go back home now?" Michael also wasn't a fan of being slashed into half by an invisible sword. However, he did notice something weird from the skeleton. Even though it had the magical power of a 9-star mage in its body, it barely used anything while wielding its sword. Now Michael was glad that there weren't any relic weapons left behind in this tomb. Just then, a prismatic showed up around Michael's body. A few milliseconds later, the buried earthen tomb exploded out into a million pieces, sending sharp cubed rocks flying towards the hallway, with each one as smooth as glass. It caused further damage in the tomb, but were immediately disintegrated upon hitting Michael's prismatic shield. This guy must have been a tremendous swordsman in the past, Michael guessed. Even without a sword in its hand, it could create devastating attacks through nothing but its stances alone. That it had some sort of sword intent like the ones in anime and fantasy books. Its mastery over the sword was so high that it could use just its bony fingers to act as its weapon. That was the only explanation he could make for its weird attacks. After all, there was no mana in those invisible slashes. They were waves, like some sort of disturbance that created very sharp ripples around the mana in the environment. He looked at the skeleton, and poison mana just staying in its bones idly. Michael could easily leave the tomb if he wanted. He saw an opportunity to defeat it. ChatJK3, can you analyze the skeleton? He saw firsthand how the necrotic energy empowered the skeleton to become an undead monster. With ChatJK3's photographic memory, it was easy to reverse engineer its process and completely undo the skeleton's very power. Understood. Deconstructing dark and poison mana in the skeleton. Michael raised his hand and ripped away the skeleton's command over its own mana. The strings of necrotic energy revolving around the skeleton started to shake and shimmer as Michael took control. The skeleton's individual bones started to click and clack as Michael ripped away its mana. Then a flood of information washed over his head, showing him the proper way to fully deconstruct the skeleton from its undeath. Michael took advantage of the fact that the 9-star general skeleton had no recollection of what it was or what it could do. Only its muscle memory was retained, ironically. He peered through the invisible realm of mana and saw individual fuzzy balls of black and yellow mana dark and poison which comprised the necrotic energy of the skeleton. He began to separate the two mana, ripping each other away from their orbiting bond. One of the light points inside the skeleton's ribcage died down and dissipated into pure dark and poison mana. It was now only an 8-star undead. Michael continued to wrestle away control of the skeleton's power, dissipating its points of power until it was just a mere 1-star undead skeleton. No longer was its presence as large as a mountain, turning it into just a small whimper of a mound. He was about to snuff out the very life that infused the skeleton, when all of a sudden its bluish-green eyes of light looked at him with a sense of wonder, as if someone was trying to recognize a stranger from the street. The skeleton then looked at its arms, confusion evident in its face as it saw nothing but bones making up its body. Michael, amazed at what he was seeing, stopped his deconstruction of the skeleton. Somehow, the skeleton became more conscious as it grew weaker. Chapter 223, Experimenting on Necrotic Energy. An idea flashed in Michael's head. It was a little bit crazy, he would admit, but he couldn't help but think of the possibilities it entailed. Looking at the skeleton's sentient eyes made it seem as if he was looking at a real human. At least the semblance of one. This skeleton was once a normal living being with its own wants and desires. Not only that, but it was able to fulfill its dreams by becoming a proud general for the first human emperor. The fact that its mere skeleton, armed with nothing but muscle memory, could cut through tons of stone brick walls like pudding, was an indication of its once tremendous strength. Michael could only wonder how strong he was when he was alive. And now, he was seeing a semblance of it with the skeleton. Michael could see it in its bluish-green eyes of lights. ChatJK3, let me take over for a second. His personal AI assistant didn't respond to his words, but let him have the full burden of control over the dark and poison mana emanating from the skeleton's body. Michael felt the entirety of the mana in the air, all millions of it. He felt connected to each one, feeling as if he had become a gaseous being enveloping all the fuzzy balls of mana floating everywhere. He was supposed to crash the dark mana into his own light mana, and his lightning mana to the poison mana, completely destroying the structure of power that made the skeleton's revival possible. He was supposed to kill the undead. But Michael had a thought. What if he didn't? What if he powered it up instead of taking it down? Now Michael knew that the full power of the 9-star skeleton was nothing more than a mindless beast that swung its invisible sword at anyone it could encounter. But what if it didn't? What if it had the sentience it had when it was alive? This possibility only came to light when Michael saw when he was about to end the skeleton's undeath. When it was only a 1-star undead, the powerful yet corrupting power of the necrotic energy had dissipated enough for it to regain its sentience. Just for a little bit. This gave Michael a theory. Dark and poison mana, although powerful enough to raise the dead and animate it, turned those infected by it into a creature of pure destruction and chaos. After all, those 2 mana were the blackest of all elements, embodying death and degradation. And what was the difference between a living being and a dead one? From what he could see, it was only the mana present in their bodies that changed. A living being, as it dies, replaces the light mana in its body with dark mana. But somehow, dark and poison mana can make something alive without the use of light mana. But what if he added light mana into necrotic energy? What if he added light mana into the mixture of dark and poison mana? Michael raised his hand and drew from his own cores a single mode of light mana. This fuzzy ball of light slowly made its way toward the skeleton, towards a single strand of bluish-green light that revolved around the skeleton's skull. With Michael's supreme skill, he was able to see the true reality of mana. He commanded the light mana to enter into the dual orbit of the dark and poison mana. He pushed it further, allowing it to orbit into the necrotic energy. And as it entered into the rotation, the dark mana suddenly shot away from its original course and gravitated towards the light mana, with the two attracting each other like magnets. This resulted in a collision, with the light mana destroying the dark mana, and vice versa. This left the poison mana aimlessly wandering about. With his first attempt of failure, Michael raised his hand and took out 1,000 more individual light mana from his cores. This time, he began to experiment with the combination of the 3. 1,000 light mana individually entered a pairing of dark and poison mana. Then Michael instructed it to push itself into their orbit in 1,000 different ways, hoping that it would reach a different result. But the same thing would happen. The light mana and dark mana would eventually cancel each other out. Michael didn't give up and sent out 1,000,000 more light mana from his body. K3 saw what he was doing, and started refining his methodology into something like a science experiment, testing different variables and constants simultaneously. Michael didn't know how much time passed before he found the right track. By separating the dark and poison mana from their orbit first, he could add the light mana into the mix away from the dark mana. As he found out earlier, light and poison mana complemented each other well, making a strong bond that increased each other's magical properties. Michael then added the dark mana into the mix. This time, the bond between the light and poison mana was enough of a deterrent to prevent the dark mana crashing into the light mana to cancel each other out. He had successfully added light mana into necrotic energy, but a new problem arose. The light mana became too overbearing and started to purify the very structure of the skeleton. Michael could see it starting to eat away at the bones, turning them into white ashes. Necrotic energy still needed a large mix of dark energy. The only solution Michael thought of was to add the lightning mana into the dark mana. After all, the 2 mana had a complementary bond just like light and poison. Michael was sure that this could resolve the purification issue with the skeleton. However, he also knew from experience that the combination of all 4 mana, dark, poison, light, and lightning, would set off a mini-bomb just like the Apex Jaguar. This was a problem that bugged him before he started to realize that the solution was staring right at him in the face. Wasn't he also a combination of all elements? Unity mana was the combination of all 8 known elements. And when Michael tried to add Unity mana into a mithril artifact, he found that the combination of it was extremely volatile and explosive. So then why wasn't he explosive? Why hasn't any of the Rebornians he awakened exploded into bits by the moment of their evolution? The answer must be because a living being was different from a non-living being. And this skeleton, although nothing but bones, was alive in a sense, which meant that it could probably take the combination of Unity mana without it exploding into 1,000,000 pieces. The answer then was simple. He should awaken this undead monster. Michael raised his hand and activated his other supreme skill, Gift Bestowal. K3 took control of every dark and poison mana in the tomb, making up the necrotic energy of the skeleton. Then, it started to gather them in one place, intending to create a whole being for the supreme skill to latch onto. Michael looked at the skeleton in its bluish-green eyes of light, and the skeleton looked back at him, waiting. He only said one word. Awaken. Chapter 224 Grief. A white light began to envelop the skeleton, bathing it with the power of a supreme skill. It began to course through Michael's veins, with all 8 elemental mana mixing together to create unity. As the words left his mouth, he came into contact with necrotic energy in the skeleton. And just like with a normal living being, his supreme skill began to change and evolve the very mana structure of the skeleton, infusing it with the mysteries of Unity mana. The dark and poison mana that was innately present in the skeleton began to be bombarded with unity, with all elemental mana, and forced the light mana to enter into the orbit of the necrotic energy. The dark and light mana that was supposed to cancel each other out began creating a bond with each other other than destruction. The mysterious and contradicting relationships of the unity mana somehow allowed the two to coexist within each other's orbit. All the knowledge gained from observing the skeleton affected the awakening of the skeleton. Michael was sure that if he didn't know how necrotic energy worked, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the undead creature even if he tried. Slowly, the corrosive power of the necrotic energy began to be tamed, with it no longer destroying the limited consciousness inside the undead skeleton. Every point of power inside the skeleton's ribs, all his 9 stars of mastery began to be changed fundamentally, as light mana began to be infused in its entirety. Then, boom! A shockwave of light exploded out from the skeleton, making Michael take a step back. Even he was slightly blinded from the sight. It felt like he was looking directly at the sun. After all, this was the first time that he had ever awakened something this powerful. After a few more seconds, the light subsided, and the only thing that remained in the tomb was a normal-looking skeleton standing upright. The strings of necrotic energy surrounding the undead was gone, and only its bluish-green eyes of light remained. Michael thought he was looking at a normal skeleton from the school laboratory. Where am I? The skeleton looked at his hands. Even without a face, his expression of overwhelming confusion and uncertainty was clear. It looked at Michael. Was I dead? He could only awkwardly nod his head. Yes, you were. You are standing on your tomb. The skeleton looked around and saw the architecture of his own tomb. His eyes showed no glint of recognition. I see. Then can I assume that you are the necromancer that revived me from my death? Technically, no. I found you here as an undead creature, and I awakened you. Do you remember who you are? He asked the skeleton. If Sir John's words were to be believed, then this tomb was the final resting place of General Grievous. It would be a wise guess for him to say that this was probably Grievous himself, in the bones. I don't know. I have no recollection of who or what I was before, the skeleton said. But the skeleton then looked at his own bones. It couldn't help but try to grasp at an invisible sword in his hands. Just imagining it in his palm gave him a sense of home. I was probably a great warrior in my past life, the skeleton said. I can tell that my body is built for war. Wielding a weapon in my hand is as natural as it is breathing. It then looked at its own body, confused as to how it could move and talk of its own volition. Even though I know nothing about my past, I do know that an undead creature has no mind of its own. It only knows commands and destruction. It then looked at Michael. Are you a god? No, he replied, showing his hands innocently. I just have special powers. I do not know how much time has passed since my death, but magic seemed to have progressed much further than I anticipated. After all, even the grand wizards of our time cannot do what you have just done. At least, I think so. The skeleton seemed perplexed at its own words, as if it didn't know why he knew that fact. After a few seconds, the skeleton shook off its confusion and faced Michael. You are the only reason why I'm alive right now, said the skeleton. I can feel it. My very soul is indebted to yours. Nah. I just wanted to see how necromancy works, he said. You're free to do whatever you want to do. If so, then please take me in as your companion. Even though I am nothing but bones, I still remember how to use it. My mind, if I even have one, is filled with knowledge of the past that may prove useful to you. I have only one request. I wish to see the world as it is now. Even if everything had changed after I died, I am still clinging to the hope that something would rattle my brain and make me remember who I was before. The skeleton's sincere request made Michael sympathetic. After all, if the goddess hadn't allowed him to retain his memories after his reincarnation, he would also feel frustrated, feeling as if his whole life was missing from him. Sure, you can join us. Michael wasn't going to reject a 9-star general from the ancient times, and judging from what the skeleton said, it seemed to at least remember some of its powers from before. Wait a minute, said Fudge as he jumped out of Michael's shadow. Who are you, O slimy one? Asked the skeleton. I am the esteemed pet of Master, the very first and only companion. However, since you seem a little bit strong, I am willing to let you join us, on one condition. The skeleton immediately kneeled in front of Fudge. I will treat you as my senior, he said. Ho, I didn't know you were such a nice guy. I'm fine with this now, Master. Fudge laughed like a maniac and jumped on top of the skeleton's skull. Michael didn't know if he should tell Fudge that he was stepping on a 9-star realm fighter, but whatever. He seemed to be having fun, and the general didn't seem to mind. By the way, what do you want to be called? I heard that your name was General Grievous or something. That name means nothing to me, he said. I will have to defer this to you. After all, you were the one who gave me my second life. It is also fitting that you give me my second name. Grieve it is then, he said. The skeleton nodded and accepted Michael's name. Fudge then congratulated his junior and began telling him all about the rules and regulations for a junior to follow. including being respectful, and the senior having first dibs in Michael's head pats. I guess we better head out. The chamber is about to collapse. With all the necrotic energy absorbed by Grieve, the tomb no longer had any mana to sustain the lifespan of the pocket dimension. The hallway had already collapsed from the previous fight with unawakened Grieve, so the portal back out was blocked. Thankfully, Michael didn't have to worry about that. Fudge lent one of his clones to Grieve, allowing all three of them to teleport safely back out of the tomb. Chapter 225 Aftermath of the Tomb. Michael, Grieve, and Fudge returned to Neo-Orcus, where they were immediately welcomed by the Dragonborns who had been waiting for quite a while. After Michael sent a signal to their shadows that he was safe, they all returned to Neo-Orcus without waiting for him. Lord Michael, thank you were all right, Shayna said. Bro Mike, where did you go? Did you have an adventure without us? You were safe. Couldn't relax while you were out there by yourself. Michael assured them all that he was okay. If there was any sort of danger in his life, he would have teleported back to Neo-Orcus without even thinking about it. Sure, he was fighting with a 9-star undead skeleton, which was certainly the most dangerous fight in his entire life, but he didn't think it was that dangerous. Oh, let me introduce to you guys our newest recruit, Grieve. It was only now that the Dragonborns noticed the unassuming walking skeleton behind Michael. The Dragonborns noticed Grieve's bluish-green eyes of light. It was faint, but they could sense an ocean-deep power hidden inside him that even they could not comprehend. They would have been suspicious of the skeleton, if not for the intangible connection they had with him. It was almost as if they were all connected by a string, symbolizing every Rebornian's connection to Michael, as he was the one who awakened their talents in the first place. This was enough for the Dragonborns to realize that Grieve was their comrade, their family. Hee! See for yourself, mean scalies, I have my own junior now, bragged Fudge to the Dragonborns. Zion immediately pouted and expressed his jealousy. Of course, Fudge didn't waste the opportunity to rub it in the young Dragonborn's face. The Dragonborns had to restrain Zion as he began charging at Fudge, who was making mean faces at him. Meanwhile, Michael approached Grieve. So what do you think of the outside world? The general from the ancient world looked around and saw the unique architecture of Neo-Orcus. His eyes were filled with wonder and amazement. You are a king then. You own this land, Grieve said. If so, then it is fate that I serve another king in my second life. Wait, how do I know that? Grieve scratched his skull in search of an answer, but unfortunately he could not. Michael didn't even respond to Grieve, and let him wander around the town with Fudge and Zion leading the way. Michael knew that those two were a terrible influence on Grieve, but he was already too late to stop them. Meanwhile, he looked at his own shadow and summoned the two shadow orcs. Narito Sasuke, are you there? The former Orcanine and Orcupine chieftains ascended from the shadows, kneeling towards Michael in deference. At your service, boss. Do you know what happened to the tomb after we left? Narito began slapping his thighs and his chest in a rhythm, as he began to recount the reports of other orcs in the vicinity. The whole tomb collapsed after you left, boss. Thankfully, everyone was able to retreat before the whole thing sunk back into the ground. It became quite a topic for the adventurers, with some thinking that you were left buried under the tomb, or some thinking that you had already left with the treasures in tow. A lot of people are asking about you, boss, Sasuke added. Everyone is starting to wonder about the Reborn company after this whole tomb campaign. After all, everyone thought that it was either going to be the Knights or the Hammerstone group that would be able to reach the treasure room. But in a twist of events, you were the only one able to reach the tomb itself. We have heard quite a lot of chatter about the Dragonborns as well, added Narito. They are all quite taken by the mithril artifacts they all wielded to fight against the Apex Jaguar. This led to a lot of people swarming the Reborn armory to ask about the Dragonborns in detail. The appearance of mithril artifacts had caused quite a scene, just as Michael expected. What did Mary do? He asked them. She directed them to Neo-Orcus, boss? Michael nodded in satisfaction. Surely by now the adventurers would have noticed the newly constructed Golden Road and followed its path to Neo-Orcus. This was part of the reason why he allowed the Dragonborns to show their strength in the Tomb campaign in the first place. He wanted to make a strong first impression, allowing the Reborn name to stick to their mind. And once their curiosity piqued, they would then follow the Golden Road and reach Neo-Orcus and search for answers. What was the Reborn company? Who were the Dragonborns? Who was that golden-haired boy who reached the tomb by himself? And once they reached Neo-Orcus, they would be so surprised by everything the town had to offer that they would completely forget why they were there in the first place. Then, they would eventually find out about the King's region, which would lead them straight to the nation of Reborn. This was Michael's plan to get more visitors to the parched lands. This was the very goal of the Golden Road to begin with. It was a cookie-crumb path that everyone would slowly follow until they reached the end, the nation of Reborn, where all their dreams would come true. And sure enough, a couple of days later, the first batch of adventurers arrived in Neo-Orcus. They were the ones who witnessed the Dragonborns defeat a 6-star undead creature by themselves. And technically, they would be the first tourists of the Golden Road itself. Of course, the town welcomed their arrival with happy smiles and chocolate bars in hand. Meanwhile, conversations were happening in Angora City. It wasn't long before the results of the tomb expedition were brought back to the capital city. At first, the news was limited to the companies who joined the tomb campaign like the Hammerstone Company and others, but as time passed, the news spread like wildfire. Many couldn't believe that a no-name company would be able to pull off such a feat. Most of the top adventuring companies in Angora City had never even heard of the Reborn company at all. Of course, there were some who recognized their name through the chocolates being sold on the market, but that only increased confusion within everyone. A snack company owning an armory? Those were two completely different things. Not only that, but there were also rumors that the adventuring party of the Reborn company were in possession of mithril relics. That idea was absurd for most people, especially for smithing companies within Angora City. They knew exactly how rare it was, and how nobody could buy it so easily even if they had all the money in the world. Even Butch, leader of the Hammerstone Adventurers, had to convince his company that what he saw was real. Of course, even Sir John was met with a lot of doubtful glares from other knights in the court. Everyone began to speculate about the Reborn company, but none of them knew that their own shadows were twitching and morphing unnaturally under their feet. Chapter 226 Preparations for Angora City. A few days after the events of the tomb campaign, things had settled down in Neo-Orcus. Grieve quickly showed off his expertise as a 9-star undead general from the ancient era. He seemed to have retained all his physical art spells he learned back in his previous life, and was now using it to teach the Rebornians and the Dragonborns everything they had to learn. It was quite a wake-up call for the Dragonborns, as Grieve was quite strict about his training routines. He would have everyone up and running very early in the morning while the sun was still hiding in the horizon. "Ha, bro Mike, help," Zion said, as he dragged his feet forward, completely beat from the laps he did around Neo-Orcus. Michael looked at the Rebornians and saw them all collapse on the ground. Grieve was quite harsher on the Dragonborns, giving them 10 times the hardships. "Is this all right?" he asked Grieve, a little bit concerned. "Yes, Michael. Even though this world had changed quite a bit since I died, I am still sure that the physique of these young ones are not quite up to par. They are not even better than our ordinary soldiers, definitely not fit to be a general for your kingdom. At least I think so. I don't remember, Ho-Ho." "You old bones. We heard that," Zion shouted back. "Hey, no shouting at my junior other than me," said Fudge from atop Grieve's skull. "Bleh." Michael was of course exempt from all of this training under the guise of being a king. Although Michael didn't regard himself as a royal, if it would allow him to skip training, then he would assume that role as fast as a rabbit. Eventually he was approached by Una and Agnes, who eyed Grievous with suspicion. "Sir Michael, about your friend. Who is he?" Agnes asked, her eyes moving up and down at the skeleton standing upright. "Oh, I just found him someplace," he explained. "Why? Do you recognize him or something?" Agnes looked at the Dragonborns and the Rebornians performing weird stances in unison. They seemed to be training in some kind of weird fighting technique that she hadn't seen before. That way of pure physicality, their importance on using bodily power. "I've heard something about that kind of style only once," she said silently. "Back when I was a part of the Order, my master Kruger showed me an ancient scroll, and even though I only saw a glimpse of it, I'm sure that it is quite similar to what the Dragonborns are learning now." "What's it called?" "The Way of the Emperor," she said. Michael thought about it and figured that it lined up with what he thought. Since Grievous was a general from the ancient times, then he would have knowledge and mastery of the fighting techniques back in those days. But it was said that this way was lost to time forever. Even the other heavenly knights are only privy to sparse scrolls they found survived in the Queen's region, Agnes added. "If this is indeed what the Dragonborns are learning, then who is he?" Michael looked towards the forest. "He is Grieve. He is a Rebornian," he answered. After a while, the construction of the Golden Road had progressed far enough for it to see a glimpse of Angora City in the distance. It wouldn't be too long before the capital city would find out about what they were doing. And according to Una, it would be better if they arrived in Angora City and announced it themselves rather than finding it out for themselves. "It will give you a strategic advantage," Una said. "If you earn the trust of the Master of the Magic Tower and the head knight in the knightly court, then you will have enough influence to allow the city to incorporate the Golden Road into their midst." "I know how to meet with the Tower Master," Michael replied, "but I don't know how to connect with the knights. Don't worry. I will introduce myself and request a meeting in their court. I have a feeling that they would certainly welcome your presence after what you did in the tomb." Una was alluding to the fact that Michael showcased the true power of the Rebornians through the use of their myriad of mithril artifacts. Even knights had limited inventory of relic artifacts, which only consisted of fragments, and sometimes broken pieces. Yet the Reborn company showed up out of nowhere, and showed possession of a complete set of them. I wonder how they would react when they find out it's not just weapons the Dragonborns have, but also armor. After a few days of preparation, Michael and his allies finally departed Neo-Orcus to reach Angora City in a few days' time. Michael brought with him the Grieve and the Dragonborns, Yuna and her escorts, as well as some Rebornians as support. Of course, Fudge and the Shadow Orcs were always present in the shadows, observing everything around them. This would be quite a momentous occasion, as this would be the first time that Michael showed automobiles to the Queen's region. Although it was already quite normal to see cars in and out of Neo-Orcus, it was still too secluded from the societies of the Queen's region that practically nobody knew about it at all. But once Michael showed it off to Angora City, it would eventually get spread to other territories as well. This would all be part of the plan for Michael to break into the Golden 500, the ranking of companies all over the globe. Integral to this plan was Jimmy, who was the journalist correspondent of the Nation of Reborn. He came with Michael to Angora City in the hopes of having his papers be published by his company. Hopefully, this would be enough for the Reborn company to break through to the rankings. What should have been a weeks-long journey turned into mere days due to the speed and efficiency of automobiles. In fact, it would have been much shorter if the Golden Road had finished its construction all the way to Angora City. Michael was on a cliff, overlooking the Angora City in the distance. He saw the magic tower in the distance. Even now, he could see the intricate magic and spells set up by the tower to protect the city from harm. It wasn't that much different from the magic tower back in Kingsbridge City. Just beside the magic tower was the castle surrounded by a moat. That was where the ruler of Angora City lived. And this castle was protected by the knightly court, which was made up of knights and squires from the order. Those three institutions were what comprised the political landscape of the capital city. "Have you prepared for what's to come?" asked Yuna. "I did," he replied. "I already asked the chocolate merchants to scout a potential headquarters for the Reborn company." "I hope you brought a lot of money," she said teasingly. "Angora City is a capital city. Owning real estate there can be quite pricey." Michael looked at Angora City one more time, and smirked. Chapter 227, Entering Angora City. At early dawn, the soldiers manning the walls of Angora City were awakened by the sounds of rumbling in the distance. They scrambled to their posts and peered through the looking glass, trying to see the commotion up ahead. Then they saw it. Huge metallic beasts speeding through the flat lands. They immediately rang the bells and alerted their seniors about what they saw. Most of the soldiers prepared for an upcoming war, thinking that they were being besieged by an enemy. But as the news spread through every authority in Angora City, it eventually reached the ears of a certain bearded man wearing a wizard robe. His room was located at the topmost floor of the tallest building in Angora, overlooking the whole territory and the wide regions surrounding it. Sina, the Michael's automobiles running through the plains at speeds much faster than a horse. He looked at a scroll in his hands. "Dear Tracheus, please welcome my dear friend into your abode, Tower Master. He can be quite the overwhelming little fellow, but he means well. Consider this not as a favor to me, but as a favor to you. It is in your and everyone else's interest to be allied with Michael. Yours truly, Cerberus." Tracheus looked at the automobiles in the distance one more time before teleporting out of the magic tower directly to the walls. The soldiers, who were rushing to pick up their armor, were surprised at the sudden appearance of the famed Tower Master. "Honorable Tracheus, have you come to help us fend off this enemy?" the soldier asked. The wizard shook his head. "I am here to save you from the misunderstanding. That is not an enemy. So I suggest that you retract your weapons and your fighters, or else our magic tower will be forced to intervene." The soldiers looked up at the floating Tower Master and did not know what to do. A few seconds later, a messenger coming from the castle itself came and shouted out to the soldiers. "False alarm," he cried out. "They are to be welcomed with our utmost grace." The soldiers all looked at each other before starting to unarm the giant crossbows pointed downwards. Tracheus then looked back at the castle and muttered to himself, "Looks like they are interested in the Reborn company as well. Anyone would, especially with the rumor of what they have under their possession." Michael's automobiles finally arrived in Angora City. Even far away, he could already see some curious heads popping out of the walls to peek at their metal carriages. Yuna immediately got out, with Michael just behind her. He saw her take out an emblem of the Montgomery family and show it to the guards, who quickly scrambled to open the gates. Michael looked around Angora City and saw that they were gathering quite a crowd around the gates. Just then, he sensed the presence of a strong mystical arts user. The mana in the air were quite abnormally excited, jittering and pointing his attention upwards. He followed their direction and saw an old man with a scar across his right eye, floating in the skies with his robes fluttering in the wind. "You must be the Tower Master," Michael said, as he floated up to the old man. "Fufu, Cerberus was right. You are frighteningly talented in the mystical arts." "Why do you say so?" Michael asked. "I was trying to hide my presence from you. Even resorting to high-level spells, I was still not able to obscure myself in your eyes. Quite impressive. My name is Tracheus Waterdeep, and I am indeed the Tower Master of Angora City." The old man introduced himself to Michael with a respectful nod. "Have you heard about me?" "Cerberus will not stop talking about you," Tracheus said. "You don't know how many scrolls were sent by Cerberus all describing the genius boy of the Vanderbilt family. I have also heard rumors, young boy. They say that you are not only talented in the mystic arts, but you have also inherited the skills of your grandfather. Cerberus says you established your own nation in the rumored wastelands of the south, creating a paradise out of the desert. And not only that, but you have also recently performed quite a feat, conquering the tomb of General Grievous. It caused quite a stir in the higher circles. I wondered if any of that was true. But seeing your metal carriages myself, I can only assume that it is just a fraction of the truth. Michael shrugged, not knowing what to do after being complimented. Thanks, I guess. Do you have any accommodations in the city? If not, then I am glad to offer my tower as your temporary home for you and your allies in your visit to the city, Tracheus offered. Wait, our court offers you a place in our stables as well. Michael looked down and saw Sir John and a couple of other knights arrive at the gates. Hello, Michael. It's been a while, Sir John said, putting his hand across his chest as a sign of respect. We didn't get a chance to speak in the tomb, especially after you conquered it yourself. But after I spoke to my superiors, they have tasked me to invite you to our nightly court. We wish to discuss an agreement with you and your company. I will take you up on your offer after I meet with the magic tower, Michael said. Sir John and the knights respectfully backed away and returned to their court. Michael didn't think it would be that easy to reserve a meeting with the order, but it seemed that the reputation of the Reborn company had finally started to spread. Tracheus, can I visit the magic tower? Michael asked. The old man didn't hesitate and agreed. Of course. It would be our honor to have you. It's not just because Cerberus regards you highly, but because I also think that you have a high potential. I will wait for you at the tower. Tracheus raised his hand and teleported out of the skies and back to the magic tower. This left Michael and the others alone in the gates. Yuna had already arranged something with the guards, and they were now free to enter Angora City as they pleased. Of course, Michael's first mission in the city was to find a place to sleep in. This would be their eventual headquarters, and the place for the Reborn Company Mall. Ideally, Michael would want it to be placed right in the middle of the city, but he knew that acquiring that kind of land would be hard. It wasn't just about the matter of money, but also if it was acquirable in the first place. Michael, welcome to Angora City. It didn't take a while before the chocolate merchants arrived to welcome Michael and his party in the city. Michael used the automobiles and paraded it through the streets, letting everybody see the magic of horseless carriages. It caused quite a stir, having a lot of people crowding the streets just to have a glimpse at this strange new vehicle. Chapter 228, Wandering Angora City. Michael let Shayna and Yuna deal with the arrangements of the Reborn Company, while he of course went on to explore Angora City by himself. He reiterated to them that this was purely a scientific endeavor, one that would allow them to observe the happenings of this new and unknown place. Of course, he was met with a lot of speculation that he was merely, as they say, playing around. The fact that Fudge was with him made it seem even more apparent to them that he just wanted to slack off in this new city. Thankfully, one of the perks of being the leader of a nation was that he could do whatever he wanted. So he began walking through the streets of Angora City, looking at the unique architecture and culture that was still in its medieval form. Horse carriages run rampant in the stone brick streets, with their droppings still present all around. For people in this world, this was normal. He walked and observed the food, the people, everything that he could see. He found it quite weird that he didn't see that many demi-humans in this place. They were present for sure, but not to the amount they had back in the King's region. He had heard that because of the expensive living situation in most capital cities, demi-humans struggled to populate them. Just then, as Fudge jumped around and judged the lesser quality of life in this city, Michael came across a peculiar group of demi-humans in the streets. There were a few demi-human teens scrubbing the stables and taking care of the horses parked inside. They seemed to be employees of the establishment in front of them. Welcome's Inn. Michael stopped in the middle of the street and looked at the inn in front of him. It was still primarily made out of wood, probably about a couple of decades ago. And it looked like it hadn't been renovated recently, as Michael saw evidence of rotten wood and decaying planks. Compared to the other high-end establishments he saw earlier, which were made out of stone, this one looked to be in a very poor condition. Not to mention that this place was located in the slums part of the city. The Welcome's Inn didn't look like a place that was visited much by a lot of customers. But however much interesting this place was, Michael's initial curiosity wasn't with the building, it was with the demi-humans taking care of it. They stood on 2 feet, had bodies filled with fur, and a tail that dragged across the floor. He recognized them because they were the species that Michael first awakened back in the parched lands. They were mankeys. However, there was one stark difference with the mankeys here, and the mankeys back at the parched lands. These people had red fur. Mankeys. Species red mankeys. Type demi-human. Difficulty. Element none. Just like before. These species were the lowest of the low, having no affinity at all to wield mana in their bodies. Of course, he was able to change that. Now, mankeys were the most talented group in all of the nation of Reborn. Their skills in production, agriculture, and engineering were part of the reason why it had grown and developed so fast in a matter of a few years. Just then, Michael's nose started to itch. It had been so long since he felt this sensation that he thought it was a mere natural bodily reaction he had to the horse droppings on the floor. But no. This was his skill-superior golden nose at work. It was telling him that these red mankeys could lead him to find extremely talented individuals. The last time he felt this was when he met the Dragonborns. If any of these red mankeys proved to be even a fraction as talented as the Dragonborns, then they would serve to be an extremely needed group in the nation of Reborn. Spurred on by this possibility, Michael quickly turned around and introduced himself to the red mankeys. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Welcome's Inn," one of them said meekly, struggling to maintain eye contact. "Welcome, sir." The others followed suit. Michael sent a signal to Fudge, and the violet slime immediately sent out his clones to inhabit the shadows of the red mankeys. And with this connection, ChatJK3 was able to take a peek at their potential talents. I was able to ascertain that one of them had the potential to become a wind swordsman, the other had the potential to become a wrestler of the mound, and several others had similar talents as well. They don't have talent in production? Every yellow mankey had some kind of talent in engineering, farming, smithing, and any other kind of production possible. But it seemed that this group of red mankeys seemed to have a knack for fighting. Although the sample group is still too small to achieve a definitive conclusion, it is safe to assume that red mankeys have a natural affinity to using their physical strength. Michael was intrigued. Fighting talent wouldn't be the first thing he would think of when he looked at the scrawny, bare-bones mankeys in front of him. "Excuse me, but are you the owner of this inn?" he asked them. They immediately shook their heads desperately. No, sir, we just help around," they said. "So you are all employees?" "No, sir, we are in debt." Just then, Michael heard a bit of a commotion happening inside the inn. A couple of seconds later, a man in a suit came out of the inn looking a bit stressed and disheveled. But before he could leave, another man, wearing a plain white shirt and overalls, came out and pleaded to the suited man. "You don't have to do this," said the man in the overalls. "What choice do I have? I can't fend off the officials any longer. If I do nothing, then they will seize everything in this place." The man in the suit looked pained, as if he were about to make a very hard decision. Michael looked to the red mankeys for some answers. "What's happening here?" he asked them. And from what he could piece together from what they said, the man in the overalls was the owner of the inn itself, while the man in the suit was the debt collector. It seemed that the inn wasn't doing well these days, and the owner was able to pay the rent for the whole place. And after a month of overdue fees, the city itself was close to taking back their property from the inn owner. Strangely enough, the debt collector wasn't here to force the inn to pay him cash. Instead, the debt collector was trying to extend the lending period by offering his own money to lessen the burden. "I like what this place stands for," said the debt collector. "I have friends, demi-human friends, and they wouldn't be able to stay in this place if it weren't for this inn. This is the only place that is cheap enough to take them in. So even if I have to go into debt myself, I will keep this inn afloat." Chapter 229 Welcomes Inn. Michael was moved. As it turned out, this inn was the only place that demi-humans could turn to in their hour of need. He looked at the inn and saw multiple demi-humans looking out of the windows, with tears nearly welling up in their eyes. Demi-human mothers were cradling their children, trying to appease them while a tear drops from her eyes. Fathers scrubbed the floors harder in an attempt to try and make things better. They knew that this was the only place that they could afford. Life in the city wasn't that kind to people that didn't have great talents. This was especially more so for demi-humans, who had come from far away to prove that they belonged here. However, the good graces of the owner led the inn to its eventual downfall. While prices were low enough for poor demi-humans to afford, it wasn't enough for it to keep the establishment afloat. Just then, Michael heard a voice coming from his shadow. It was Shayna, who contacted him to report about their current progress in procuring their arrangements. "Lord Michael, me and Miss Yuna have finished our meeting with the owner of an abandoned building in the center of the city. It is an adequate place to establish our headquarters here in Angora City. We just need your order." Michael stayed silent for a few seconds before he looked at the demi-humans distraught in the inn. Then he turned to Shayna. "Lord Michael, change of plans," he said to her. "I'm thinking of buying another place in the city, somewhere that reminds me of home." Who would he be if not for the help of all the demi-humans back in the nation of Reborn? It was only right for him to save them too. He raised his head just in time as a group of soldiers came marching in, escorting a man in royal attire. Judging from the despaired expressions of everyone in the inn, it was safe to guess that this person was here to officially take back the land that the owner rented. "Greetings. I am here as a royal sent by the governing body of the city to oversee the matter of Welcome's Inn. In accordance with the contract that you and the city signed, this property is now to be seized by the rightful owner once rent has not been paid for 3 months' time," announced the man in regal attire, reading off a scroll. "Rent has not been paid in half a year. Please, can you give us more time?" the inn owner begged. The soldiers prevented the inn owner from reaching the royal before the royal himself allowed it. I'm sorry, he said. As much as I would like to help you, this contract is mystically binding. You know what happens when a contract purview by magic is broken? It has dire consequences. The inn owner knew that the royal had no choice. I know, I'm sorry. The fault is mine, and mine alone. His eyes were sunken from burden. He looked back at the demi-humans in the inn, and he couldn't help but shed a tear for them. Where else would they go now that the inn was about to be destroyed? The royal sighed and took a deep breath before he sent a signal for the guards to start forcing the demi-humans off of their property. There was pain in his eyes. Yet, he had to do what he had to do. Wait, Michael's voice compelled the soldiers to stop their advance. Everyone looked towards Michael, the golden-haired boy in the middle of the street. What if I paid off the debt? He asked the royal. The inn owner and every demi-human in the area looked at Michael. In their eyes, a tiny bit of hope flared in their souls, before eventually dying down. What good could a child do? Young man, I'm sorry, but my debt is in the total of 100,000 gold coins. I'm not sure you understand that, but even blacksmiths have to work for 5 years to afford that, said the inn owner. I'm afraid that debt is doubled if you want to take possession of the inn again, said the royal. 200,000 gold coins is the total. The royal noticed that Michael didn't even flinch once he heard the numbers. I'll buy it, Michael said without hesitation. It was quite cheap, he thought. If it weren't for the seriousness of the situation, most people would laugh and think that it was cute that a child thought he could afford such a high price. The royal didn't outright dismiss Michael's words. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Michael's face in an attempt to recognize where he came from. He certainly wasn't from the royal family of Angora City, or else the royal would have known it from the start. His attire showed no signs of magical robes, meaning he wasn't someone from the magic tower. And his age, and lack of weapon in hand meant that he wasn't from the order either. An inheritor of a company was the only possibility. However, the royal still found no possible answer for Michael's background. He could see a sense of confidence in Michael's eyes that told him that the kid wasn't kidding. Even if you could afford it, this matter has already been passed to another buyer, said the royal. They have already reached an agreement with the city to take over this land and make it their own. Michael looked at the scroll in the royal's hands. Is that the contract for this territory? He asked the royal. Yes, it is. And before the royal could even say anything else, he suddenly felt the scroll thrash away from his control. Wah? The scroll rushed perfectly into Michael's palms, allowing him to read the contract in its entirety. Since the royal established that this was a mystically binding agreement, then it meant that this contract was filled with magic and mana. Of course, all he had to do was beckon them, and they came running to his possession. That was his supreme skill. ChatJK3, can you analyze the contract and find a loophole for me to buy this land? Understood. It didn't even take 5 seconds before his personal AI assistant came back with an answer. It flowed into his mind like a wave, allowing him to see the answer. It says here that once the territory has been seized, there is a 1-month grace period for buyers to bid for the territory itself. Yes, the royal nodded, still staring with disbelief at the scroll in Michael's hands. But as I said, the bid has been finished. It has been bought by a company at a price of 300,000 gold coins. Michael nodded and pointed to a certain clause within the contract. But it says here that the bidding for the property has to allow participation from all interested parties. This means that I can still bid for the land itself. The royal looked at Michael. Yes, but it has another clause beside that. Once bidding has finished and another party shows interest, then this new party must bid twice the bid amount, meaning you need to pay 400,000 gold coins. Chapter 230. Purchased in. The demi-humans winced. The price given by the royal was something they couldn't even fathom. Its heavy amount crushed their dreams of retaining their current living situation. No doubt they would have to return to camping in the woods to survive, or worse, they would have to be cast out into the parched lands. Such are the difficulties of living in a capital city, said the inn owner. We'll have to put our land somewhere else, somewhere a lot more lenient with struggling folk. The man tried to put on a brave face, but his creaking voice betrayed his true sadness. No need, Michael said. I'll buy the lot myself. With a simple nod from Michael, 2 shadow orcs emerged. The royal and his soldiers were caught fully unaware of where the pair of orcs came from. It was as if they just appeared in existence in the blink of an eye, which was extremely weird because their huge stature should have alerted the well-trained soldiers from 10 meters away. And without even saying anything, one of the orcs took out a large leather pouch from out of nowhere, about half as big as Michael himself, and presented it to Michael with an eel. Michael lifted the bag with magic and threw it to the royal's feet, surprising them all by the heavy clinking that came from the impact. It was hefty by the sound of it. And by the time the royal and his guards looked up, Michael was alone in the streets, with no sign of the humongous orcs anywhere near him. They disappeared as fast as they came, leaving everyone to wonder if they were simply just a figment of their imagination or not. This is 500,000 gold coins, Michael said casually. The rest of the money is yours if you process the contract today. After a moment of disbelief, the royal eventually took up the courage and loosened the string on the bag. And as soon as he did, a golden glint reflected back on his face, showering his sight with a mound of pure gold coins. The royal, with shaking hands, took one of the coins and scrutinized it with great care. His royal background allowed him to discern the authenticity of the minted gold. Recently minted, he said, looking at the minimal scratches of the coin. Then his eyes moved to the small inscription at the bottom. It said, KR, it's not made in the Queen's region, which means King's region. Just this one clue alone allowed the royal to glimpse at Michael's true background. You're not from here, he said. No, I am not. That was all the royal had to hear. His eyes showed that he realized something when talking to the golden-haired boy. Very well, said the royal. I shall take this payment and personally arrange for this territory to be passed over as your ownership. The soldiers were left confused as to the sudden change in the royal's demeanor. Sir? Is this all right? What about the previous buyer? Yes. I'm guessing that even they will have to acquiesce when they realize who we're dealing with, the royal replied, cutting off the soldier. There is only one group here that has this kind of money to spend, and that is none other than the Reborn company. The soldiers looked back at Michael with disbelief. The Reborn group, the one that conquered the tomb? I heard that they even went toe-to-toe with the knights. Not just, they did. Sir John reported to his seniors that in a scenario where they had to compete with each other, he confessed that they may not triumph over them at all, said the royal, who was clearly a lot more privy to insider knowledge. What makes you so sure he's part of them? I heard they're a group full of dragon-like beings. The royal looked back at Michael, who was being surrounded by the thankful demi-human inhabitants of the inn. Call it intuition. Did you see those orcs? Those kinds of demi-human won't follow a human even if they had all the money in the world. That boy earned their respect, or else they wouldn't have followed him in the first place. The soldiers took one look back at Michael. Where do we go now? They asked the royal. To the castle, he said. The Duke would want to know what happened here. He's been saying that he wants to meet with the people of Reborn ever since they arrived here. He's been in dire need ever since those conglomerates started their wars. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the demi-humans looked at each other with looks of skepticism, as if they couldn't believe that they were saved at the very brink of loss. Who would have thought that a magnanimous stranger would be able to take control back of the inn? Young man, the inn owner approached him. What do you plan to do with the inn? Don't worry. Our Lord Michael will definitely take care of you all. Shayna and the other Dragonborns arrived just in time, surprising the other demi-humans. They awed at their expensive-looking attire, making them look like the human royals. They had never seen a demi-human looking so happy. Did you guys have fun? He asked them. I'm sure you have, Yuna pouted. We were just about to close on the deal. She then looked at the demi-humans sharing hugs of joy once they realized they weren't going to lose their homes. But it looks like it was for a good reason, she said with a smile, playfully nudging Michael with her shoulders. Michael then looked at the inn owner and reached out with his hands. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Michael. The inn owner named Plato introduced himself, as well as the other demi-humans in the building. I have inherited this inn from my father. He's the one who created this safe place for unfortunate humans and demi-humans alike. I'm just trying to continue the tradition. Michael looked at the demi-humans in the inn. Most of them were wearing tattered clothes with permanent grease stains, almost to the point of being rags. And behind these attire were nothing but skin and bones, clearly sustaining themselves with the bare minimum. This was a sad sight. After all, demi-humans of their kind were prospering in the nation of Reborn. Catfolk back home were renowned for their agility and speed, useful for performing arts and gymnastics. Lizardmen were famous for their strength and acrobatics. Yet here, they struggled to find jobs to keep themselves afloat. I am planning on rebuilding this inn in a different manner, turning it into the base of operations for our company in this city. I will give each of you a choice. Either you stay and live in the new building, or you can go join your brethren back in the King's region to our nation. The demi-humans looked at him confused. Shayna took this as her cue to present herself and the rest of the Rebornians. She began weaving tales of the paradise in the desert, about how this could be a place that they could call home. I want to see it. That place sounds even better than here. Please allow us to live there. My family is still in the King's region. Maybe they also join your nation. Chapter 231, Exploring Angora. Most of the demi-humans here had lost far too much hope in living in Angora City, and the only reason why they hadn't left it yet was because they were sure that no one was going to take them in. But now that Michael assured them their own place back in the parched lands, they had no reason to stay here any longer. Of course, there were still some who wanted to stay in Angora City for one reason or the other. If you want to stay, then I will give you a job and a place to live. You will be part of our nation too. Shayna, please make sure that these people are taken care of in the meantime. Michael's trusted secretary Dragonborn quickly took to work, and began to command the Rebornians to start the migration process. But Sir Michael, They are still considered as citizens of Angora City. I doubt that the soldiers will allow them to leave so easily, said Plato the inn owner. I have it under control, said Yuna. All it takes is just a little bit of paperwork. As expected of the diplomat, she was quick to arrange documents for the migration. I'm happy for them. But what am I going to do now? Asked Plato. You could join them too if you'd like. But if you want to stay, then I have a job for you. I want you to do the same thing you've been doing your whole life in inn caretaker. Part of our business here in Angora City will be a safe haven for demi-humans to seek. Here, they can apply to become a citizen of the nation of Reborn, and be sent off to the king's region as soon as possible. Plato's eyes moistened as he realized he could still help demi-humans even if he had lost control of the inn. It would be in an even greater capacity now that he would become part of this reborn nation that could spend 500,000 gold coins so easily. Let's talk inside. Show us around the place, Michael said. The rest of the Rebornians finally had a place to stay for the rest of their visit here in Angora City. Of course it was only temporary, as they would soon rebuild this inn into something a little more Rebornian. Seeing the broken flooring, leaking roofs, and lack of flowing water in the room, the Rebornians felt even more thankful that they met Michael. If not, then it was possible they would be living in this kind of place even now. As Yuna and Michael ironed out the paperwork and contracts needed to establish the Reborn company in the city, Zion, Grieve, and Fudge all decided to take a stroll around the city, a dangerous combination if Michael had ever seen one. But since he had an orc accompany them in the shadows, Michael was assured that he would be notified as soon as possible if they ended up creating some kind of chaos in the city. The other engineer Rebornians didn't waste any time and began scouting the inn, creating and planning the blueprint for the eventual building. Soon afternoon came around and the royal and his guards came back knocking on the inn's door. It's official, he said. You are now the owner of this inn. Michael took the contract and read through it, with Shot-Shake K3 making sure everything was solid. Thanks, Michael said. Before we leave, I have to relay a message to you, the royal said. Who is it from? Michael had an inkling as to who it was. The Duke. He wants to meet with the owner of the Reborn company at your own leisure. You need only to arrive in the castle gates and you will be welcomed with the utmost warmth. If you'd like, we can also send soldiers to escort you there. No need. I'll visit it when I can, he said, not committing on a promise. The royal didn't say anything further and respectfully nodded to Michael before leaving. He wants to meet with you this soon? Yuna asked, peeking out to look at the castle up in the distance. Usually, royals like him wouldn't show interest in the market. Something must have happened. What do you think I should do, my advisor? Michael said. Oh, so I'm your advisor now. You're the one who knows everything about the Queen's region. It's only natural I come to you for help. I still haven't received my favorite ice cream from you. You think I'll help you now? She said, walking backwards away from Michael. I'm trying to find it. Fine, she chuckled. Since you helped out a lot of demi-humans today, I'll help you out free of charge. I think you should meet with the Magic Tower and the Knightly Court first before you meet the Duke. It gives you leverage to negotiate a better deal. You think the Duke wants to come to an agreement with me? It's the only reason why he would want to meet with the Reborn company. It's no secret that you were able to conquer the tomb with your mithril artifacts. He'll probably want to commission a set from you. His seed had finally started to show fruit. Having the Dragonborn show off their mithril artifacts did wonders to spread its name and increase its value. Then this means I'll have to meet with Tracheus first. Hopefully he'll allow me to access their magic library. Just then, Michael's shadow fluctuated a little bit before Fudge popped out of the ground. Hello, Master and Miss Master. Fudge jumped directly to Yuna and received plenty of head pats. How's the trip going? It's a bit boring, Master. It's so much cooler to walk around in our nation. But it's nice to have all the people look in my direction when I'm walking. They must think I'm such a cool ninja. Michael laughed. Fudge always seemed to forget that a ninja was supposed to be invisible. Oh, Master, Bones Jr. said that he found someone talented. Or at least, he thinks he thought so. Intrigued, Michael had Fudge lead him to where they were now via shadow teleportation. Michael ascended behind a crowd of spectators, all seemingly cheering for something in front of them. He looked around and saw that he was in a circular arena of some sorts, with a capacity of about 1,000 people. There were flags all around the arena, each one a different color and having a symbol or insignia of different weapons in the same style. Everyone cheered, pointing Michael to the main event of the arena, a fighting match between two well-armored individuals. Woo! Go win this for me, Sir Buckus! Ha! You think the way of the sword is better than the way of the spear? Keep dreaming. Sir Brand will win this like any other fight he had today. Two knights squared off inside the arena, each one emanating a strength of a 4-star fighter. This is the Knightly Court, Michael realized. This is the territory of the Order of the Heavenly Knights. And just as Grieve said, Michael did indeed catch wind of a talented individual somewhere inside the arena. Chapter 232, Red Mankey's Talent. Michael felt his superior golden nose ticking off, alerting him of talented individuals. Now, seeing as they were in the territory of the Order, it was more than possible that the talented individuals were the knights themselves. However, since they had already been awakened and became a knight, then it meant that if they had some sort of unknown talent, then it would be in a different category of skill. He would have wanted to find out more, but these knights were fighting in broad daylight. Having his shadow inhabit them for a brief inspection would definitely catch the eyes of some few sharp-eyed individuals, especially from the Order. "Bro, Mike, you finally came!" Zion pushed himself through the crowd in the bleachers to reach Michael and Fudge. The youngest Dragonborn seemed to have the time of his life, seeing as he was filled with knightly paraphernalia like patched hats and flags all around his clothes. He was accompanied by Grieve, who was completely draped in loose clothing in each crevice of his bones and a hood to cover his face, making sure that no one could discern his true nature. The city here is not much different from the cities that I was familiar with back in my time. At least I think so. "It seems that your territories are the only ones that have advanced much farther than anyone else," the skeleton general remarked. Michael then remembered that it was Grieve who sensed the talented individual first. "Can you tell me who you think is talented?" Grieve nodded and looked towards the arena. The two knights were deep in their fight, clashing their weapons with great fervor and passion. For experienced fighters, they immediately saw how the knights exaggerated their moves for the crowd. They clashed their swords more frequently than they avoided strikes, as if they just simply wanted to paint a picture of a more intense duel. After all, the crowds cheered whenever their blades sparked from each strike. But as the duel progressed, it became apparent that one of them was going to win. The knight with the spear held the advantage, parrying the other knight's strikes easily while keeping his distance. He used the spear's advantage quite well, and was able to put its tip just an inch above the other knight's neck. "I concede." The crowds erupted in cheers, with the spear knight brandishing his weapon for all to see. They cheered even harder, chanting his name even louder. Some even threw clothes, handkerchiefs, and flags towards him in an attempt to show their love for the fighter. "Are those knights talented in your eyes?" Michael asked Grieve. The undead skeleton kept his silence until the two knights left the arena and a few demi-humans came out. They wore simple clothing and wielded no sharp weapons, but wooden brushes and brooms. They began to sweep up all the things the crowd threw in order to prepare the arena for the next fighter. Michael was surprised to see these demi-humans here. Their striking red fur immediately caught his eye. They were red mankeys. "Those are elite soldiers," Grieve said, pointing his gloved hands towards the group of red manky janitors. "My memory is hazy, but I feel as if I have seen them before. I feel as if I had walked through hell, blood, and fire with their ancestors from before your time. At least that's what my bones are telling me." Michael believed his general's intuition. After all, he did discover that red mankeys had a natural talent for physical arts. They were basically born for it. "I think it would be best if you could get them under your wing," advised Grieve, with his bluish-green eyes flaring up for a brief moment. Michael went down the arena towards the barracks where the knights and the squires were chatting with each other. He even saw the spear and sword knight with them being treated with bandages. They seemed to be on a break, with their full metal armor unequipped and stored in boxes. "Excuse me, this is for knight personnel only," said one of the men as he chomped on a single bar of chocolate. Then one of the knights on the back stood up and squinted as he looked at Michael's group. A second later his eyes widened as he stared at Zion. "That's them," he yelled out. "They are from the Reborn company. He's the one who punched that apex jaguar into the wall." The rest of the knights perked up once they heard the name Reborn. Ever since the Tomb Expedition, the knights in Angora City stamped the name of Reborn into their hearts. It was one thing to showcase their immense strength through defeating a 6-star undead monster, but it was a completely different matter that they turned out to be the one who created chocolate in the first place. Even now, their preferred snack to eat every day was Reborn chocolates. "Reborn, to finally meet you. Sir John said that you guys have mithril artifacts. Is that true? I even heard that you guys came here with metal carriages that need no horse." Michael and his group were surrounded by the knights, gathering the attention of the crowd in the arena. "Hey, who is Sir Rupert talking to? Isn't that supposed to be a restricted area only for knights? Wait, I heard them talking about a company called Reborn. Anybody heard of it? They're the one who conquered the tomb." Meanwhile, Michael bribed the knights with some chocolate bars in exchange for more information about the red manky janitors. "They're quite the earnest workers," the knight said, chewing chocolate cookies in his mouth. "They have weirdly strong bodies, which is perfect for janitorial jobs here in the court. Some of them even show talent in the ways. Unfortunately, even if they could swing a sword better than others, it's all useless if they can't wield any magic." It seemed these knights knew about the red manky's natural talents. "Can I talk to them?" About a minute later, the knights gathered the red mankeys and gave them space to talk while they continued on with the fighting arena. "Hello, sir." Michael secretly used his shadows to inspect their talents. And as he expected, they all had latent fighting talents just waiting to be unburied. However, none of them had overwhelming talent like the Dragonborns, which was weird because he thought that he would meet at least one S-class talent from them. It was then that Michael noticed something. Back when he met the other red mankeys in Welcome's Inn, his superior golden nose skill also triggered. However, he found no one among them with transcendent talent. This was the same case. This couldn't be a coincidence. There must be a reason why his skill was getting triggered each time he met the red mankeys. Michael was in deep thought when he suddenly realized Grieve's words from earlier. Those are elite soldiers, he said. What if there was no transcendent individual talent within the Red Mankeys? What if they were all talented as one group, as one species? What if they only showed their true strength when they were in great numbers? Chapter 233, Meeting the Night. As Michael thought about it more and more, the idea seemed to become a lot more solid. He knew instinctively that his guess was right. These Red Mankeys were nothing like the Dragonborns, who each showed tremendous talents in dueling. Perhaps, the Red Mankeys were a lot more suited for warfare. As soldiers 100 men simultaneously without missing a beat. As soldiers who rushed towards their enemy from one call from their general. It would make sense why the Red Mankeys would make such a great impression onto Grieve that he remembered them even from the grave. "Sir, are you from the Reborn Company?" one of the Red Mankeys asked. "I am. Have you heard of us?" The Red Mankeys firmly nodded. "We have friends that told us what happened at the Welcomes Inn. We also want to join your nation." Michael was surprised that the news spread so fast. "It only happened this morning." "This is great," he said. "I was hoping to ask you if you want to join." The Red Mankeys were elated, their tails swinging back and forth like a dog. "Can I ask if you have any more friends that want to join our nation?" They all looked at each other awkwardly. "We have our family, back at home, in the village." This was exactly what Michael was looking for. He wanted more Red Mankeys to join him so that he could test out his theory about their collective strength as a group. The Yellow Mankeys already showed a version of this back at home. Michael noticed that a group of engineer Hob Mankeys working on one project together always seemed to create a faster end product than the other demi-human species. Michael thought it was just their camaraderie as Mankeys, but maybe there was more to it than that, something a lot more innate within their species. "I'm sorry, Sir Michael, but we don't know where the village is," the Red Mankeys dejectedly said. They explained that back in the days, once they left their village, they were forever exiled and banned from returning. Their village ensured this by kidnapping them in their sleep and tossing them out in the wilderness so that they wouldn't know their way back. That's what happened with their ancestors back in the day. And since their parents, and their parents' parents were born here in Angora City outside of their village, then they could never truly know where they truly came from. But we hear that it's near Angora City. The Red Mankeys were sorry that they couldn't help Michael any further. Michael assured them that he was going to find them sooner or later. "Nothing in the shadows can hide from me," assured Fudge. "We'll find that village in no time." Michael told them to go to Welcome's Inn for now, and Shayna would be the one to take care of everything for them, whether they wanted to stay here or move to the nation of Reborn. Meanwhile, he was approached by a few young squires, who were eyeing him with amazement. "Sir John would like to see you, mister." Since he was already here, and he had always planned to visit, Michael agreed and followed the squires deeper into their nightly court. No one was more excited for this than Fudge, who began discreetly placing his shadows everywhere so that he could spy on every knight inside. Michael had to warn the little ninja not to go overboard. "Oh, I really wished I could spar with the knights," Zion said disappointingly. "Ho ho, then I shall be your sparring partner later," replied Grieve. That quickly shut him up. Michael was the only one who appreciated the beauty of the nightly court. Everything here looked like it was ripped straight out of medieval England, with mossy stone walls and knights polishing their metal chest plates. The whole circular court was divided into many sections, each one dedicated to a specific weapon. The sword section, named the Way of the Sword, were full of knights training their squires how to properly hold a sword. Their barracks contained nothing but swords, having many different varieties that they could choose from. Beside them was the Way of the Spear, which seemed to harbor quite the rivalry with the Way of the Sword, as they began shouting teasing remarks at their rival for losing the games in the arena. Everyone he passed, whether they be soldiers, civilians, or even animals, gave him a passing glance and a polite nod when he walked through. It seemed that the rumor about the Reborn Company had already spread here as well. The squires eventually led him towards the furthermost slice of the circular court containing the barracks of the Way of the Axe. There he was welcomed by Sir John and the rest of the knights that saw him in the tomb. "Michael, it's great that you decided to meet with us today," Sir John said, shaking Michael's hand. Then he turned to Zion and offered his hand to him as well. "And you, great sir, what is your name?" "Me," Zion said proudly. "I am the great Zion, sting like a butterfly, float like a bee." Then he turned to Grieve, who was completely covered, obscuring his entire being. "I haven't met you before, but seeing as you are part of the Reborn Company, I am sure that you possess great strength." Michael was glad that he made special mithril lace clothes for Grieve that enhanced his stealth. He didn't know how he was going to explain how he turned the great General Grievous into one of his own allies. "Let us talk inside. We have much to discuss." Sir John led Michael and the rest inside the barracks. They passed through the different rooms for the knights and squires before eventually ending up at the very end of the hallway, presumably Sir John's own office. "Please come inside. There is someone very special waiting for you there," Sir John said. "This meeting is far too important to be made by me alone. Instead, there is someone a lot more qualified to talk to you." Michael raised his eyebrow, before looking past the door with his supreme skill. However, all he could see from the inside were a bunch of random mana. Although it was plenty, and of immense intensity, Michael sensed no sign of life mana anywhere inside. Is it not a living being? Michael eventually opened the door, and there, he saw in front of him, a large orc who had his back turned away from him. An orc? Michael asked. However, as he came closer, he then realized that this was no ordinary orc. That was because it wasn't a life form at all, but instead a projection made entirely out of mana. I apologize for meeting you this way. I would have liked to look upon you face to face, but I am quite preoccupied with something and cannot bring my true form to meet you. The orc walked towards Michael, with the floorboards creaking under his feet, making him seem like a normal demi-human. Even other people wouldn't have known the difference. But he could. We haven't met yet, but I have heard a lot about you. I am Kruger, a heavenly knight. Chapter 234 Kruger. Kruger seemed no different than an ordinary orc. In fact, he looked even more normal than the Orcanine, and the Orcupine orc simply because they were a variant species of orcs. Meanwhile, Kruger was just a simple, ordinary orc with a huge stature and 2 tusks coming out of his lower mouth. The fact that he was simply a projection of mana made it seem like he was even more unimpressive. It didn't help the fact that he was wearing a simple training attire, with a plain white shirt and brown shorts. You're a heavenly knight? He asked. In the flesh. Well, actually not, haha. But for all intents and purposes, I am a heavenly knight before you, Kruger said, with his hands behind his back looking scholarly and dignified. As you might have noticed, I am a master of the way of the axe. Do you know anything about the ways? Michael heard most of it from Una and Agnes, who were a little bit more knowledgeable on the fact, but it wouldn't hurt to hear it from a heavenly knight himself. In this current age, we have considered 10 different weapons as mastered arts in our field. In other words, a way is the field of mastery in which a knight takes in order to achieve heavenly status. Through hard work, talent, and a little bit of luck, I was able to achieve perfect mastery over the way of the axe, giving me the title of heavenly knight. There are 10 of us currently, each one a master of their own weapon. Michael saw pride in Kruger's eyes. He seemed confident and assured of himself that he was truly a master at his field. It made him wonder what he would see in terms of mana when he saw Kruger face to face. Now that I have introduced myself, would you care to do it too? Michael reciprocated and simply replied the truth. I am the leader of the Reborn company, he said plainly. Ah yes, the Reborn company. It has not been long since I have caught wind of its name, but I'm already quite impressed with what you have achieved. They say your company has tremendous smithing skills that are almost equal to the dwarves. They say that your products are addictive and novel. They say that your company has established the Orcus town as your own, now known as Neo-Orcus. But perhaps the most impressive of which is the fact that you have both the Orcupine and the Orcanine tribe under your employ. I could hardly believe it when I heard it. Many of my orc comrades even deem it as a myth, especially since no one has ever confirmed the sightings of these orcs together. I would have asked you to confirm this yourself, but I know that sometimes one has to keep their hands in the dark. So, all I have to say to that is thank you. I am deeply grateful that you were able to save my brethren from their own folly. Michael shrugged. They just needed to hash things out, he said. Kruger laughed, knowing the difficulty in getting those 2 orc tribes to work together. Either way, your arrival here in the Queen's region has driven quite a splash. I am sure that there are many players in the field that are quite surprised at your arrival. You have single-handedly thrown all their plans out the window. Kruger walked around the room as he talked, eventually stopping at the window overlooking the main court, with knights and squires training with strangers in their midst. There was a dragon-like creature, a hooded figure, and a violet slime, talking and mingling with the knights with merry joy. Usually those spear knights dislike talking with people they do not know, but they seem to be quite happy with chocolate bars in their hands. But let us get to the bottom of why I have requested to meet with you. Your friends down below. Even while I am a projection, I could see that they are brimming to the top with talent. It is quite rare to see a collection of them under one banner, and in such an early stage of their career. They have proven themselves in the tomb, fighting a 6-star Apex Jaguar and defeating it quite handily. But of course, not without the help of those certain weapons, mithril, relics. Of course Michael knew that this would happen. He just didn't expect that he would lure such a big shot so soon. Kruger wanted to meet Michael to discuss these very weapons. What do you want to know about them? He asked Kruger. The heavenly knight orc looked back at Michael, surprised that he would admit it so easily. So it is true. There's no point in hiding it, he replied. You do know that these are weapons of great power, once thought to be erased from the annals of time. Even our order spent great resources and time gathering bits and pieces of mithril relics. How were you even able to procure such a large amount for your allies? I made them, he replied. Kruger's projection momentarily shimmered, as his mental state was disturbed for a moment. A heavenly knight such as himself should have achieved inner peace, allowing him to stay unperturbed even in the most surprising of events. Yet this single piece of news, so casually revealed to him by Michael, made him so unstable that his projection almost disappeared. Is this true? How is that even possible? Even the dwarves have lost the method of their creation. Michael shrugged once again. Not anymore. Long story short, I was able to figure out the method myself with their help. Now, our nations are working together to create more. Kruger had to sit down on the chair to center himself, lest he lose control of his projection again. You are quite the dangerous man. This is the first I've even heard of the dwarves allying with a human. Michael reached into his pocket to reveal a simple mithril artifact piece. It was one of the test pieces he had when he first started making them. It looked like an ordinary crystal, transparent and with a small red light coming off of its center. That is the real deal, Kruger said, making his way towards Michael. His eyes couldn't leave the mithril piece as if it was glued to it. His curiosity eventually got the better of him, and he reached out to the artifact. However, his hands just passed through the mithril piece. Regret filled his face. He wished he had taken the time to meet with Michael face to face right now. If he did, then he would have been able to touch upon the mithril artifact with his own hands. Are you not afraid that such a treasure of yours will attract bad intentions? Michael simply snapped his fingers, with the fire mana leaving the mithril artifact and dissipating into the air. The transparent crystal eventually lost the red light inside its core, leaving it desolate. With no mana inside, the mithril artifact turned ashy white, before eventually turning into a crumpled piece of metal, even more fragile than paper. Chapter 235 Scrolls. Kruger looked at Michael, his eyes flashing as he began to realize the power this 11-year-old boy held in his hands. So, you are the only one who could produce mithril artifacts, and you are the only one who can distribute it. I was right. You are quite the dangerous character. With complete monopoly over the greatest weapons in existence, Michael was perhaps the most sought-after man in the entire world. The world just didn't know it yet. What do you plan on doing with your mithril artifacts? Are you planning on selling it? Kruger asked with an inquisitive tone. It was clear what he was trying to convey to Michael. Kruger wanted them too. For now, I can only release a limited supply, Michael said. But the price for my artifacts is not something that I want to sell for money. Kruger nodded, completely understanding Michael's stance. From what I hear, your company is doing quite well in Angora City. Chocolate pastries and armors. Quite a strange combination, but it has been able to gather quite the reputation for being money magnets. I am sure you have no trouble with gold. So, what do you want from mithril artifacts? Knights under your control? Influence on the order? Scrolls of forbidden physical art spells? Michael smiled. Friendship, he said. Friendship? Kruger repeated. For a second, his face contorted into one of confusion as he tried to discern the hidden meaning behind that word. Was that a weapon name? Was that a territory? But when he looked at Michael and saw the look of sincerity on his face, Kruger realized that the request was genuine. Ha 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 ha! He then burst out in laughter, with his voice echoing down the court and surprising a few knights and squires in training. You are quite the greedy little fellow, aren't you? You don't want one thing. You want everything, Kruger said, staring at Michael. I just believe in the philosophy of helping each other out. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. There's no need for pricing. If you need something, I will gladly give it to you. And if eventually I need your help, I hope that you can lend me a hand. In short, I want to be friends, just like how I'm friends with the Dragonborns, the Rebornians, and the dwarves. Let's all help each other out. Kruger couldn't wipe the smile off his face. By basing their relationship, not through contracts and business deals, Michael was guaranteeing a long-time partnership with him, one of the only 10 heavenly knights in the entire world. If it was any other human, Kruger would have been wary that he was being taken advantage of. His influence as a heavenly knight was universal, only below that of the rulers, like the Ocean King and the Draconic Queen. But Kruger felt Michael's genuinity. He walked over to Michael and reached for his hand. All right, I accept your friendship, Kruger said with a big smile. Michael reached for his hand as well, using his supreme skill to manipulate the mana in the projection to have a solid handshake with the heavenly knight. After the meeting ended with Kruger, Michael left the room and was immediately met by Sir John, who had a permanent surprise expression painted on his face. What happened back there? I just received word that you are allowed full access to our dungeons. Before leaving the meeting, Michael asked Kruger if he could take a peek into the court's physical art spells. He didn't forget his original goal in going to this place. This was the perfect time to catch up. All the spells that ChatGK3 knew were full of mystical art spells, which was of no help in training the Dragonborns and the other fighters in the nation of Reborn. Although Grieve was there to teach them about fighting, the undead skeleton was quite forgetful of normal basic spells. By gaining access to the bulk knowledge used by the knights to train their own people, Michael would be able to finally impart that knowledge onto the Rebornians. Michael was eventually led down into the spiraling tower case, down into their dungeon. Sir John gave him a small tour, showing all the equipment they stored as a backup. In these small caves, kind of like an underground prison, there were plenty of weapons and armors haphazardly stacked up to the very ceiling. Eventually, he was led into the very end of the room, and before he even entered, he already smelled the scent of old books wafting over from the room. And when he finally entered, he saw shelves filled with scrolls made out of papyrus papers. Each one was magnificently preserved and categorized based on their contents. Just like the court, the whole library was circular, with each slice showcasing the different physical art spells for the different weapon masteries. "Is there any particular spell you would like to learn? I can help you with it," said Sir John. "There's no need. I'll learn them all." Michael walked to the nearest shelves and picked up one of the scrolls near his eye line. It was a simple 3-star spell specializing in the sword called Southwind of Cuts. When he unfurled the scroll, he saw a magic circle filled with the magic theory surrounding the very spell. Normal knights would take months to master such a spell. Sir John, expecting Michael to be completely absorbed in studying the scroll, eventually left the room and walked back up to the court. Michael looked around the circular library and began to use his supreme skill to make contact with the subtle mana imprinted into the very ink of the scrolls. These written knowledge were not just simply inked down, it was imbued with mana from an experienced user, allowing them to put their insights and learnings into the paper itself. And once that teachings had been passed on over to another person, the magic would cease to exist. This was the reason why scrolls were expensive. But of course Michael didn't need any of that at all. He simply just needed ChatJK3 to scan all the magic theory in the room and copy it for himself. So, he began manipulating all the mana in the room, with the scrolls levitating from out of their shelves and unfurling themselves right in front of Michael. With mana in the ink, his personal AI assistant was able to see all of the knowledge and analyze them to the maximum degree. Progress to next update 20.23%. Progress to next update 27.73%. Progress to next update 39.26%. With each scroll, Michael's progress to the update began increasing. In a matter of a few seconds, Michael was able to copy the magic theory upon tens of thousands of physical art spells. The knowledge washed over his mind, bringing him the acuity to perform these spells adequately. Michael thirsted for more, with his speed of consumption becoming faster and faster. Progress to next update 49.99%. Progress to next update 50%. Congratulations. You were able to achieve basic mastery over physical art spells. System is currently going on an update. Complete. Hello, Michael. I am ChatJK35, and I am your personal AI assistant, snooping on hooded figures. Michael felt even more attuned to his own body. Every fiber of his muscles were intertwined with unity mana, allowing him full control over his own mobility. His bodily coordination shot through the roof. I have successfully integrated all the physical arts knowledge in the 13,532 scrolls, and adjusted your mana gathering technique accordingly. It is now 83% more efficient, allowing you to exert more power with less effort. Is that why my body feels so good? The leftover consciousness from each scroll gave deepful insight into the mind of masters. All those knowledge are now stored into your body, whether you actively know it or not. In other words, Michael's muscle memory was probably even better than that of the Dragonborns, which was quite unfair for them since they were the ones who had been working hard to train. All he had to do was read 10,000 scrolls, and he was able to perfectly acclimate his body into the perfect vessel for physical art skill. Michael did find it to be a bit of a letdown that he wasn't able to improve ChatJK3 to the next software. All he got was a half-step upgrade, which was good, but not better than he hoped. The capacity needed for the software to upgrade increases with each reform. The scrolls contain only basic information about physicality, which transformed your body into an athlete, but wasn't able to transform your mind into the next level. I knew that, he said to ChatJK35. Thankfully, there's a lot of other knightly courts here in the Queen's region that I would someday be able to visit. For now, Michael had to be content with the fact that he had a modicum of master over physical art spells. Just like last time. He was now able to completely create imagination. He could compose 5-star and below physical art spells in a matter of seconds. With the Dragonborns and the Rebornians who severely needed a lot more firepower in their repertoire of skills. With nothing left for him here, he walked back up to the main court, where Sir John was caught unprepared for his arrival. You were only gone for half a candle. I'm sorry, did you not get what you were looking for? Michael shook his head. I was able to learn it, I just need more, he said. Of course, Sir John couldn't have possibly known that Michael learned every single scroll in their dungeon, nor would he even think that it was possible at all. Did you see where my friends went? Zion and the others completely went off on their own while he talked with Kruger, so Michael had no idea where they were now. I did see them go with the other knights earlier. I think they went back up to the arena, Sir John said. Knowing those three, Michael was sure that they were up to no good. You guys have healers here, right? He asked only because he was sure that Zion wouldn't be able to hold off his excitement and end up hurting one of the knights. Why? Sir John asked. I think they went to pick a fight with the knights. You guys have healers here, right? If it was any other person, Sir John would have scoffed at the question. But since he saw what those Dragonborns were capable of with his own eyes, he knew that there could be trouble brewing. I'll get the bandages, Sir John said worryingly. As Sir John scurried off to warn the knights about the monstrous genius called Zion, Michael was left all alone. He was going to go to the arena, but all of a sudden, he saw the shadow of the walls morph and change in front of him, before two shadow orcs emerged. It was Naruto and Sasuke, the two leaders of the Orcanines and the Orcupines. Is something the matter? We have observed an important conversation taking place, so we decided that it was best to report directly to you, said Naruto, bumping his chest as a sign of respect. Important conversation? Michael asked, intrigued. He transported himself and the orcs back to a more private location. We have spread our forces everywhere in and around the city. There is no corner in which we do not have our ears on them. Usually we hear plenty of nonsensical chatter spreading around that we ignore. But in matters of the Reborn company, we are always fully alert, said Sasuke, with the quills on his back shaking to produce a shrill sound. Ever since the tomb incident, there is one particular group that has caught our attention, the Hammerstone Company. We have disturbed their plans for improving their ranking in the Golden 500, and they are not too happy about it. Competition always brings some sort of friction. That was natural. He even heard that the Hammerstone Group was a sub-company of the Hephaestus Company, one of the largest conglomerates in the world, just like his grandfather's business. What did you find out? Nothing as of yet, Boss Michael. It's happening as we speak. Michael looked back at the Shadow Orcs, with an idea forming in his head. Meanwhile, at the very center of Angora City, in the heart of the business district of the capital, was the headquarters of the Hammerstone Group. Their armory was the premier store for everything made out of metal. Every group, company, or guild needed armors and weapons for their security, and they were the ones to get it from. At least that was before a mysterious group came out of the jungle and showed off their new armor and weapon sets, completely setting a new standard in the city. They were slowly losing control of the flow of armor and weapons everywhere. In response, the Hammerstone Company only had one choice left to do. They had to ask help from their parent company, the Hephaestus Group. Every Hammerstone employee welcomed their arrival on this very day. Butch, the leader of the company's adventurers, made sure everything was perfect. After all, these visitors coming from far away were from the main Hephaestus Company itself. The double doors opened, as 5 individuals stepped foot into their building. Maids and butlers laid out a red carpet for their arrival, but they didn't seem to care that much at all and continued to walk forward. I sincerely welcome you to our building. Butch's words tapered off as the fire-hooded figures continued to walk past him, completely ignoring his attempt at establishing relations. There is no need for pleasantries. We are here for one thing only: establish dominance. One of the hooded figures picked up a sword from their large collection and bent its blade with no force required. Do you know why your company is losing revenue? The hooded figure asked. It's because they are losing faith. They don't believe that the Hammerstone Company is strong enough to deliver the best equipment. Butch lowered his head. What shall we do? You shall do nothing but continue to improve the quality of the swords and armors you make. That should be easy enough, seeing that you are all a part of the Hephaestus Company. But we have a different job. We shall show that our strength is even better than the knights and the wizards. That is how we build trust. Meanwhile, in the shadows flickering in the chandeliers, there were 3 figures lurking above. It was Michael and the 2 orcs. Chapter 237, Stone Cold. From an outsider's perspective, Michael's entire body was as natural as the paint on the wall. If they looked directly at him, they would notice nothing, and simply thought that he was part of the wooden ceilings up above. His mastery over mana allowed him to be completely devoid of it as well. There was no light mana emanating from his body, mistaking him as a non-living being, as an object. Of course, he could have just used the orc shadow skill to obscure himself, but he thought that this was a better stealth option overall. We have arrived here to solve the situation. And solve it we will, said the hooded figure. Thanks to Naruto and Sasuke's timely report, Michael was able to witness the arrival of the hooded figures in the city. Any idea who they are? He asked the orcs, using the 2-star spell variable sound to transform the waves of his voice into a straight line that directly transmitted the sound to their ears without any leakage. Rumor has it that they are part of an elite task force from the Hephaestus Company, trained to be elite soldiers, Naruto replied, showing Michael the written reports of his orc subordinates. Instead of sending a blacksmith, they sent out soldiers instead. This told Michael one thing: they planned to use strength to showcase their dominance, especially after their failure in the tomb campaign. He heard from Fudge that Butch's main goal during that time was to be the first one to conquer the tomb, which would gain them a lot of reputation within Angora City. But with their failure, they lost some of that reputation, which directly led to their sales plummeting down. And now, the Hephaestus Company sent down elite soldiers to remedy this failure. The owner of the Hammerstone Company is quite disappointed. He fully expected you to be able to reach rank 494 this month around. But it seems, it's more likely we get rank 496 instead. Butch bowed his head, ashamed. I wish to convey my deepest apologies to the owner. As a direct descendant of Hephaestus, he deserves only the best of the best. This failure is mine. The hooded figure nodded, accepting Butch's apology. But not to worry, we shall solve this problem in a matter of a few days, or else we would not have been called the Stone Cold Six. The rest of the Hammerstone employees hid their gasps at the revelation of their name. Their reputation as fearsome warriors triumphed even that of the Knights of the Order. Rumor has it that they could even defeat those that were 1 star higher than their own level. Soon, hopeful smiles flashed across the faces of every Hammerstone employee. With the appearance of the Stone Cold Six, Angora City would hopefully see the strength in their company again. Michael noticed that there were only 5 of them here in this room. Meaning, there was one missing. "I have already sent out one of our own to fulfill the first mission," said the hooded figure, establishing dominance in the knightly court. "Stone Cold Six will bring triumph against the knights, that you can be sure." Michael nodded to the 2 orcs in front of him. They heard everything they needed to hear. They sunk back down to their shadows and disappeared, with no one the wiser. Meanwhile, back in the knightly court, the friendly competition between the different knight factions were routinely going on their way. The Way of the Spear, the winner of the previous fight against the Sword Knight, was now the reigning champion within the court. He raised the green flag with the insignia of a spear stitched on the front, with the crowd cheering him on for his dominance. However, before he could be crowned as the winner of this competition, there was just one faction left remaining. It was the Way of the Axe, led by none other than Sir John. They were the true reigning champs of this competition. Sir John specifically had been quite the tough opponent to beat. It was even more apparent as the 2 knights fought. Sir John's axe was as heavy as a mountain, yet his swings were so fast as if he was wielding a rapier instead. It didn't take long before he won, and became the champion of the competition. But just as Sir John was supposed to raise his flag in victory, someone from the crowd suddenly threw a cold blue glove towards the arena, landing just in front of him. Sir John eyed the glove, and then looked towards the crowd. He knew what this meant. It was a formal challenge. "I humbly ask for your teachings," a hooded figure asked. As a proud knight, Sir John never shied away from a fight. He swore an oath to always honor a challenge. "Very well," Sir John said, scrutinizing the hooded figure. "But I will not hold back my strength, even for someone that is 1 star below my level." Even at a distance, Sir John was able to discern that his challenger was only a 4-star realm fighter. "It's only fair," the hooded figure smiled. Then he jumped onto the arena, taking off his hooded robe all in one move. He revealed himself to be a bald, manly figure encased in intricate icy blue armor. His muscles bulged perfectly in the metal, as if it was molded specifically for his body. The number 5 was stamped on his back armor. "What do I call you?" Sir John asked. "You can call me 5, the bald man replied. The crowd cheered in an uproar. The sudden appearance of this new challenger excited them to no end. Just from his armor alone, they knew that this would be an extremely entertaining fight. "Whoa! Look at his armor. Isn't that the emblem of the Hammerstone Company?" "Oh yeah, it's stamped on his chest." Soon, everyone knew that this new challenger was adorned with a full Hammerstone armor set. Only the result of the duel would tell if the armor could withstand the heavy cleaving strikes of the famous Sir John. Meanwhile, Zion, Grieve, and Fudge finally returned to the arena after exploring every single barracks in the court. They became quite preoccupied with stuff since Fudge insisted on visiting every corner of the court so that he could spread his clones everywhere. "Ah, look, Fudge, you made us miss the fight," Zion said, his shoulders sagging in disappointment. "It's not my fault," Fudge said. As the 2 kept arguing, Grieve walked forward and looked through the crowd. Eventually he saw a strange sight. Everyone in the crowd was silent, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Grieve looked down and saw Sir John on the ground, with his axe split in half. He was panting, while looking up at a figure in front of him. "He lost?" Grieve uttered. Zion and Fudge eventually caught up and saw the scene for themselves. "Huh? How could Bro John lose?" Zion asked. Just then, the figure who won the fight suddenly faced the crowd. "This is dominance! We are the best fighters in all of Angora City. Hammerstone Group will prevail, and no other company is better than us." Zion was triggered by those words. He was about to jump in, when all of a sudden, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He looked behind and saw Michael. "Before you go, I have a few gifts to give you," Michael said with a smile, raising his hand to bestow some new skills for Zion. Chapter 238. Dual Reborn 5 Hammerstone. With Chat JK 3.5's mastery over physical art spells, Michael was able to whip up new skills customized specifically for Zion's talents. Information washed over to the young Dragonborn's head, giving him the magic theory required to turn his innate movements into something that was bathed in mana. He figured out how to draw deep from his unity cores, and spread it to a specific muscle group with the right amount of force and quantity to release the maximum amount of power required. After the transfer was over, Zion's eyes glinted in understanding. "What do you think?" Michael asked. "Thank you, bro Mike. These are so good." Zion excitedly punched the air, a crisp whipping sound echoing in the arena. This small preview of strength was enough to catch the attention of the reigning champ below. The warrior named 5 looked up at the bleachers and squinted as he looked at Zion, scrutinizing the Dragonborn. "Hey bro, can I play next?" he asked 5, jumping down the steps to stand on top of the wooden railings. The bald man's eyes showed confusion as he felt the points of power within Zion to be lower than his. And upon using a monocle that determined a person's cultivation strength, 5 realized that the Dragonborn was only at the 3-star realm. Was that just a fluke? Five muttered under his breath. For a brief second he felt an explosion of mana from. Did you hear me, bro? Zion asked, cupping his mouth outwards with his hands. You wish to challenge me? I am willing to accept, but are you sure? The crowd that was so silent once again erupted in hushed whispers. They had seen how dominant Five was against even one of the best knights in the entire city. Sir John was of no match to him. It took less than a minute for the renowned 5-star knight to completely lose control of his own weapon. Somehow, Five was able to completely overpower even the tremendous force of the axe and split it in half. This was a feat that silenced all knight supporters. Even though Five was only in the 4-star realm, he was able to beat someone 1 star higher than his own cultivation. And now Zion wanted to challenge Five while being 1 star lower than him. Let's fight, you look fun, Zion said as he jumped down onto the arena, with dust particles exploding beneath his feet. Sir John, who was being carried away by his fellow knights, only had one thing to say to him. Be careful, he said. Sir John had completely underestimated his opponent, leading to his humiliating loss. One of the greatest sins that a knight could commit was losing their weapon in battle. His mastery over the way of the axe should have prevented this from happening at all. Yet it did. His weapons and armors are top-notch. It's not the kind of thing that is produced here, he warned Zion. Of course, if he knew that Five was part of an elite task force called the Stone Cold Six directly from one of the biggest conglomerates in the world, then he would completely understand why his weapon was unable to survive. No worries, it's just a fun little fight, Zion said, rotating his shoulders in preparation. It was as if he didn't even hear Sir John's warning in the first place. And why would he? His face showed no sign of worries that his weapons and armors would be destroyed like the others. It was made from Reborn. There was no better equipment to be had. Meanwhile, Five scrutinized Zion's face and swung his spear in the air. Blue frost permeated the weapon, with mist evaporating in the air. You are from the Reborn company, are you not? Five said, pointing the tip at Zion. Of course the guy did his research. It would be stupid of him to not know the very reason for their failure in the first place. Yeah, I am, Zion announced proudly, with Fudge cheering him on from the bleachers. The rest of the crowd began whispering to each other once again. Not a lot have heard about the Reborn company and only knew their involvement in chocolates. So a lot of them were surprised when rumors began to spread about the Rebornians' exploits in the tomb. What? They're the one who conquered that discovery. Yeah, and you know what I heard as well. They said that the Reborn guys were able to hold their own against the Knights and the Hammerstone group. That's how they emerged victorious in the tomb. I heard they used special weapons too, like real rare stuff. Wow, I should visit their armory then. Five bit his lips as he heard the discussion around them. Even though he put on a dominant show of force against the Knights, somehow the Reborn company was still able to steal it away from them. Five then spread his arms and looked at the ground. Listen here, every one of you. This is going to be a duel not only for ourselves, but for the company that we represent. Then he pointed his spear at Zion. Whoever shall win this battle will revel in the admiration and respect of every single person in attendance. And whoever loses will have to admit here, in the presence of everyone, that their company is the inferior of the two. A fire lit up in Zion's eyes. He looked back up at the stands and saw Michael and the rest of his friends looking over at him with a smile. Kick his ass. Fudge cheered. A good old-fashioned duel. Ho ho. I may not remember much, but I do know the triumphant feeling OFAS Senior Fudge would say kicking someone's ass. I would like to see it again. Even Grieve was pumped up. Go have fun, Michael said to him with a thumbs up. That was the only permission Zion needed. He looked back at Five and gave him a thumbs up, before turning it into a thumbs down. Let's fight. Five immediately rushed to Zion, with dust exploding out from behind him. His spear was pointed directly at the young Dragonborn's unarmored chest. Zion punched the air, with the force transferring into the air like a wave and reaching Five's body at the speed of sound. With a single slice of the spear, Five disrupted the punch's power before rushing forward with the tip toward Zion. The young Dragonborn skipped in place like a boxer, moving left and right rhythmically before dodging out of the spear headed towards his chest. When his thrust missed, Five swung his spear to try and reach Zion. But he was able to duck away at the last second, countering with an uppercut aimed towards the chin. Five stepped back, using the bottom of his spear as leverage, with Zoin's punch creating a huge shockwave up to the air, but hitting nothing else. The crowd stood up, surprised at the electric fight they were witnessing today. Zion smiled and looked at his opponent. He was just getting started. He charged towards Five, punching with a left jab. Five parried the punch with his spear, but that wasn't the end of Zion's attack. It was a 1-2 punch. Zion's immense speed and power left Five completely vulnerable, as the Dragonborn landed a heavy punch to the liver. Chapter 239. Zion's Punches. Zion's space-breaking punch sent Five shooting towards the wall. Everything happened so fast that the only thing that the audience could see was a blur, before Five crashed into the wall, creating a reverberation in the arena and dust flying everywhere. The crowd got up their feet and tried to look beyond the cloud of dust to see if the fight was over. But as dirt settled, they saw Five standing perfectly still, with his cold blue armor perfectly preserved. There was no dent or scratch on his body. Even the smile on his face was enough evidence for everyone to know that Zion's punch was not able to do any significant damage to the bald man. Whoa! Who is that demi-human? His punches are insane. But it's even more impressive that 5 is able to take that punch head-on without even feeling anything. That armor must be amazing. I never knew Hammerstone could create such an amazing craft. 5 smiled as he heard the compliments to his armor. This was precisely the reason why he let himself be hit. You were a good comparison for my armor. Now they know where to buy theirs if they want something good, he said to Zion. Sorry, but I'll have to finish this fight. A cold blue aura emanated from 5's body as air and water mana to combine into an icy spell in his body. Hephaestus frosty wind, 5 screamed out, empowering the tip of his spear with a 4-star ice power. The crowd gasped, as they saw that even the dust underneath his feet began to frost. 5 lunged towards Zion, thrusting his cold-tipped spear to his chest. Zion sidestepped away at the very last second, before a sharp icicle extended from the tipped spear and easily pierced through the wall behind the young dragonborn. The bald man continued to swing his spear towards Zion. Unlike last time, each of his swings released a burst of powerful 4-star icicles that could pierce through even the toughest of steel armor. With each spear attack, Zion was forced to step back more and more. Winter Wonderland. 5 cried out as his legs began to turn completely icy blue. It was as if his whole leg was frozen into an iceberg. With the power manifested into his legs, 5 stomped on the ground, spreading frost and ice outwards. You can't keep running away forever, 5 taunted as he stepped forward and swung his spear at Zion. The ground beneath Zion's feet turned into a slippery ice terrain just before the cold-tipped spear arced towards him from above. 5 hoped that this would disorient the young dragonborn and prevent him from stepping away in time from his spear attack. Yet, he seemed to have underestimated his power. Zion simply punched the air, creating a shockwave that was enough to deflect the spear's trajectory, allowing the icicle to just slip past his ears. He then used a 1-2 punch beneath his feet, the shockwave creating a cracked crater on the ground, effectively destroying the flat terrain that made the ice become so slippery in the first place. Too late, 5 screamed out as he thrusted his spear towards Zion. Iced encasement. A blue ball of energy launched from the tip, freezing anything unfortunate enough to be caught in its trajectory. The frozen sphere of energy crashed upon contact, creating an iceberg that encased the young dragonborn. At least it should have. 5's eyes widened as he saw the icicle start to melt just as fast as it was created. Mist and steam erupted from the iceberg because of how fast it was disintegrating. What? How? Zion emerged from the iceberg completely unharmed. 5 thought that he would at least incur frostbite from being hit by a 4-star spell's direct impact. But then he noticed that the iceberg never encased Zion at all. There seemed to be an invisible spherical barrier that prevented the spell from reaching the dragonborn's scales. It was what also melted the ice so quickly. Oh, I wanted to win without using the unity defense, Zion said, disappointed at himself. In fact, he was the only one upset at himself. Everyone could see that he, a 3-star realm fighter, was able to withstand the full frontal attack of a 4-star spell. He even came out of it unscathed. That was supposed to be impossible. Well, whatever, Zion shrugged. I guess I have to use my real skills now. Zion took out a single piece of chocolate bar from his pockets and raised it in the air. He released it in his mouth and swallowed it whole. Then an explosion of power and aura permeated the arena. Even civilians who had no idea about cultivation felt the immense spike in power from Zion. 5 stood in the arena, with his face completely contorted into confusion. He slowly took out a monocle from his pockets and placed it on his eye before staring directly at Zion. There, he saw 4 points of light in his abdomen. He was in the 4-star realm. This is impossible, he cried out. Even the best cultivation pills found in the market couldn't have possibly created such a drastic change in power. This was the power of superior sugar rush. Consumption of chocolate immediately boosted his power by 1-star realm. Are you ready? Zion asked. Try and hit me. The young dragonborn rushed towards the flustered 5. But immediately after sensing danger, the bald man sobered up and took his spear in self-defense. 5 thrusted his spear 20 times in a matter of a second, leaving no chance for Zion to come close to him. If he tried, then icicles would pierce through his body. But Zion still pressed through. He put both of his hands on his shin and ducked downwards before weaving left and right as he moved towards the barrage of spear thrusts. Dempsey roll, he whispered. Zion's body began to blur, making it seem like there were after images beside him. Seeing this chance, pierced his spear directly towards Zion. The dragonborn didn't even try to duck away. But surprisingly enough, 5's spear passed right through Zion's head. It was as if he pierced through only a mirage. Panicked, 5 increased the intensity of his spear thrust while stepping backwards. Ice particles began to shimmer in the air, but none of them were able to touch a single scale on Zion's body. The young dragonborn continued to weave left and right, completely dodging every spear that came his way. You? How? 5 was now face to face with Zion, with the advantage of his long spear already long gone. In a last-ditch attempt, 5 encased his entire spear with sharp icicles growing out of the shaft, and swung it towards Zion, but Zion just ducked under it quite easily. And while squatting down, Zion began to gather up all the power inside his right fist. Unity mana, powered by the sugar rush, began to course through his veins and give him tremendous power. Zion looked up at 5, and saw a panicked expression on his face. He smiled and prepared his finishing move. Gazelle Punch. Zion burst upwards with an uppercut, hitting 5 squarely on his stomach and sending him flying outwards. Chapter 240. Reborn Victory. 5 was sent crashing into the wall, creating a large dust explosion that covered everything down below. The audience got up off their seats once again, and waited until the dust settled. A few seconds later they saw him, and unlike last time, 5 was not able to brush off Zion's attack like it was nothing. He laid down on the floor, groaning and crying in pain as he held his stomach. "Ha! That was so fun," Zion said, shuffling his feet, ready to go another round. Impo, he muttered, grasping at the dust on the ground. The audience looked at Zion and shouted to the top of their lungs, cheering at his dominant display of power. "Whoa! He just defeated a 4-star fighter. How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Did you see what he ate? Wasn't that chocolate? So it's true that if you eat chocolate, you become a lot stronger. I'll have to buy a whole crate today." That's not all. He was able to defend against the frost of the other guy because of some strange invisible shield he had. Do you think that is from one of their armors? Hey, let's visit their armory later. It was a clear display of dominance. Zion showed a powerful burst of strength, as well as an enduring defense that could take even the power of a 4-star ice fighter. "Yeah, I knew my junior would win." Fudge screamed, "Serves him right." "Excellent display of fighting skills," Grieve commented. Zion reveled in the applause, taking in all the cheers and claps coming his way. He performed a few light jabs for the audience, which seemed to have riled them up even further. But unbeknownst to the audience, 5 was not yet done. He secretly took out a white pill from his pockets and chewed on it with his teeth. The pill broke into a powdery mess, which was instantly absorbed into his body. Whatever he ate seemed to have contained copious amounts of mana as his body began to go wild. The new supply of this energy allowed his body to temporarily fix the 8 broken ribs in his chest and fix all the internal injuries he sustained from Zion's Gazelle Punch. However, the side effects of this consumption seemed to have reddened his eyes and made his face twitch uncontrollably. "Whoa, watch out!" Suddenly 5 burst out towards Zion with renewed strength. However, the Dragonborn swiftly turned around and faced his opponent once again. Only now did the other people notice that Zion suddenly wielded black gauntlets with violet cracks all over it. The appearance of this weapon took away everyone's attention. They couldn't seem to stop looking at it. Unfortunately for them, Zion raised his gauntlets and performed a straight jab with his right hand, meeting with the tip of 5's spear. The two weapons collided, creating sparks in the middle of the arena. Magically adept people then began to notice an unusually strong amount of multi-elemental mana bursting out of Zion's gauntlets. It was so powerful, in fact, that it began to overpower the renewed vigor of 5's attacks. If it weren't for the pill 5 consumed, he would have immediately recognized the power hidden within Zion's gauntlets, and knew the eventual result of crossing weapons with him. But his newfound power messed with his logical reasoning. The gauntlets exploded in power, pushing the tip of the spear backwards. The force was enough to bend the shaft unnaturally, before it became too much, and splintered into 1,000 pieces. But that wasn't the end of that. Zion's gauntlet followed through, and eventually reached 5 square in his chest. The bald man's icy blue armor began to permeate with frost, trying to fight the power of unity from the gauntlets. 5's face crumpled as he tried to stubbornly withstand the force of the punch. But eventually, the ice in his armor began to melt. The water and air mana being supplied to the chestplate was counteracted by the fire and earth mana present in the unity-powered gauntlet. The icy blue armor that imitated the long-withstanding and eternal icebergs of the Arctic released a final burst of energy before losing all its color and power. The metal chestplate crumpled from Zion's punch, completely destroying the armor and leaving it no good for anything but scraps. 5 looked at his own armor with disbelief, his red eyes not enough to convey his grief and frustration. It was only now that he looked up at Zion and realized that he lost. "You win?" 5 muttered with the last of his strength. He collapsed on the floor, ending the fight entirely. The crowd was silent for a second, before erupting in an even bigger applause. They began throwing all sorts of congratulatory gifts towards Zion. The young Dragonborn looked at all the towels, flags, and handkerchiefs before raising his hand in triumph. "I am a Rebornian," he proclaimed, and with his words the audience began to chant Reborn in honor of his win against 5. "Isn't Hammerstone armor supposed to be stronger than that? That demi-human completely destroyed that guy's armor. We gotta talk about his gauntlets. What kind of power was that? It felt like it could even destroy a mountain. Reborn, Reborn, Reborn. I'm going to be a fan of their products from now on. I want to have their chocolates and armor. Even the knights from the court began to congratulate the young dragonborn. He was able to successfully restore their honor by beating 5 so badly that even his armor was destroyed. Meanwhile, Michael clapped for Zion from the stands as well. Seeing the power of customized physical art skills really solidified the importance of this new upgrade for Chache K3.5. He wasn't even sure that the Dempsey roll and Gazelle punch skills would work, because it was something he only saw in his previous life. But his personal AI assistant was able to convert those normal moves into something powered by mana. There were plenty of other moves Michael could borrow from his life on modern Earth, some of which would fit perfectly for the other Dragonborns. Speaking of whom, Michael's shadow contorted in front of him as Shayna's voice echoed from the other side. "Lord Michael? I heard my little brother's having a lot of fun." Michael scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, yeah, it's just a little experiment. Ahem. I would like to remind you, Lord Michael, that it is customary for elder siblings to be the first one to receive gifts." "Haha, of course. Oops. The line is breaking up. Signal's too low here." Michael got out of that conversation as fast as possible, even if his excuse didn't even make sense. "The Dragonborns will serve as great generals of their own," said Grieve. "I'm not sure about their talent to lead an army, but their strengths are definitely enough to be considered as a leader. At least I think so." Michael also couldn't see Zion becoming all serious and leading an army himself. But the young Dragonborn was definitely full of surprises. After the fight in the arena, Michael and the Dragonborns taught the knights how to drink beer properly, with one hand on waist and chugging a mug in one go. They may have inadvertently become a bad influence to the righteous knights. Chapter 241 Reborn celebrated. The after-fight party was small, consisting only of the knights and Michael and his group. The squires immediately surrounded Zion, asking him if he could teach them some of his moves. Those who chose to become a part of the Way of the Gauntlets were the ones who asked with a little bit more fervor in their voice. "Teach us, please. The way you punch is so fast and quick. I've never even seen someone duck and dodge like you. And those gauntlets, can you show us? Is it really made out of mithril artifacts?" Zion graciously accepted all the compliments with a humble tone, saying that what he did was nothing special and all that. But of course, the smirk on his face said that he was enjoying the attention everyone was giving him. He began punching the air and shuffling his feet, performing his shadowbox training session for the knights. Michael noticed that the squires and knights from the Way of the Gauntlets were similar to the boxers of the olden days in his previous life. Their postures were completely rigid, with their hands just awkwardly positioned in the front. It seemed that the boxing techniques in this world were not yet that advanced, seeing as they were completely bewildered by a simple feet shuffle. Michael. While the other knights were having fun with Grieve, Fudge, and Zion, he was approached by Sir John, who was walking on clutches on both sides. "Are you recovering well?" he asked Sir John, and the knight replied with a nod. "My body can walk tomorrow, but my mind needs more time to recover. My axe is my lifeline. The fact that it broke means that I should have died in that arena." Michael consoled him. "You didn't know," he said. "I heard that 5 was someone from a conglomerate called the Hephaestus Company." "Ah, I see. Then it is no wonder that my weapon was not up to standard. It also explains why he is not yet recovered by his team." "What do you mean?" Sir John explained that after the fight, the knights nursed 5 back to health. Usually he should have been recovered by the Hammerstone Company by now to be treated at their building. But no one had claimed him yet. This meant that 5 was most probably abandoned by his company. Those conglomerates are quite strict. A single failure can be enough for you to be fired and cast aside. It seems that whatever 5 was trying to do in the arena, he was unable to fulfill it, leading to his dismissal. Michael found it to be a cold-blooded act. But that's just the way things go. Even in his previous world, a single mistake could cost anyone their job. And seeing as 5 was strong enough to defeat a 5-star knight like Sir John, he would have no trouble finding another employment in another company. By the way, what was that pill that he consumed? It was most probably a cultivation pill. Usually those are only consumed during meditation in order to increase the amount of mana intake into the body. But he used it while in an active state, which led to all sorts of side effects on his body. Sir John then looked at Michael awkwardly, as if he was having trouble if he wanted to say something or not. "This leads me to a favor I need to ask of you." "What is it?" "Our whole knightly court wishes to procure chocolates and armor directly from your company." Michael's eyebrows raised, intrigued at the proposition. "We saw how inadequate our equipment is, and we are in dire need of an upgrade. Your weapons and armors have proven to be of the best quality we have seen in recent years." Of course, Michael said yes. Becoming the weapon and armor supplier of the Angora City Knightly Court was a big opportunity that should not be let go. Although, I do have to remind you that chocolates have no real effects, right? We Rebornians just have a special skill that allows us to take advantage of its properties. Sir John still insisted on having chocolates become a part of the deal. Even if the effects are not as substantial as young Zion over there, we still feel a little bit of improvement upon eating chocolates. And even if it is just a figment of our imagination, we have become addicted to its sweet taste. Even now, The knights were eating chocolate while drinking beer at the tables. Michael eventually acquiesced and struck a deal with Sir John and the rest of the knights. And before they shook hands, Sir John had one last request. "Oh, and can we also get more beer?" After the celebrations in the court, Michael and the others returned to their headquarters in the city. They returned to Welcome's Inn, which was now completely covered in a large cloth enclosure that obscured the whole building from the outside. The sounds of muffled hammering echoed on the outside, revealing that there was construction going on under the blanket. This was all part of Michael's plan to renovate the whole building and turn it into Reborn's Angora City headquarters. Upon passing through the cloth clover, Michael saw that the whole building was destroyed from the inside, and the wooden structures were replaced with concrete pillars for more stability. The new and old Rebornians made their homes in makeshift concrete rooms on the bottom floor. Michael saw that the red Mankeys from the arena earlier had successfully reunited with their relatives here. They thanked Michael immensely for his help, and asked if there was anything they could do to make it up to him. Since their talent laid in fighting rather than constructing, there wasn't any job they could do right now. So, he suggested they follow Grief for now. The undead General Skeleton quickly took control of the red Mankeys and began making them do all sorts of physical construction jobs to toughen up their bodies. "Welcome home, Lord Michael." Shayna greeted Michael and reported to him everything that happened while he was away. Thankfully, nothing out of the ordinary. "Did you have a productive day?" Yuna asked. He told her the deal he struck with Sir John and the Knights, which gained him approval from the diplomat. "Now you just need to meet with the Magic Tower and gain their approval. Those two factions will be enough to persuade the Duke to let your Golden Road pass through Angora City." "I'm planning on doing it tomorrow," he said to her. In the meanwhile, since he wasn't going to do anything tonight, Michael ended up helping the Rebornian engineers with the construction of the headquarters. And with his mastery over mana, the progress skyrocketed, allowing them to completely finish construction in a matter of hours. By the time the sun rose in the sky, the new building was ready to be unveiled to the general public of Angora City. Reborn became the talk of the city because of yesterday's fight in the arena. Word was spread quite fast, which prompted a lot of people to search for the Reborn company all over. That was until they were led by some soldiers into a grand building in the middle of the street. Reborn Company? Huh? Where did this stone building come from? Chapter 242, Reborn Department Store. Early in the morning, the citizens of Angora City woke up to the sight of a huge stone building erected in the middle of the street. This was definitely not here before because they would have remembered the sophisticated architecture of the structure. Reborn Company? You mean the people who conquered the tomb? I only knew them for chocolates. Didn't you hear about yesterday? They defeated someone from the Hammerstone group. Eventually a crowd had gathered in the front, bringing in more curious citizens looking to find some answers. Suddenly, the revolved around itself to reveal a pleasant-looking woman wearing a dress. She looked at the crowd in front of her and bowed to them in deference. "Welcome to the Reborn Department Store, dear valued customers. You are now free to enter," she said. The curious onlookers broke out in hushed whispers, hesitant in taking the woman's words for the truth. They had never heard of a department store before. "Please come in and take a look at our wares." She walked back to the revolving door, with some people bravely following her in. And when they saw what was inside, they were completely stunned and bewildered. Everywhere they could see, there were shelves upon shelves containing a variety of metal equipment and armors of all kinds. Everything shone, even in the dim light, exhibiting its high quality from even far away. Each shelf had a specific equipment stored. On the very left side were for arm braces and gauntlets only, while the one next to it were meant for chest plates and shoulder armors. People began to walk through the shelves until they reached the very end, where a counter was located. There were several demi-human employees behind the desk who bowed politely at the potential customers. "Welcome, sirs, madams, would you like to try our new chocolate desserts?" Beside the desk were crates and boxes full of chocolate goodies. There were visual depictions of a man and woman eating chocolates with a satisfied smile on their faces, which stimulated the appetite of anyone looking at them. One of their very first customers approached the desk shyly. I would like to buy a bar of chocolates," he said. The attendants on the other side smiled at the customer. "Of course. Would you like to buy our new leather shirt that is both stylish and protective? If you buy one now, you can avail an entire box of chocolates for yourself for only 100% gold altogether." The man immediately nodded and pushed a sack of gold to the counter, receiving his new shirt and box of chocolate. The other people who heard this couldn't help themselves and bought one for themselves as well. It was too good of a deal. Michael looked down the balcony overlooking the entire department store. It had been a couple of hours since they opened up their new headquarters to the public, and already the entire floor was being swarmed by adventurers and civilians alike. As soon as the first satisfied customer left the building, the news spread like wildfire. People began visiting this obscure part of the city just to take a look at the Reborn department store. That seemingly got constructed overnight. It was an unbelievable story to most of them, which was quickly proven true once they visited the actual building. Curiosity was what pushed people to enter the building. Quality products were what forced them to stay and buy one for themselves. "Look, this uncommon manky armor set looks durable while being easy to move through," said one of the adventurers, pouring through the armor on display. "This one looks like that Dragonborn we saw yesterday in the arena. It even has the same fiery red color," said one of his friends, pointing at the armor set inspired by Zion, which was currently displayed in a glass. "I know. I want to buy that rare Dragonborn chestplate, but it's too expensive for me." The incredible display that Zion put yesterday increased the reputation of Reborn products in the city. Almost everyone heard about it by now, and timely enough, they could now purchase their own Reborn armor here. Zion's weapon and armor triumphed against Hammerstone equipment. That was enough assurance for people to believe that Reborn's quality was top-notch, leading them to buy it in droves. Even civilians who had not held a single weapon in their hands ended up purchasing leather armors and decorative weapons just for their pleasure. "Congratulations. This uncommon Rebornian steel sword comes with 10 free chocolate bars." "Enjoy," said one of the cashiers, as they handed out the customer's sword in a grand wooden box with the symbol R carved on it. "Sweet." Zion's consumption of chocolate during the fight also helped increase the popularity of chocolates, with others believing that they could also become super strong like him upon consumption. All in all, the first day of business in Angora City turned out to be extremely good. "Business is doing well, Lord Michael." Shayna approached Michael with a bunch of papers in her hands. "It sure is. I have heard from the Shadow Orcs that a lot of the companies in the city expressed their surprise at our new department store," she said, looking at her papers. "It's only natural," he replied. "I'm sure they are trying to find out how we were able to accomplish such a big construction job in just under a day." "Should I instruct the Shadow Orcs to create illusions and mislead their investigations?" Michael shook his head. "No, let them find out about concrete." Sheena's eyes lit up once she understood Michael's intentions. "I see. Once they find out about concrete, they will inevitably contact you to purchase their own supply." "Yup," he replied, smiling. "The more this rumor spreads, the less we have to do to advertise our products." The female Dragonborn respectfully bowed at Michael, once again surprised at his genius. "Well then, I shall make sure that they accidentally find concrete in our inventory." Shayna left, leaving Michael all alone with just his shadow. "Naruto Sasuke, what did you find out about the Stone Cold 6? Maybe I should call them Stone Cold 5 now since they're down one member." The two Shadow Orcs emerged from his shadow, kneeling. "Just like the other companies, they are surprised that we were able to create such a big project. They are even more surprised that it has garnered a lot of customers on the very first day of our opening, which has directly caused theirs to plummet," said Naruto. "What they say about 5? They are shocked at his loss, but attribute it to nothing more than the failure of 5, and not the strength of Zion. They still don't consider the appearance of mithril artifacts as real, and they just think that Zion used some kind of special weapons and armors," said Sasuke, completing the report. Michael thanked the two Shadow Orcs, who had been stationed this whole time in the Hammerstone Company to survey their surroundings. "Continue surveillance," he said to them, and the two descended back into the shadows. With his preparations done, Michael set his sights onto the tallest spire in the entire city, the Angora City Magic Tower. Chapter 243, Talk with Tracheus. Talk with Tracheus. In the new department store, and journey out to the city in search of the magic tower, since all he had to do was look up, and he could see its towering structure piercing up to the heavens. Once he reached the base, he came into the familiar sight of the strange black material that the whole tower was made out of. Everything looked the same as the tower back in Kingsbridge City, with barely any difference. The tower here was more plentiful with water mana, but that was about it. Its very entrance was a large arcing structure, which was a portal that led directly inside. He walked through its swirling green liquid, and as he did, he now only realized that the magic structure of this portal was similar to the pocket dimension he came through in the tomb. Was a lot more sophisticated, with complicated intertwinement of mana and use of exotic materials, while the one at the tomb used a very crude form. Of course, he absorbed anything he could glean from the portal. As he stepped foot over the portal, he found himself inside the tower that opened up to a room with a large dome ceiling. There were mages and wizards walking around with books in their hands, completely preoccupied with whatever they were doing to even give a glimpse at him. They wore robes and con hats, with some even having magical spells weaved onto the very fabric itself. He realized that it probably helped increase their magic power, but only marginally. It was like a single drop to a whole bucket like the mithril artifact. He walked through the hallways, seeing moving paintings conversing with him or the other mages that passed by them. Now that he was a little bit more adept in magic, Michael saw through the whole magical structure behind it. It contained intertwining complicated magic theories that allowed the figure in the painting to move like a real human. But seeing no light mana present in their bodies, he knew that they were not a living being at all. They were more akin to the robot animatronics back in his previous life. Although they moved like a real human, they only did so because they were programmed to do so. Maybe. This could be good for an advertisement billboard, Michael thought to himself. After exploring the first floor of the magic tower, he came across a certain hallway that was quite familiar to him. He followed it down and led him to a library. And even from far away he could hear that familiar sound of wooden clicks and clacks echoing from the inside. Michael walked closer and saw the library, which was filled with mages and wizards facing each other with a wooden board on top of their square tables. They were playing Reborn chess. This was a nostalgic sight for him, as this was where he got most of his mystical art spells. He had to hustle a win against unsuspecting wizards who would never have thought that he was the one who created Reborn chess in the first place. "I heard that this is how you met Cerberus," Trakia said, shimmered into existence beside Michael. "Yeah. Did he tell you how?" "Oh yes. Ha ha. He is still salty about it after all this time. He keeps warning me and everyone he could talk to that we should never fight against you in a battle of Reborn chess, or else we'll lose all our dignity." "Too bad. I was planning on challenging you to a game," Michael chuckled, remembering the white-bearded old man. "We can play, but no bets, haha. I don't want to end up like Cerberus." Michael and the Tower Master took up a spot in one of the tables below, which garnered a lot of attention from the mages and wizards playing. "Whoa, the Tower Master is playing? Who is that boy? Isn't this bullying? Fighting a child is not fair, Tower Master." Trakia simply laughed upon hearing the words of his colleagues. "Don't you know who this guy is?" he asked them. He then picked up one of the boards and flipped it over, revealing a simple but imposing symbol R etched in the middle, the Reborn Company. Most mages knew about their name solely from the chessboards they played with every day. And since these mages were essentially hermits who never left their towers unless absolutely necessary, they didn't hear much about them aside from that. "He's the owner of Reborn," Trakius revealed. The mages and wizards took a look at Michael again, disbelief forming in their faces. They thought that the creator of this game was someone as old and wizened as the Tower Master, but it turned out to be a product from an 11-year-old boy. "No way." Michael started off the game, moving his pawn 2 blocks forward. "Your new department store is truly something to behold. Even we were caught unaware," the Tower Master said, mirroring Michael's move. "It's all due to our proprietary products, of course. With the help of a little bit of magic," he replied, moving his knight piece. "A lot of companies are knocking on our doors about that, asking if we had anything to do with the construction. They don't believe that stone could be built that fast. Of course we told them no. Our magic tower remains to be a neutral party in the matters of commerce and business." "Did they believe you?" Michael asked, capturing a pawn. "Most of them did, but there was one group that was quite adamant. You probably know them by now, seeing as they are your biggest competitor in Angora City." Michael looked up at Tracheus. "Hammerstone Company," he guessed. "Yes. Since they are the sub-company of the Hephaestus conglomerate, their influence was quite hard to deflect. They are willing to pay a lot of money to have us help them construct a similar department store in their territory. But we told them that even with all the money in the world, we can't help them in that regard," Tracheus replied, moving his queen to a more favorable position. "I have noticed that they are quite aggressive in their attempts to become the dominant company in the city. Why is that?" Michael asked inquisitively. Tracheus waved his hand and cast a simple silent spell in a sphere around them to make sure that the spectators couldn't hear his next words. "It's because they're planning on creating a monopoly in the city," Tracheus revealed. "They want to become the sole provider of everything metal, and by doing so, the owner of Hammerstone will stand a better chance in competing." Michael raised his eyebrow. "Competing in what?" "There is a current competition going around in the Queen's region. Angora City is still far away from the heart of the region to feel its effects, but we will be inevitably involved in it. Sub-companies of the conglomerates like the Hammerstone Company are making big moves in order to gain more money and territories at an increasingly fast rate. I hear they're planning to make their own golden roads." Chapter 2, 44 Reason for Proof. Michael showed genuine surprise. He thought that he was the only one in the entire region making a golden road. After all, the original one had been abandoned and left in the dust all those years ago. "They're building their own golden roads?" he asked, incredulous at the coincidence. Who would have thought that people would start their own projects just as he started his? "Yes," Tracheus confirmed, moving his bishop piece to the corner. "It has been an open secret to leaders like us that a competition has started between the up-and-coming companies in the Queen's region. At first we thought that they were simply having a friendly rivalry among them with no specific goal in mind other than profit. But then, we noticed that all of those companies were connected to the main conglomerates controlling the global market today. That is no coincidence. What's weird about it is that the conglomerates themselves aren't the one making the moves. It's their sub-companies. You don't know anything about this?" "I'm sure the Vanderbilt family is participating in this too, with your cousins or aunts and uncles making moves with their companies." He shook his head. Even though he was part of the Vanderbilt family, he was barely related to them in name. He wasn't surprised that he wasn't informed about any of this. His grandfather didn't even show up when Michael awakened his supreme talent. Probably none of them even know about the Reborn business. So, It was safe to say that he was never going to be included in the Vanderbilt business, which in all honesty he didn't care about. Whatever they were planning, he wasn't going to be involved. At least, not in the name of Vanderbilt. I can see why they would want to start their own golden road, he said, pondering. The potential for profit is extremely high in the short term and in the long term. To be honest, I'm wondering why they never even tried it before now. He only started the project because he coincidentally arrived in Orcustown, where it all started back in the olden times. So this makes him all wonder. Why now? He asked Tracheus. Is there a reason why they suddenly think building a golden road is profitable? Tracheus went silent for a moment and made another move on the chessboard. This is only a conjecture of mine. An educated guess, if you will, but I think it all has to do with the current agreement between the Ocean King and the Draconic Queen. Michael stared at Tracheus, wanting him to continue his words. Long story short, the agreement between the two rulers now allows for easier and faster travel between continents. This means that we'll probably see a lot of tourists from other parts of the world in the coming years. I'm sure you already see the importance in controlling the Golden Road. Michael was stunned. He never knew that such a huge shift in global politics had occurred without him even knowing about it. He could already see the implications of this with regards to tourism. It was no wonder that companies now were pouring billions and billions of gold coins in order to get a great start in the upcoming boom in tourists later. By controlling the Golden Road, they could control the flow of tourists and commerce. Michael felt incredibly lucky that he stumbled upon Orcustown and found the Golden Road. Due to a total coincidence, he was able to unknowingly prepare the Reborn company to compete in the tourism boom. To be honest, I am building my own Golden Road, he confessed to Tracheus. This seemed to have surprised the old man quite a bit. And you knew nothing about the agreement between the two rulers beforehand. Michael shook his head. Ha ha! Tracheus laughed, making the spectators around them wonder why the Tower Master was laughing without any sound. What's so funny? It's nothing. I just find it incredibly satisfying at my old friend Cerberus's misfortune. He has always expressed his regret about you not becoming a fully fledged wizard because of your immense talent. Now I see that your business acumen may be even more monstrous than we think. You have inherited your grandfather's intuition, making you all the more suited to continue your path as a businessman. Michael scratched his nose awkwardly. Let's get back to the topic at hand. You're building your own Golden Road where Neo-Orcus. It was previously known as Orcustown until they joined our nation. Tracheus creased his forehead, trying to remember where he heard the name Orcustown, when it suddenly hit him. That place? Isn't that where the original Golden Road was located? How were you able to do all of that? Last I heard, they were getting plagued by frequent earthquakes and aggressive orcs. Michael explained everything to Tracheus, how he arrived at the place, how he renovated its structures, and how he reunited the two orc tribes. The Tower Master was so engrossed in Michael's story that he completely forgot to make a move on the board for an entire 2 minutes. Amazing, he uttered. The original Golden Road is a tried-and-true method to efficiently disperse commerce throughout the Queen's region. If you are able to complete its construction, I think you may have a chance at winning whatever game they're playing. Michael wasn't doing it for their competition, but it wouldn't hurt to win something as well, whatever that was. One of my current goals in Angora City is to ask the Duke for permission to allow the Golden Road here. Do you think that you could help me out, put in a good word? Michael asked politely. This kind of favor wasn't that easy to fulfill, since the Guild of Arcana always tries to remain neutral in these sorts of earthly affairs. You are not the first one to ask me about this, Tracheus revealed, squinting. I have already been approached by a certain company within Angora to try and gain the favor of the Magic Tower. Michael looked at the chessboard and uttered the name on the tip of his tongue. Hammerstone. Tracheus nodded. Yes. The owner of the Hammerstone Company is a direct descendant from the Hephaestus conglomerate. As you may have experienced for yourself, the Hammerstone Company has been trying to increase their value for a while now. He wants to prove to us, and everyone else in Angora, that they are the company that has the best potential to reach the greatest heights. How? The Golden 500. He is the only one in the city with that kind of credential, which is truly impressive on its own. And by increasing his rank by at least one place, he can prove that he can lead a company to a successful future. A confused look was painted on Michael's face. Why would he want to prove that? Because he wants to become the main sponsor for Angora City. He wants us to become part of his assets in the upcoming Golden Road War between the sub-companies. This will ensure that he has enough allies to contend against his peers. Magic Tower's vote. Michael stayed silent and thought it through. The Hammerstone Company wants to make Angora City to be a part of its Golden Road? He asked quietly. Not just that, Tracheus sighed. I have a feeling that if we side with the Hammerstone Company, we will be caught up in their fight as well, and as unfortunate as it may sound, this Golden Road War will have to shed some blood. Michael pursed his lips. He disliked violence, but acknowledged the need for it in certain circumstances. Ideally, he wanted everything to be solved amicably, but not everyone was going to think the same. Then you should just refuse them, he said matter-of-factly. That is the problem. There is reason to believe that if we don't side with them now, then eventually some other company is going to want to force us to side with them. Companies are trying to get their hands on as many territories as possible, becoming the dominant monopoly in their market. And by influencing the leaders of those territories, they can ensure that no other company could build their business within it. So not feel it yet, but we are going to get involved one way or another. It's just a matter of who we side with or who we make enemies with. Michael could see the dilemma facing the Tower Master. He could understand how he may feel trapped between a boulder and a hard place. If they side with the Hammerstone Company, then they may be forced onto a fight they never asked for. And if they don't side with the Hammerstone Company, then they may not have any allies if some other company comes knocking in the future. But, now that I know that you're planning on building the Golden Road here, then my decision is easy. I will cast my vote onto Reborn. Michael's face lit up. Really? Thank you, he said genuinely. Tracheus couldn't help but chuckle after seeing Michael's response. You still quite underestimate yourself. Anyone would gladly side with you if they knew that you were the only one that can produce mithril artifacts in the world. Not only that, but those automobiles that you showed off a couple of days ago were something that anyone with a decent mind could see as a revolutionary product. In my mind, even if your company hasn't entered the Golden 500 ranking, it is already at the top of the list purely for potential. Michael laughed awkwardly and looked at the Tower Master. So I'm guessing that's your request to get a mithril artifact for yourself. Ho ho ho, was I that obvious? Michael nodded, promising to give him a gift. Since you are a friend of Cerberus, I will gladly procure a specialized mithril wand for you. Your speciality is water mana, right? Tracheus nodded with a little bit of surprise. I didn't think that you could sense my mastery over water mana so easily, but I guess that's why they call you a genius. Thank you. With their conversation done, Michael moved his queen towards the very corner of the board, away from all the action. By the way, I have just one tiny request from you, he asked the Tower Master. What is it? Tracheus half-heartedly answered, as he was still trying to figure out the reason for Michael's move. I want to visit your magic library. Only now did Tracheus realize the magnitude of Michael's previous move. It was a discovery check, with Michael's bishop having line of sight towards his king after the removal of the queen. From there was no other move left. Checkmate, Michael said with a smile. You'll let me see the magic library, right? Thank you. Tracheus slumped back to his chair, laughing in despair as he was completely bested without him even knowing about it. After the game, Tracheus led Michael to the very top floor of the magic tower. Just like the one back in Kingsbridge City, this was where the Tower Master lived for the majority of the day. He saw books and magic scrolls neatly placed in floating shelves. There were also magic circles inscribed on blackboards using white powder, and most eye-catching of them all was the giant sphere of floating lights in the middle of the room. This was the magic library, where all the magic in this tower was stored. This contained both basic and unique spells, Tracheus said. Basic spells are those that are readily available to the public, and can be obtained by buying our magic scrolls. Unique spells, on the other hand, are more rare as they can only be found here or on other magic towers. Tracheus explained that all the studying and experimentations done by the mages and wizards of this tower were getting stored in this very room itself. All their hard work in creating, formulating, and testing new spells were condensed in each node floating in a circular orbit in the sphere. In other words, asking to access or even just see this magic library could be considered as an invasion of privacy. I appreciate it, was all Michael could say. Tracheus laughed. Since Cerberus already asked him a favor to accommodate Michael, Tracheus already planned on letting him see the magic library. It was also good to let an amazing mystic genius like Michael to learn as much as he could, so that it could benefit the community in the future. And since Michael was planning on giving him a mithril artifact as a gift, it would be extremely greedy for him not to let him take a glimpse at the magic library. After all, even a tiny piece of mithril sold for a whole lot more. Of course, he didn't know that just a single touch was all ChatJK35 needed to completely devour all the knowledge hidden inside the library. I will be down in the tower practicing my chess skills, so take your time, Tracheus said, teleporting out of the room to give Michael some privacy. Michael didn't waste any more time and approached the giant globe of floating lights. He raised his hand and touched one of the lights, creating a ripple effect among the interconnected lines. Accessing Magic Library. Downloading all its contents. Progress to next update, 50.64%. Progress to next update, 65.32%. Progress to next update, 73.09%. Michael closed his eyes as a flood of information washed over his mind. It felt like physical books and magical scrolls were zooming towards him and crashing into his head at fast speeds. With how fast they were going, he could barely see a glimpse of what was inside. But as soon as it entered his head, he learned all its contents, as if it was there in the first place, and it was only now did he remember it. As he consumed knowledge, the magic library sphere shimmered for a brief second, as it couldn't handle the hungry devourer, called ChatJK 3.5. Progress to next update 84.81%. Progress to next update 91.42%. The progress continued to increase until finally it reached the maximum. Progress to next update 100%. Initiating software update. Chapter 246 Fourth Software Update. Michael opened his eyes, completely unaware of how much time had passed. Hello, Michael. I am ChatJK4, and I am here to be of your service. Just ask anything you want, and I will try my best to answer it. The disembodied voice of his personal AI assistant brought him back to the real world. I feel different, he said to ChatJK4. Yes, Michael. This new software update allowed me to consolidate all the basic physical and mystical art spells that you have gathered throughout the years. I have taken it upon myself to optimize your mana flow to maximize its efficiency. He looked at his own body and barely even felt the unity mana course through his veins, which was quite impressive for how volatile and powerful they were. It was smooth now, perfectly mixing the mana flow for his mystical and physical arts in the most efficient way. But it wasn't just him who felt different. ChatJK4 felt different too. It looked like he was talking to an actual human assistant now. Back then, the voice was indeterminate and wasn't an actual sound that he could hear. Now, he heard the voice of a feminine woman loud and clear. ChatJK4, what are the new features of this software update? Although there may not seem such a drastic change in your capabilities, I can assure you that your potential for magic has received a substantial increase. Try to feel the mana in your body, ChatJK4 said. Michael closed his eyes and used his supreme skill to observe his mana. I feel so much more in tune with my body and the unity magic within it, he said, a smile forming on his face. He could control the entirety of his mana with much more finesse, allowing him to exert fine and complex control needed for things like magic spells. Does this mean what I think it means? He asked ChatJK4, excitement growing on his face. You are now able to use unity mana for your magic spells, she said plainly. This was a huge accomplishment for Michael. All this time he had mastery over all the 8 known elements of the world. He could control them and cast any spell he knew without a problem. However, he was never able to use all of it simultaneously. He could do 2 at a time, 3 at a time, or maybe even 4 at a time, but not all 8. This was because no spell that he knew of required the need for all 8 elemental mana. He guessed that the reason for this was because of the natural volatility of unity mana, tending to explode uncontrollably rather than be part of a complex and delicate magic theory. But now, Michael felt like he could create the very first unity spells. He didn't know what that would entail for now, since this was like stepping into the complete unknown, but he was excited for it. The possibilities were endless, he just had to find the right one. ChatJK4, can you create a magic spell using unity? Yes, but I must warn you that I cannot synthesize complicated magic spells for now. My understanding of unity mana is still too shallow for me to properly create a magic theory that will not explode in your face. ChatJK4 almost sounded a bit disappointed in itself. That's fine, I understand that. But I do have an idea for a very simple magic spell. You think you can do it? He asked. Very well, I shall synthesize this magic spell for you. It will take an approximate 12 hours for me to find the right magic theory and test its effectiveness. Estimated time remaining 11 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. Michael teleported back down to the first floor of the magic tower, where he saw Tracheus playing chess with some of the other wizards. It turned out that barely an hour had passed after Michael entered the magic library, so Tracheus was quite surprised that Michael had taken so little time to study. Thanks for your help, he said to Tracheus, and handed him a thin rectangular box made out of pristine dark wood. The tower master looked at the box with wide eyes. He stood up impulsively, completely ruining the position of the chess pieces on the board. But he didn't care. Tracheus asked, almost salivating at the box. It's a little gift from me to you. I had this prepared a while ago ever since Cerberus told me to meet you, he said, pushing the box towards the tower master's trembling hands. Tracheus accepted the fine box and lifted its lid slowly as he tried to peek at the contents inside. Then, he saw the glimmer of a crystal-like wand with intricate carvings of water and the ocean placed in a velvet mold. It glowed a dim blue light, making Tracheus's water mana almost jump out of his hands. Thank you, Tracheus screamed. Michael had already turned around as he coolly waved at the tower master before leaving the magic tower entirely. A few minutes later, Michael arrived at the entrance of the Reborn department store, their headquarters. Even now, when the sun was about to set, the whole place was still filled with customers shopping and trying out new armors and weapons for themselves. Just like a clothes store back in his previous world, Michael allowed customers to try out the weapons and armors they liked in a designated training spot on the other side of the main floor. Business was doing well because of this, which made the Rebornians quite busy. Michael walked up to the second floor, to the dormitory for him and everyone else. Already he could hear the sounds of raucous laughter coming out of the Dragonborn's rooms. They seemed to be quite busty entertaining themselves with one of the board games he introduced to them. For tonight they seemed to be playing Uno, the card game. +4, Sheena casually said. Curse you, sis, Zion cried out. You're skipped, so it's my turn and I would like to change the color to black. Fudge said, garnering the groans of his opponents. Foo-foo, like we said, there's no color black in this game, Yuna chuckled. Michael opened the door and leaned against the wall. Fudge, you still don't know the rules of the game? Master. They quickly welcomed Michael back from his trip to the Magic Tower, leaving a space for him to play with them. He spent a couple of hours playing Uno, beating all the Dragonborns in the game, and arguing with Yuna about the rules until the sun completely set, leaving only the light of the candles illuminating the room. Since it was nighttime, they all decided to end the game and leave it for tomorrow. It was just a shame that they still had to rely on candles to illuminate the floor. He wished he could finally construct the Golden Road to this city so that he could connect it to the electric lines back in Neo-Orcus. But for that to happen, he needed permission from the owner of this territory itself, the Duke. I should probably prepare for my meeting with him. They said that I could just walk up to their castle doors and they'd let me in. The next morning, Michael was awoken by Shayna with a letter in her hands, addressed from the Duke himself. Chapter 247, Invitation to the Ball. Michael arose from his bed as Shayna delicately entered his room. She had both of her hands outstretched, showing a white letter marked sealed by a red and gold wax symbol of some kind of feline animal. By on the break of dawn to deliver this message to you. Michael took the letter from her hands. Did they say anything else about it? He asked her. They said it was an invitation? He used a knife to rip the envelope's upper lip to reveal the letter inside. He unfurled the paper and let Chache K4 analyze its contents, specifically its wording and grammar. According to Yuna, those kinds of details were important in politics, as it could determine a hidden message within the letter. Duke Stelmane is cordially inviting you on his grand castle tonight at nightfall for a formal dance ball. There are a bunch of other names written on here, which seems to be the invitees on the ball itself, Chache K4 summarized. Michael inspected the names within the letter among a myriad of strangers he didn't know. These names are familiar, Chache K4 remarked. According to the information reported by the Shadow Orcs yesterday night, most of these names are people that own and manage the biggest companies and businesses in Angora City. So the Duke invited business owners, and a couple of other high-ranking royals as well, I'm assuming. Is there some kind of occasion? The letter did not specify the reason for the dance ball. But using an educated guess, it can be assumed that it is merely a way for these people to mingle and socialize with each other. These kinds of events were frequent in the medieval times of your previous life. When he watched historical dramas and fantasy, he always saw women in large ball gowns, and men in golden lace suits dancing with each other while a live band played on the side. This seemed to be one of those. I can't dance. It is unlikely for people to ask an 11-year-old boy to dance with them. But if you'd like to dance by yourself, then I shall gladly help you. You're getting quite snarky, he said to Chache K4, but it just ignored him. Seeing as he already planned on visiting the Duke anyway, he decided to accept the invite. Thanks for waking me, Shayna. Can you tell our Rebornian tailors to make me an appropriate suit to wear? The white-scaled Dragonborn smiled and nodded. Of course, Lord Michael. I shall make sure that they create something that will truly embody your grandness. Michael reminded her not to go overboard, but she seemed to have not heard him at all. She was already out of his room by the time she finished her task. I should probably ask Yuna for advice. She's the one who's good with politics. He knocked on her door, and not even a second later Agnes opened it and gestured for Michael to come inside. You're in a good mood, he said to the ogre battlemaid. Yes, Agnes said proudly. One of your citizens, Grieve, has allowed me to partake in their training sessions. I have found that despite his lanky structure, his moves come with great power. After Michael awakened the red mankeys into hobmankeys similar to the others back in the parched lands, they had been hard at work practicing under Grieve to sharpen their innate talent. And of course, since Grieve was a 9-star general from his previous life, Agnes would learn a lot from him even though she was already a 7-star fighter herself. If you will excuse me, I am late for training. And with that, Agnes left Michael and Yuna alone in her room. Is there something you need? Yuna asked as she arranged her papers. The Duke invited me to a ball. He then explained to her everything he found in the letter before eventually asking her to give him some advice. Why don't I just join you? She asked. Michael hadn't thought of that, but in hindsight it would make perfect sense. As a diplomat, she would be able to help him negotiate during his eventual meeting with the Duke. That's great, he said to her. We'll go together tonight. Meanwhile, Jimmy, the main correspondent of the Reborn company, had just finished inscribing the last few words in his paper. The ink was still wet, but he couldn't help his excitement and ended up reading it from start to finish. As he did, pride welled up in his chest. He could hardly believe that he was staring at his very first publication, one that would immediately put his name in the front page of the newspaper. He immediately rushed out of the Reborn headquarters, brushing past eager customers in the department store as he got out. A few minutes later, he arrived at the newspaper company, where he immediately submitted the paper to the chief editor of the entire company itself. He was the one that decided everything, down to the very last word written in the paper. The man seemed to be very busy as his entire desk was stacked with mountains of papers from other journalists. What is it? You do know that I don't handle newbies like you, right? Jimmy didn't care and walked over to his desk. Please read this, Chief. Then you will see that the Reborn company will soar through the skies. Intrigued, the editor took out the cigarette in his mouth, and eventually accepted the paper from Jimmy's hands. Since the Reborn company was such a hot topic in the city these days, due to their new department store and their performance in the tomb and in the arena, the editor decided to give it a chance. The man's eyes were disinterested at first as he glanced at the top of the page. But as his eyes swept over the remaining text below, his face slowly changed into one of interest, then shock, and then finally awe. He must have reread the entire thing 3 times over, but the shock still hasn't left his face. "Are you sure this is accurate?" the editor asked Jimmy with a serious look. "I swear I saw it with my own eyes." Jimmy put his hand over his chest. The editor then walked out of his office, paper in hand. "Listen up, everybody!" he shouted to the whole newspaper department floor. "Change of plans! We are going to publish this as our next headline." Everyone looked at him incredulously. It was already late in the day, yet their editor was asking them to suddenly change things without even any warnings. "What are you waiting for? Go, go!" the editor shouted. "We will publish this piece tonight, and tonight history will change." Soon night came and the entirety of Angora City darkened, with only a few lights glimmering off of torches and candles. Michael looked in the mirror and saw himself clad in a white suit clad with gold embellishments all around. He looked like he was part of a marching band. He quickly got rid of all the gold, making it a simple yet elegant white suit. Now he was ready to go to the ball. Chapter 248, Entering the Duke's Castle. At nighttime, the whole castle lit up in the skyline of Angora City. It seemed that the Duke pulled out all the stops and employed several wizards to create light fixtures all over the castle. It was a magical evening for the citizens, but a normal and quite a substandard view for the Rebornians. The drawbridge was open the whole night for its guests to enter with their gold-laced carriages and magnificent horses. Each one that entered the castle garnered a few gasps of surprise from the curious citizens gathered near the castle walls. "Who do you think got invited to this ball?" one of the spectators asked. "It's probably those wizards from the tower and the knights from the court. Look at that emblem," he said, as a carriage crossed the drawbridge. "They're the Shield Coast Guild. I guess all that adventuring paid off since they can afford such a large carriage. How about the Nutriboom Company? Their carriage is filled with gem leaves all around it. They all watched the owners and leaders of these successful and wealthy companies come out of their carriages clad with royal robes made out of expensive silk and cotton. They were accompanied by their wives, who wore big gowns that made them seem all the more beautiful under the moonlight. The guests were welcomed by the soldiers who guided them inside after taking care of their carriages. Just then, everyone heard a strange sound humming in the distance. Vroom, voo, om. Some people thought they were in the presence of a monstrous beast, prompting some of the soldiers to be on guard. But once the source of this strange noise came closer, everyone realized that it was no monster, but a bizarre metal carriage instead. What is that? There's no horse. How is it moving? I heard about this. It's from the Reborn Company. Everyone recognized that name as it had been the topic of bar conversations and early morning talks within social circles in the city. By now, almost all of them had heard about their exploits in the tomb and the arena, as well as their department store. The metal vehicle rolled smoothly towards the gates, where they were briefly inspected by the soldiers. The man inside the car rolled down the window, surprising the spectators and the soldier. The soldier couldn't help but take a peek in the vehicle, seeing a glimpse of a golden-haired man and a black-haired woman in the front seat. His eyes widened as he saw that the interior of the vehicle had flashing lights, as if it had an oil lamp underneath the dashboard. Not only that, but the soldier felt the breeze of cool air hit him coming from the inside. The soldier saw the young man hand him a letter, confirming the invitation, but he was so shocked at what he witnessed from the vehicle that he just stood there dazed. "We can go in now, right?" A youthful voice came out of the car, snapping the soldier out of his stupor. "Ah, yes, yes. Please come in, Sir Michael and Miss Una. Our lord awaits your presence." The window rolled back up before the vehicle's engine revved with a subtle vroom as it drove inside the castle. Everyone's eyes were stuck in the metal carriage. They didn't even pay any attention to the subsequent carriages coming into the castle, as they were intensely curious as to who was going to come out of the Reborn's metal vehicle. Some people had to go on their tiptoes before they could see a glimpse of a golden-haired boy wearing a dashing white suit coming out of the door. His hair was styled neatly to the side, giving him a sense of maturity and elegance despite his age. This young man then walked over to the other side and opened the door, guiding a young woman to come out of the car. The young woman wore a red gown that showed her gracefulness even from afar. Her gloves were sparkling white, fitting well the young man's white suit, and despite her wearing less jewelry than the other women in the party, she seemed to stand out amongst them for her exquisite simplicity. The spectators couldn't help but stare in awe as they both walked side by side towards the castle doors. Michael and Una were led inside the castle doors, entering the very interior of the Duke's palace. They saw a large hallway leading into the very main room where the ball would be taking place. This is very inefficient, Michael muttered. He saw that every inch of the interior was packed with blobs of light, which seemed to be the handiwork of 4-star mages. They'll need to recast that spell every hour. This is standard procedure, Yuna commented, putting her hand over Michael's arm. Since they don't have electricity like your nation, they can only rely on oil lamps or magic, and with enough money, they can employ all the wizards they would ever want. They then walked over to the main ball, which opened up to a large dome structure where there was a glowing ball of light illuminating everything below. The ballroom was filled with chairs and tables for its designated guests, each one decorated with fancy dinner utensils. Everyone seemed to have found their seats already as they talked and mingled with their neighboring tables. On the very far end of the room was a grand staircase that led to the second floor. Yuna told him that this was probably where the Duke would come from later. As Michael appreciated the view, a few butlers and maids approached them to lead them to their seats. They were guided towards the very front of the tables, just behind the largest and most decorated table of them all. "We're seated behind the Duke?" Michael asked the maids and butlers, who nodded to confirm his suspicion. And it seemed they were seated with people Michael was familiar with. "Ah, Michael, it's great to see you," Sir John said, standing up to formally bow to him. Beside him was an old man wearing a normal black robe that stood out against the exquisite suits and dresses that everyone was wearing. "Ho ho!" Truckius chuckled. "I almost forgot you're obscenely rich because of what you wear all the time. Now you look more like a billionaire." Michael greeted the two of them before he introduced Yuna to the two. "Ah, the Montgomery princess," Truckius bowed. "May I just say that you look nothing like your grandmother, thankfully." Yuna chuckled. "I hope she doesn't hear that." "Ho ho, yes, or else she would come for my head." Michael sat on his seat and noticed that quite a lot of eyes were fixated on him. "Do I have something on my face?" "No, Michael. They are just curious to see the face of the man responsible for creating the Reborn company. I am hearing quite a lot of conversations regarding your company and its feats. Not to mention the dramatic entrance of your automobile. People will of course be looking at you. That's the owner of Reborn? He's so young, and look at who he's with. Isn't that the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family? Why is she with him? Look at who he's surrounded with. The Tower Master and a knight. Clearly the Duke is placing great importance on him." Chapter 249 Dance at the Castle. Despite this ball being made in honor of the Duke, the eventual conversation piece among its guests eventually led towards the Reborn company. None of them had heard of this company a month ago, and yet it had completely dominated their share of market space in the city just a few days after they arrived. Chocolates became a luxury snack that people waited in line for. Its unique sweet flavor, and its rumor of endowing strength and energy upon its consumers, became a driving force for a lot of people to buy it in droves. Their armor and weapons became the most sought-after pieces of equipment for professional adventurers, and even casual citizens alike. Their high-end products were miles beyond what the current market could even offer, with some even comparing it to black-market dwarven equipment. Not only that, but their cheap and more accessible options were still quite durable than most products in that price range. None of them could believe that a random company could suddenly come out of the blue like this. Of course, some of the more curious people in this room already had their employees investigate the Reborn company. It wasn't long before they found out about Neo-Orcus. However, the things they heard about that town looked to be a product of fantasy and imagination that they could hardly even believe was real. Some, not all, decided to approach Michael and establish friendly relations. "Excuse me, young man. Are you the owner of Reborn?" Michael nodded and introduced himself before shaking hands with the man and his wife. They seemed to be owners of a successful tailor shop and just wanted to express their praise on his white suit. He told them that it was made by his employees back in the King's region, which surprised the couple. They then asked if they could talk business with him later, and Michael agreed, telling them to talk to his secretary, Shayna. A couple of other guests soon approached Michael, with all of them striking up a conversation to express their desire to work with him. It seemed that they finally found out about Concrete. He gave them all positive responses, telling them that they should talk to Shayna for more business details. "Ho ho, you're quite popular with the masses, aren't you, Michael?" Tracheus commented teasingly. "You're completely ignoring the young lady here." Tracheus then gestured towards the live band in the corner of the room. "Play something nice. This is supposed to be a dance ball," he said loudly. Lutes, harps, and chimes rang out and combined into a merry song of celebration and dance, prompting some people to stand up and dance with their partners. "Come on," Tracheus said, pushing Michael to stand closer to Yuna. "Don't waste your youth." Michael awkwardly stood there, not knowing what to do. Yuna chuckled. "For someone so competent you can be quite shy at times," she said as she raised her hand to Michael, asking him to take it. "I don't know how to dance," he said to her as he took her hand. "Just follow my lead." Yuna moved her hand with grace, creating a perfect arc on her hands before twirling with perfect momentum and balance. Her elegant dance moves caught the eye of everyone, and she soon became the center of attention. Even though she was doing the simplest of moves, it was somehow blessed with a smooth style that made her seem like a magical fairy. Michael watched her dance, and for a second the image of the Yuna from his previous world flashed in front of him. Her graceful elegance reminded him that she was the Yuna that had captured the hearts of millions upon millions of people in the world. She was the Yuna who sang the most heart-wrenching of songs that made everyone who listened to it shed a tear. She was and always will be a global pop star beloved by all. He seemed to have forgotten that and was only reminded of it in this second. Yuna then took his hand, breaking him out of his stupor before leading him closer to an open space. "Just let the music guide you," she said. Michael realized that he was quite the lucky man. Who would ever get the chance to dance with his favorite idol in the whole world? He moved his body following her moves, albeit a little bit awkwardly. He then took her hands and swayed her with the music, enjoying this nice moment he had with a friend. He stared in her eyes while she stared in his. Just then, an echoing applause came from the balcony above the stairs. Everyone looked up to see a man wearing a royal robe with gold frills coming down the stairs. The man had well-styled brown hair and a short-trimmed beard. His eyebrows were fierce and wild, yet his smile was gentle and welcoming. On his side was his wife, who wore a blue gown filled with gems and jewelry that showcased her status as a duchess. Then, a horn blared out from the band, signaling the entrance of the man who arranged all of this tonight. Hear ye, Duke Stelmane," the butler announced, prompting everyone to bow in respect to the Duke. Stelmane ignored all of that and looked down at the ballroom floor and clapped for Michael and Yuna. "An amazing duet, wouldn't you say so, my dear?" Stelmane asked his wife. "Yes. It was quite a sweet moment for the youngsters," she said. The Duke and the Duchess walked down the steps and approached their table just beside Michael. Immediately, the rest of the guests walked up to the Duke and introduced themselves to him. It was a flurry of introductions, with each one of them hurrying to shake hands with the most powerful man in the room. Currying favor with the Duke would do wonders for their company. It was the reason why they partook in this dance to begin with. "Duke Stelmane, it's an honor to meet you. I'm the owner of the best granary in the city. A pleasure to meet you, sir. I would like to introduce my son. He's a potential knight for the court." However, the Duke just gave them a passing glance and a polite smile before walking over to Michael and Yuna. "I am Duke Stelmane, the leader of Angora City," he said, putting out his hand for Michael to shake. "Michael," he replied, shaking hands with the Duke. Michael could see the Duke scrutinizing his very face. He seemed to be very amazed at him, and he couldn't help but smile as he looked at Michael. "I have heard a lot about your company. Even if I did not have ears, I would still hear about it." Michael accepted the compliment with a curt bow. "Thank you. It's all thanks to my friends," he said. "There are a couple of things I would like to discuss with you," said the Duke. "Your products are incredibly important to me, something that I would pay an exorbitant amount of money to procure." Michael already knew what he was going to say next. "Mithril artifacts. I would like to purchase one of those metal carriages that you have. Chapter 250 Hooded Figures." Michael was a little bit surprised. Everyone he met, either in the King's region or the Queen's region, always prioritized the importance of mithril artifacts. This was probably because people in this world knew the power of mithril artifacts. It was written in their history books about the immense strength of those weapons lost in the adages of time. So when they find out that someone was able to recreate it, they would want to curry favor and ask one for themselves. Michael thought differently. Although mithril artifacts were good, he thought that automobile vehicles had a lot more potential to change the current state of the world. Mithril artifacts could only strengthen the magic of one person and cannot be used by someone who wasn't talented in it. Meanwhile, automobiles could be used by anyone in the world. Aside from Yuna, he was probably the only one who knew the potential that automobile vehicles could bring to this world. But it seemed he was wrong. Duke Stelmane saw the advantages that gas-powered cars could bring him. "You want automobiles?" he asked the Duke. "Yes." I could hardly believe my eyes once I saw it. The fact that it makes no use of magic blows my mind even more. "That is one of the advantages of cars," he said. "Almost everyone in the King's region can use automobiles as long as they can afford it." The Duke's eyes glinted as Michael revealed to him a piece of information that wasn't widely available to the general public. "So it is true that you have conquered the King's region." "The automobile must have played a huge part in that," the Duke guessed with a sharp wit. So the Duke talked with each other one-on-one. The rest of the guests couldn't help but talk amongst each other, speculating on future turn of events based on what they were seeing. "Is the Duke planning on taking the Reborn company as the sponsor for Angora City?" "I don't think so," one of the more political savvy guests. "The Reborn company is still unranked in the Golden 500. One of the requirements for that to happen is that they are at least on the rankings." "But look at who he's with," a guy said, pointing to the men and women behind Michael. "That's the Tower Master, a renowned knight, and a Montgomery. They could definitely influence something to happen." Michael, of course, heard everything they were saying but just ignored them. He focused on the Duke, who continued to gush about all the things he liked about the automobile. "You have to tell me more about this automobile. It is a marvel of engineering if I've ever seen one." "Would you like to see for yourself?" Michael asked. The Duke's eyes lit up instantly. "Of course." Stelmane immediately walked out of the ballroom towards the stables, where the horses and carriages were parked under the moonlight. All the guests followed behind the Duke and Michael, keeping their ears open to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Wow," the Duke muttered as he stared at his own reflection on the hood of the car. "Can I test it out?" After seeing the excitement almost drip out of his mouth, Michael agreed. The Duke entered the driver's seat, while Michael guided his wife to the front seat. Immediately, a resounding VR member echoed in the castle walls as the Duke revved up the engine. People could hear the sound of muffled cheers coming out of the car. After teaching him the basics of driving, the Duke and his wife took the automobile for a test drive inside the castle walls, making some of the guests a little bit envious of the experience. Meanwhile, as Michael watched the automobile almost crash into the walls, he suddenly felt a tug in his feet. He looked down and saw Fudge underneath his shadow. "What's wrong?" he asked the ninja slime. "Master, my shadow orcs found out that the Hammerstone Company is preparing for something big. I even heard that the main leader of the group is coming there. He just arrived from a faraway place in the Queen's region." Michael found it weird that the Hammerstone Company sent no representatives in the Duke's party. As it turned out, they were just making some preparations. "What did you find out?" "The Stone Cold Five are making their moves, Master. They all went out on their own missions, but I had a shadow orc follow them around." "Do you want to see what they're up to?" Michael nodded. He then walked up to Yuna and whispered in her ears. "Keep them company," he said. Yuna didn't ask any more questions and showed Michael a confident smile. He could trust her. She began tapping her feet, creating a rhythmic sound that echoed in the walls. After gesturing to the live band to start up the music, she began dancing under the moonlight with her red dress, enchanting everyone that looked her way. While everyone was distracted by Yuna's dancing, Michael walked to a discreet corner of the stables. His shadow then latched onto the stone brick walls and morphed into a rectangular shape. Within this screen, Michael could see what the shadow orcs could see. This was a 3-star spell called Shadow Imaging, which only the most skilled orcs could accomplish. "We are currently monitoring the moves of Stone Cold 6, or codenamed 6. Michael saw surveillance-like footage of a hooded figure approaching a very familiar building in the distance. Upon closer look, it was actually the Reborn department store. The hooded figure walked up to the door and started banging on the wood, creating a huge ruckus that almost woke up all the neighboring inhabitants. "Come out! Come out!" the hooded figure shouted. It wasn't long before a middle-aged dogfolk Rebornian peeked out of the door. "What is it you want, sir? We are closed for the night. I want to meet those demi-humans, those, what do you call them, dragonborns. Tell them to come out here and face me." The dogfolk Rebornian shuddered at the screaming. "They are currently away, sir. You can come tomorrow." "No, I want to meet them now. Or don't tell me, are they afraid of facing me? Come on, let us settle this once and for all. Who is the best smithing company in Angora City?" "We are." Michael knew immediately what the hooded figure was trying to do. "He's trying to regain their public perception," he muttered. "By publicly challenging the Dragonborns, they can once again assert their dominance in the city." "Cuckoo, does he really think he's that strong?" Fudge chuckled. "He doesn't even notice that Naruto and Sasuke are right behind him." The hooded figure was none the wiser as 2 gigantic orcs twice his size were just standing mere meters away from him. The 2 chieftain orcs stared at the hooded figure from behind, observing. "Oh, Master. Those scaled meanies want to talk to you." Fudge manipulated the rectangular shadows in front of Michael, showing 3 more screens coming from the shadows orcs accompanying the Rebornians. One of the screens showed Jakku, who was stretching his arms lazily as he looked at the hooded figure in front of him. Chapter 251, Facing Against Competition. "Yawn, can we do this some other time?" Jakku said to the hooded figure. "Boss, look at this guy disturbing my sleep." The hooded figure chuckled. "There's no one here to help you," he said. "I have come here to settle a debt." The man raised his arm, revealing a scimitar underneath his hood before pointing it towards Yaku's face. It glistened under the moonlight, showing its incredible sharpness. "One of you, Dragonborns, bested one of ours. I have only come here to prove that it was not you who won, but one of us who failed, and I am here to correct that." Michael watched this scene unfold from the sidelines. Jakku's facing the Stone Cold 2, meaning he's the second best soldier in their group. And he wasn't even the only one among them who was approached by a hooded figure. On the other screen, Michael saw Umisu sitting in a mostly empty library as a hooded figure approached her from the shadows. "Oh no," Umisu muttered under her breath. "What about the books? They're going to get destroyed." The hooded figure stopped in the middle of her tracks as she saw Umisu look in her direction. This startled her for a little bit before she chuckled. "Impressive for a demi-human," the hooded figure said. "I didn't expect much, but it seems that 5 lost for a reason." The hooded figure took off her robe, revealing a long frizzy hair standing up above her head that was tied up into the shape of a giant number 3 feet. "We're going to have to fight, you and I," she said. Umisu shook her head. "Oh no, what about the books? I'm going to destroy them." Just then, Michael's soothing voice came out of the shadows and reassured the anxious Dragonborn. "Really, boss? You're going to replace them?" "Yippee!" Stone Cold 3 looked at Umisu with a strange gaze. She thought that the Dragonborn was crazy, talking to no one except the empty shadows. Of course Michael was behind those dark spaces in between the shelves. "Master, there's one more hooded figure," Fudge said, pointing Michael's attention to the last rectangular screen in front of him. This time, the vision showed a jungle-like scenery outside of Angora City. Underneath the foliage of the trees, Michael saw a couple of evolved red mankeys camping under the stars. They gathered around a campfire, with the sounds of crackling firewood echoing in the woods. They seemed to be quite exhausted after a hard training session, with some Mankeys massaging each other's backs and polishing their weapons. Just then, a twig cracked in the distance, alerting the red Mankeys of an intruder. Teesk. I thought I would be finding something valuable once I followed you guys here, but it was all for nothing. You're just a bunch of Mankeys, not worth my time. A large burly man draped in a hooded robe came out of the woods and approached the apprehensive Mankeys. His tall height and the obvious muscles underneath the robe intimidated the small Mankeys. Please tell me there's a dragonborn among you, the hooded figure shouted. The red Mankeys eyed the intruder before slowly grabbing their weapons from the ground. Come on, really? No dragonborns? It seems I wasted my time. I'll go back to the city now. Just as the hooded figure turned around, he suddenly felt the hairs on his arms stand up. His instincts flared, making his muscles contract and flex before he turned around to face whatever monster was hiding behind him. But when he looked, there was no one there except the red Mankeys. Ho ho. I may not be as talented as those dragonborns, but I would like to think that I can keep you company for a little while. At least I think so. The burly man codenamed 4 scanned the red Mankeys before his eyes set onto another hooded figure standing unassumingly in front of him. If he hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have even noticed him. Who are you? 4 asked. I am just a relic of the past, young one, Grieve muttered with a laugh. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Michael stared at the 4 screens in front of him. That's 4 of them, he thought to himself. Originally there's 6 of them, but Zion already defeated a guy named 5. The Shadow Orcs are facing 6. Yaku is fighting 2. Umisu will battle 3. And Grieve will engage with 4. That meant that there was only one other member of Stone Cold 6 left. And coincidentally, it was the strongest member of them all codenamed 1. If they were trying to defeat the Dragonborns in public to declare themselves as the superior company, then it didn't make sense why they wouldn't send out their strongest fighter. Unless he has a bigger mission. Michael's question was soon answered as suddenly, a large creaking sound echoed around the walls of the castle. Everyone turned to the gates and saw the drawbridge slowly lowering back down before smacking itself onto the stone brick roads. On the other side of the castle walls, a beautiful adorned carriage bigger than anything they had ever seen, came gracefully crossing the bridge. It was drawn by 4 chunky horses that seemed to have eaten nothing but whey protein. The carriage pushed through to the inside, forcing the guests to move closer to the castle walls. Who is that? Wait, that emblem looks familiar. It's from the Hephaestus Company. Even their emblem is made out of Damascus steel. I wonder how much they had to spend on the dwarven black market. The Duke had to stop his test drive of Michael's car as he awaited for the rude guest who came way too late at the party. Show yourself, Duke Stelmane demanded. The coachman walked over to the door and opened it, bowing before the owner stepped off. We have arrived, young master. The party is delighted with the arrival of the leader and owner of the greatly touted Hammerstone Company. The young master stepped off the carriage, showing himself to be a very young man, about the same age as Michael himself. This young master, wearing a black and gold tunic, waved and bowed to the guests looking at him. Greetings. I am Christian Hammerstone, the proud owner of the 495th rank company in the entire world, he said confidently. Pardon me for my late arrival. I have come from the Hephaestus family estate, you see. The rest of the guests whispered amongst each other, not expecting to see the owner of such a successful company be so young. While everyone was looking at Christian, Michael looked at the man beside him. It was Stone Cold One, the strongest member of their group. It seemed his task was protecting and serving their leader rather than fighting the Dragonborns. Christian then walked over to the Duke and bowed to his presence. Duke Stelmane, I hope that you consider my offer. Our company is the best there is. I am sorry to say this, but there is no one better than our company. He then looked at Michael. Excuse my methods, but I have sent out the very best of my men to defeat your employees. It is nothing personal, and it is only a way for the Duke to realize who he should accept as the sponsor. Michael ignored him and looked down at his shadows. The Dragonborns were there, listening to what was happening. You guys need any help there? Michael asked. The Shadow Orcs, Yaku, Umisu, and Grieve all had smiles on their faces as they looked down at the shadow beneath their feet. Are you kidding me, master? This is what we're made for. The Shadow Orcs muttered. I'll finish this in just a minute, Jaku said, yawning. Master, teach that arrogant prick a lesson, Umisu whispered. Ho ho. You can leave this to us, Michael. Such an easy thing, ho ho. Chapter 252, Jaku 5-2. Did you just say that you'll finish the fight in just a minute? What does that even mean? The hooded figure codenamed 2 looked at Jaku, scoffing at his indifference to the situation. I am the real deal, boy. If you think that just because you guys defeated one of ours then you could beat me, then you'll find yourself sorely wrong. I am 2, the second strongest warrior in the city, he declared. 2 finally took off his robe and showed his bald head. The man was wearing a similar icy blue armor as showcased by 5, but this armor set seemed a lot more special, as its very structure was filled with intricate details of snowflakes made out of a unique blend of metal alloys. Its durability was second only to dwarven equipment. Even his scimitar looked unique. "Do you know what this weapon is made of?" he asked Jakku. "If you were a little bit more interested in metals, then you would notice that the edge of my blade is lined with none other than Damascus steel." Tu proudly announced his weapon's greatest quality. Its strength, durability, and sharpness was not something that an ordinary bum from Angora City could appreciate. "Yawn. Are you done talking? Let's fight already." Tu gritted his teeth, annoyed at Jakku's arrogance. He bent his legs low and burst towards Jakku at high speeds, with his scimitar above his head. The stone road beneath his feet cracked as it reached below 0 degrees Celsius, brought on by the natural icy magic of his boots. Even at this point, Jakku was still stretching his body, as if he had just awoken from his sleep. Just as the scimitar was about to slice through his jugular, a sharp ting resounded in the empty road, as Jakku's sword seemingly teleported right in front of Tu's weapon. Tu's eyes widened as he stared at Jakku's sword, which seemed to be crackling with intense lightning and electricity. "Frozen Cleaver of the North!" Tu shouted as his scimitar increased doubly in size as ice particles covered its very body. A 4-star spell was not something Jakku could take lightly. So his feet began to burst in electrical energy as he activated his skill step in the lightning. Jakku's entire body morphed into pure electricity, allowing him to zap away from his position up towards the rooftop of the building in front of him. "You won't get away from me!" Tu shouted as he cast Titanic Ice Age, morphing large ice formations under his feet almost 10 meters up, allowing him to jump up to the bricked rooftops of Angora City. Tu jumped from his ice structure, and brought down his scimitar to Jakku, which was quickly parried by the Dragonborn's quick sword strikes. The usually empty and quiet skyline of Angora City was disturbed by the sounds of metal clashing against each other, sparks going off and falling from the rooftops. Tu's skillful mastery in the scimitar allowed him both power and speed to completely outclass Jakku. He fully expected the Dragonborn's sword to be chipped by now after all their clashing strikes. Yet, there was barely any scratch. "What the hell is that sword made out of?" Tu shouted in frustration. "The same as you, but better," Jakku replied. Tu felt insulted at his response, taking out a white pill from his pockets and before swallowing it whole. His face scrunched as he felt the power tearing through his stomach. But after bearing through the pain, an unprecedented magical resource became readily available to his body. "Tough luck, Dragonborn. You are facing a 5-star master of the scimitar, and with this cultivation pill, my strength has almost reached the 6-star realm." Tu's entire body began to turn pale and white, as a cool aura oozed out of his body. It wasn't long before his skin turned bluer and bluer, before turning into a dark blue similar to the color of the ocean on a dark night. A cold mist radiated out of his body, spontaneously creating snow in a 10-meter radius around himself. Northern Blade, destroying ice. As Tu brought down his scimitar, pieces of stone bricks exploded, as an invisible gigantic blade crashed through the rooftops, creating a large gash that destroyed 3 homes in succession. Crying and shouting resounded through the night as the citizens heard the disturbance in the sleep. Jakku materialized back from his electrical state just a few feet away from the large gash. But just as his feet landed, he felt an impermeable cold rush through his scaled feet trying to trap him into place, as another invisible sword crashed towards the rooftop. Tu smacked his lips as he saw blue wisps of lightning zap out of his attack. And before he could try to locate Jakku, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation near his ribs. As he looked down, he saw Jakku duck down with his sword in a swinging position as he tried to slice through his icy blue armor. Blood spurted out from his side as Jakku's sword flashed in a single moment. Tu gritted his teeth before raising his scimitar to bring down icy fury towards the Dragonborn. His scimitar slashed through a large part of Atela's rooftop, slicing off a large chunk that slid down into the ground, smashing into rubble. Despite the destruction, Jakku escaped as fast as lightning. "Stop running away," Tu shouted, haphazardly swinging his scimitar and creating chaos around the peaceful neighborhood. With each swing, his scimitar barely missed the lightning Dragonborn, hitting nothing but stone walls and bricked rooftops. Unfortunately, one of the disturbed citizens was caught unaware as he ran out of his house and into the street. Just then, a large chunk of wooden planks crashed down towards him. But at the very last moment, a streak of lightning flashed towards the old man. Blue light flashed before the wooden planks turned into cubed pieces, falling down into the ground harmlessly. The old man saw Jakku protecting him with his arm above his head. "Thank," the old man muttered. "Ha! Caught you now!" Tu jumped down from the air and held his scimitar in both hands, ice and snow peeling off its very blade. The 4-star spell Frozen Blade of Kuthro was a very fast slash that even Jakku wouldn't be able to react to. But Jakku didn't even look back. He only assured the old man of his safety. Just as the scimitar was about to split his head in half, an invisible prismatic shield clashed with the Damascus steel blade of the scimitar. As the snow particles tried to cut through the invisible shield and turn it as brittle as a sheet of ice, Jaku's lesser unity defense used fire mana to completely melt the mana trying to cut through. The clashing of the two created brief sparks of light as their mana particles cancelled each other out. "What the hell is that defense?" Tu screamed out. Once the old man ran off into safety, Yaku turned around to face Tu. His eyes were calm and unburdened. He had one hand on the hilt of his sword, and one hand holding a chocolate bar in his mouth which seemingly came out of nowhere. As Yaku consumed the chocolate, Tu felt his control over his scimitar become less and less powerful. He felt the invisible shield trying to actively eat through the Damascus blade itself, tearing it into metal shavings. Impossible. "Sorry," Yaku said, as he raised the katana in the air. It was only now that Tu realized that his sword was completely different from the one he wielded before. So, that his sword was completely made out of pure lightning itself. "Your 1 minute is up." Yaku swung his blade, lightning buzzing area in it, and created a huge gash from Tu's shoulder to his thigh, flinging him 50 meters out before he crashed into the city walls, burying him in the rubble. Chapter 253, Yumisu. Codename 3, stared at Yumisu with a wide grin on her face. In the midst of the confined space in the library, in the midst of all the books and scrolls stored in the shelves, Umisu's spear held no advantage whatsoever. 3 had specifically hunted down Umisu in this place, because their preliminary investigations upon the Dragonborn showed her as timid and shy. She loved reading books so much that they knew she would hate it getting destroyed. Meanwhile, this would be the perfect place for 3 to showcase her unique skills. "It's such a shame," 3 muttered. "If your company weren't in the way of Hammerstone, then I think we could have been friends." 3 raised her feet and thrusted in the ground before a mechanical click came out of her tight-laced metal boots. Then a sharp, thin blade came protruding out of her soles, creating a much deadlier version of ice skates. "Snow World," she muttered, as she bent down low on the ground and swept her left foot around in a circle. The metal blade left behind an icy residue that began spreading all around the library indiscriminately. The frost permeated through the wooden floorboards, slowly spreading upwards towards the walls. Its sub-zero temperature, coupled with its magical properties, allowed the ice to somehow freeze fire itself, creating a flaming ice sculpture that allowed the oil lamps to continue providing light in the library. The very few readers in the library ran out screaming as they felt the coldness almost freeze their legs into an icicle. Soon, the ice spread through the wooden shelves and books, turning the library into an icy, desolate landscape. It wasn't long before the entire floor of the library was nothing but a slippery tundra, perfect for 3's ice skates. Strangely enough, though, the only thing that remained in its original condition was the small patch of wooden planks underneath Umisu's feet. There seemed to be an invisible circumference around her that actively fought the frost from permeating towards her. 3 then took a white pill from her pockets and swallowed it whole. Power coursed through her veins, momentarily turning her vulnerable. But after a few seconds, the side effects subsided, and her strength increased substantially. "I will not underestimate you," 3 said to Umisu. "My respect for you Dragonborns compels me to bring out my very best weapon in my arsenal." On 3's hands were 2 identical rings, each one on her middle finger. It was all made out of gold except for the blue gem on top. Except, this wasn't a normal blue gem at all. This was a mithril relic. 3 ripped out the 2 pieces of mithril relics from her rings and inserted it onto the flaps of her tight-laced boots. And as soon as she did, the blades underneath her soles glowed a bluish tint as an explosion of water, and air mana permeated the air, creating a stronger frosting effect. Yet, as 3 prepared, Umisu barely moved. She kept the grip on her spear tightly as she looked down on the frozen ground. You guys did all this to scheme against my boss?" Umisu muttered. "You guys?" As she repeated her words, her voice became stronger and stronger, becoming rougher and rougher. Umisu dropped her spear on the ground and descended into the shadows. A second later, a completely new spear emerged, and just from the handle alone, 3 could feel its dominating presence fight through the icy tundra. The frozen floorboards around Umisu began to melt into a puddle, just from the appearance of this spear alone. That glow? That strength? A mithril artifact? 3 saw Umisu's green spear glow brighter than anything she had ever seen. In comparison, her own mithril relic skate shoes were like a candle in front of the sun. "My boss, Michael," Umisu muttered as she took hold of the spear. 3 had a bad feeling about this and immediately dashed towards the Dragonborn. Her skate shoes glided on the icy floorboards easily, allowing her speed to increase faster than on foot. She weaved through the shelves with quickness, disappearing and reappearing from Umisu's gaze. She kicked one of the shelves, sending frozen books toward Umisu's way. The book barely grazed her scales. 3 continued to grab books as she glided in the library, before tossing them in the air and kicking it towards the standing Dragonborn. Umisu began swinging her spear. At first it was slow, missing a few books and letting it almost graze her scales. Then, as her momentum gate read, her swings became faster and faster, allowing her to create a furious gale of wind that deflected all incoming book outwards, letting them crash into the wall and shattering into a million ice crystals. 3 sped up her skates, running towards the wall at top speeds, and as 3 reached the end of the room, she raised her feet and began skating up and towards the ceiling. It was as if gravity was flipped upside down for her. But in truth, the ice particles in the ceiling felt a magnetic connection to 3 herself, making skating on the ceiling a possibility. 3 reached the metal chandelier in the middle of the room, and used her sharp skates to cut it from the ceiling. The heavy metal object imbued with frost magic began falling towards Umisu. 3 followed right behind it as she jumped from the ceiling, and kicked down towards the chandelier, increasing the weight and speed of the object. Umisu stood there unfazed on the ground. She kept swinging her spear around her body, gathering momentum, even though there was nothing there to defend against. And as the chandelier was about to hit her, Umisu looked up and showed a fiery rage towards 3. "You dare scheme against Michael?" she screamed out, creating a deafening sound that made 3 subconsciously plug her ears. And as 3 looked down again, she saw Umisu raising her glowing green spear and thrusting it towards her with anger and fury. A huge gust of wind immediately shoved the frozen chandelier back up towards 3, impaling her with the piece she had broken. Paradoxically, 3 felt the wind grow stronger as it hit her, propelling her and the chandelier up towards the ceiling and completely bursting through the other side. 3 vomited out blood as she broke through the second floor of the library, with frozen wooden planks bursting out into splinters. The furious wind from Umisu's spear kept pushing her out into the ceiling, before she burst through the rooftop, sending rubble and brick out into the air. 3 felt the wind knocked out of her. She looked down with her eyes completely wide open. Tens of meters up in the air, she saw the library's rooftop completely blown wide open. And in the hole beyond the roof, she could see the second floor where she had burst through. And even beyond that, she saw Umisu with her spear still directed towards her with anger and fury. 3 was helpless as she soared in the night ski, taller than any other building in the neighborhood. Then she slowed down just for a moment before she came crashing down like a meteor. She sustained multiple broken ribs and bones from just that one thrust alone, giving her no power to even deflect the chandelier as it was falling down over her. She crashed into the stone road, cracking it into pieces. The chandelier buried her deeper, sustaining her even more injuries. "No way," she muttered under her breath. And before she completely lost consciousness, she saw a dark blue dragonborn approach her with the most casual attitude. "My sister's quite scary when she gets angry," he said, putting his glowing katana on his shoulders. She recognized him. It was Yaku, supposedly the strongest out of all the dragonborns. Codename 2 was supposed to deal with him. But seeing as he was still unharmed, the result was obvious. With her consciousness fading, she realized that Hammerstone Company made a massive mistake in crossing the Reborn Company. They were in the same levels as their seniors, those elite fighters serving global corporations. Chapter 254-6. Acting crazy. 2 large explosions in close succession rang out around the city, alerting Codename 6 to the disturbance. He looked back, seeing the sight of a woman falling down from the skies with a large chandelier above her. 6 squinted his eyes, realizing that it was none other than one of his comrades in the Stone Cold group. He realized something happened to her, and just as he was about to go towards her, he heard a faint tapping sound. Boo to. What the hell was that? He muttered under his breath, looking around to see nothing but an empty street around him lit up by dim oil lamps. Unnerved by that strangely rhythmic noise that seemed to be a product of his imagination, 6 ran towards the direction where 3 landed. As he ran, the subtle sounds of ratata became drowned out by the sounds of his hurried footsteps. Once he ran out the corner, 6 slowly peeked out of the street and saw 3 buried in a crater in the middle of the stone brick road. Above her was the metal chandelier, pinning her in place. He was about to move towards her, when he realized that she was not alone. There was a dark blue-scaled demi-human standing above her with a sword above his shoulders. "Dragonborn," 6 muttered. "That means both of them are finished." Learning about the defeat of the 2 of the strongest fighters in their Stone Cold group truly put the fear inside 6's heart. Only now did he feel stupid for actively trying to call out a Dragonborn to face him. After all, if 2 and 3 couldn't even put a scratch on their scales in an ambush, then that meant that he, codenamed 6 for being the weakest out of everyone, probably won't even survive a single second of meeting those demi-human monsters. Fortunately for him, Yaku didn't seem to be walking towards him at all. The dark blue Dragonborn only said the words, "Have fun hunting," before leisurely walking the other direction, whistling as he did so. 6 took this chance to bolt the hell out of there. He ran through streets, dark alleyways, and backyards trying to make it back to the Hammerstone headquarters, where he could at least ask for some backup. But as he ran, the hairs on his neck stood up. He quickly turned his head to the side, thinking that there was someone closely following behind him. There was nothing there but empty crates and soil buckets. Boo, to, ratata, there it was again. Those rhythmic tapping and strumming that he kept hearing through the night. Angry, 6 took out the large hammer strapped to his back and smashed the crates, exploding into 1,000 splinters. He looked back, turning around in the dark alleyway alone. "Who are you?" he shouted, his voice echoing back at him. "Show yourself!" Holding the warhammer with both hands, Six swung his weapon all around him, hitting the stone brick walls around him before shouting, "Ha!" to scare off his stalker. He looked like he had paranoid schizophrenia. Six closed his eyes and took deep breaths before laughing at himself. He thought himself crazy for thinking such thoughts. His fear of the Dragonborn seemed to have made him a little bit on edge. He strapped the warhammer to his back, but as he looked down on the ground, he saw two large shadows right next to his own. Two large beings were standing directly behind him. "Ha!" Six shouted, swinging his warhammer backwards. Yet it hit nothing but the air. There was no one around him. He looked back down on the ground, and saw that the two large shadows he saw seemed to be nothing more than a visual illusion from the two street oil lamps in the street. "What the hell is happening?" he muttered under his breath. Six began running at top speeds back onto the open street before finally seeing the familiar bridge that led straight to the Hammerstone headquarters. He realized that the bridge was shrouded in mist, but he didn't care. He ran straight through it since he knew the directions instinctively. The sound of the river below him let him know that he was crossing the bridge safely. And a few moments later, the mist subsided as he stepped off the stone bridge. However, as he looked forward, he saw that same bridge again in the distance. He looked back and saw that he was right back where he started, where he ran from. What the fuck? An illusion spell? A cold sweat poured down his back. Was there a Dragonborn that they didn't account for? Six raised his warhammer, casting the spell imbue Snowy Mountain, which created a perfect mound of rocky ice on the two flat ends of his weapon. "Destruction of winter," he shouted, bringing down his warhammer towards the nearest building in front of him. The weapon broke through stone brick corners, sending rubble and powder flying everywhere. The frost then began to spread all around the unaffected area, turning everything extremely brittle. With another swing, the very front wall of the residential building began to collapse in on itself, sending snowy powder floating in the air. "Show yourself or I'm going to destroy this whole neighborhood." Just then, a subtle voice echoed, "We're already behind you." Six quickly turned around, warhammer in hand, and saw two different orc species standing side by side in front of him. Seeing the true appearance of his stalker, Six couldn't help but laugh. "I can't believe I got scared by a bunch of orcs," he said. "There are no Dragonborns here in sight to help you. You should have just let me leave." The two orcs stayed silent, allowing Six to take initiative and bring his warhammer towards them. He swung his weapon overhead, creating frost that turned the very air around it brittle. As Six brought down his warhammer, the air around it exploded into icicles, which created a domino effect that eventually reached the two orcs. Needle-like icicles exploded in between the two orcs, impaling them with thousands upon thousands of holes in their meaty flesh. Six ran up towards them, dragging his warhammer in the stone road before swinging it horizontally, hitting the hairy orc on his side and sending him crashing into the spiky orc. But as the orc's body got destroyed, it turned into nothing but shadow flames that eventually dissipated in the air. It was another illusion. "Damn it! Stop with all these tricks! You're just mere orcs!" Just then, Six felt a stinging pain in his stomach that override his every sense. He looked down and saw a gaping hole in his abdomen, with an orc's fist covered in flame-like shadows sticking out of it. Slowly, he felt his consciousness fade into nothingness. But then, he woke up. Six looked around and found himself back in the empty street as before, with the bridge right in front of him. There was no destruction of property, there was no gaping hole in his stomach, and there were no orcs around anywhere to see. But the pain he felt was real. So real that he didn't think it was an illusion. Boo-tutu, ratata. He looked behind and saw the same two orcs standing perfectly still, with shadows flickering around them. Six finally realized it. He was stuck in an illusion. In the real world, his true body was already knocked out cold in the alleyway, with the two shadow orcs standing over him coldly. They were just letting him experience the pain of death over and over again, not letting him leave the hellish illusion of perpetual death. From the moment he heard the rhythmic sounds of boo-tutu and ratata, the fight was already finished. He was already caught in their spell. Chapter 255, Grieve 5-4. "I don't know what I'm still doing here," codenamed 4 muttered leisurely. "By this point, I'm sure they'd leave no Dragonborn left for me to hunt." Grieve chuckled, cackling at the youngster's arrogance. "Must be nice to be so young," Grieve said naturally, barely out of the womb yet confident and proud to face anything in life. "Such things are quite envious, at least, I think so." "You've been talking a lot. Are you their leader or something?" 4 asked, rudely pointing at the hooded man in front of him. "You can say that." "Well, I hope you'll at least give me a good exercise. I would hate for my trip to be wasted on bums. In terms of ranking, how do you think you would fare against those Dragonborns?" Grieve raised his head and tilted it, seriously considering the question posed to him by the burly man. "The weakest out of them all, I think. They are quite talented youngsters after all." 4 sighed and shrugged his shoulders. "Good enough for me. I'll just finish this quickly so that I can go back faster." He reached down and raised a large heavy sword from the ground. The very blade itself was even wider and taller than most humans, making for a very intimidating weaponry. The heavy sword was made out of a metal and Damascus steel alloy that emphasized power and weight, creating the most devastating weapon available in anyone's hands. Its heaviness prevented Four from even using a normal horse and carriage, for they would break in half trying to carry a sword. Yet, thanks to his muscular physique, Four was able to wield the heavy sword as if it was as light as a feather. He tossed it in the air and caught it with one hand, showing off his strength to the intimidated red mankeys hiding behind the trees. "Show it to me," Four said casually, to which Grieve did not answer. Four raised the heavy sword and swung it wide, creating a heavy wind that ruffled dead leaves, branches, and the quiet forestry around them. A moment later, tens of trees fell crashing onto the ground, with the sounds of splintering woods echoing in the forest. Upon closer inspection, it was cut from the thickest parts of its base with a clean incision, which seemed to have been done by a surgical knife. Four swung his heavy sword around haphazardly like a stick, showing the ease in which he wielded the hefty weapon. Though, this intimidation tactic didn't seem to have worked on the hooded figure opposite him. "I know you have it. Show it to me," Four demanded. "My brother Five would not have lost against that Dragonborn if you guys were not in possession of a mithril relic. That is the only way he would have been defeated." Grieve looked up at Four and raised his hand. He showed a glove with a glowing ring on its middle finger. A bluish-green aura radiated from the ring, showing its intense magical properties. Four eyed the ring with seriousness. He could feel the power from it. "Good, good. It's good that you know to immediately wield your greatest weapon against me. It's the only way you'll survive." Four took out a glowing gem of his own from his necklace. This was another mithril relic, despite it being substantially smaller and weaker than the one wielded by Grieve. He inserted this relic gem on the end of his heavy sword's hilt, imbuing it with the power of water and air mana, combining into an icy frost. "Ah, if that mithril relic of yours proves better than mine, then I shall take it as my spoils after your defeat." "Very well," Grieve nodded, accepting the conditions of the duel. The excited feeling knocking out from his rib chest told him that this was not the first time he had felt this before. It felt like he was coming back into familiar territory, like coming back home. Grieve walked forward with his hands on his robe. "Going weaponless?" Four asked incredulously. "Bold, but I respect it. I just hope you don't regret it." Four used Frostbite of the Mammoth, turning his heavy sword into a curving elephant's trunk that swooped down towards Grieve. The heavy sword struck the ground with speed and force, creating an explosion of dirt and soil before a seismic earthquake shook the entire forest awake. Birds and bats flew away in fear, while critters ran away in droves. Four's smile lessened as he saw the heavy sword impaled on the ground, but without its target. Grieve stood just a few inches away with his gloved hand on the heavy sword's blade, seemingly pushing it away. "Grah!" Four screamed, taking back his great sword and swinging it around himself, creating momentum before using it to smash Grieve's head to the ground. But the flat blade of his sword hit nothing but the disturbed soil. Grieve was luckily a few inches further away from the sword's grasp. Annoyed, Four shouted frozen weight of the hilt, swinging his heavy sword towards Grieve. The edge of his blade created a crescent-shaped ice slash that shot towards the hooded Grieve. It was as heavy as the sword itself, yet coming at speeds almost twice as fast as his swing. This time, Four was able to see how Grieve smoothly stepped away from the slash with efficient footwork and timing. The crescent ice slash cleaved through 5 trees before crashing onto a small mound of rock in the ground and infecting it with frozen ice magic. "Show me how you fight," Four shouted, sending a flurry of crescent slashes towards Grieve. Yet the hooded figure simply avoided the dangerous obstacles through footwork, seemingly disappearing from sight at the very last second, and reappearing just as the slash shot past him. "If you aren't going to fight me, then I'll fight these monkeys." Four sent out a single crescent slash towards a group of red mankeys hiding behind a tree. It was coming towards them at speeds they couldn't even react to. Just as they were about to be hit, Grieve suddenly appeared in front of them, and took the crescent slash head on, swinging his hand and deflecting the ice up towards the sky. "You broke the conditions of our duel," Grieve muttered, disappointed. "And for that, you will have to pay dearly." Grieve raised his hand and showed the glove containing the mithril artifact ring. Using his other hand, he twisted the golden band before slowly pulling the ring out of his finger. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Are you forfeiting our fight?" Four shouted. Grieve shook his head. "No, insolent one. I am simply giving you what you wish for." As he took the ring out of his finger, a bluish-green aura suddenly exploded out of his very body, disintegrating the hooded cloth around him. Four felt his instincts jump, telling to back away immediately. His eyes widened as the robe began to show what was hidden underneath. He began to realize who, or what, he had been fighting against this entire time. "You see, this is no ordinary mithril artifact. Unlike the ones used by the Dragonborns, my ring does not give me magical powers. In fact, it limits it." As the ring left Grieve's finger, the full power of his 9-star cultivation erupted uncontrollably. The grass underneath his feet decayed in less than a second as it got exposed to his overflowing necrotic energy. Four stood there, shaking, as he looked at the undead general skeleton in front of him. Fear took the strength out of his body. Feeling weakness in his arms and fingers, making him drop the heavy sword into the ground. The game is over, young one. I simply hope you get a second chance in life like me. Then foresaw the whole world turning sideways. As he looked around, he saw his own body on the side, standing still, missing its head. Slowly, his consciousness faded into nothingness, never to return again.